started this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the fourth hearing of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission's 2019 annual report cycle. Our hearing today will examine China's ambition to become an international leader in space, what the central government's most recent white paper on space released by the State Council in 2016 terms a space power in all respects. Beijing aspires to lead international space-related innovation and exploration. In a recent example of China's desire and its ability to realize its goals in space, this January, China's lunar exploration program successfully landed a robotic probe on the moon's far side, a technological feat never before achieved by any country. China has also nearly completed its own position, navigation, and timing satellite network known as Beidou, which will serve to increase China's influence in countries participating in its Belt and Road Initiative and decrease China's dependence on the U.S.-maintained global positioning system. These developments, along with ambitious plans for future milestones, such as a long-term space station, a research station on the lunar surface, and reusable spacecraft, show that China is serious about becoming a space power and is willing to commit the political will and funds necessary to achieve this goal. It's our honor today to welcome two distinguished public servants, General Cartwright and Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, Dr. Roper. We look forward to hearing them discuss the strategic perspective on competition with China in space, as well as steps the Department of Defense is currently taking to prepare for an era of heightened competition in space. Their perspectives will contribute to the discussion about what China's intentions as a space power might be and how the United States must prepare to respond. Following Dr. Roper, a panel of experts will address China's pursuit of global space leadership. China's space program, no longer constrained by poor infrastructure and less advanced technology, has advanced by leaps and bounds since its first crewed spaceflight in 2003. Beijing continues to meet important milestones in its ambitious agenda for exploration and exploitation of space. It is troubling that the Chinese government has begun comparing its interests in space to its expansive territorial claims on Earth. As one Chinese senior space official put it, if we regard space as the Earth, then the moon is the Senkaku Islands and Mars is the Spratly Islands or reefs. This official further warned that not exploring these celestial bodies may result in a failure to protect China's so-called space rights and interests. Comparing the moon and Mars to China's disputed territorial claims in the East and South China Seas, what Beijing includes among its core interests suggests that China may be coming to view space as a new front for its expansionist ambitions, potentially including views of sovereignty in space that would violate the 1967 Outer Space Treaty to which China is a party. The United States must not be complacent in the face of what may become a long-term, highly consequential economic and strategic competition. We look forward to hearing about these important topics from the experts we have today. Before we begin, I would like to thank the Senate Foreign Relations Committee for helping to secure today's hearing venue, and I'll now turn to the co-chair of today's commission hearing, Admiral Mike McDevitt, for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairman Bartholomew. I'd also like to welcome our panelists and guests to the hearing. I must say I've spent years studying China's maritime rights and interests, but until I started preparing for this panel, I didn't know that they also had space rights and interests. To repeat, China is determined to become a leading space power, which requires continuing to boost its innovation capabilities, both in its civilian and military sectors. The People's Liberation Army is closely involved in most, if not every aspect of China's space program, from helping to formulate and execute national space goals, overseeing China's human spaceflight program. Coverage of China's space program must treat seriously the implications of the reality that in many cases the boundaries between military and civil silos of China's program are thin, if they exist at all. Our second panel today, to jump ahead a bit, will address the application of what China calls for its military-civil fusion strategy in its space sector. Military-civil fusion, a strategic concept designed to harness the civilian sector's innovation to power China's military and technological modernization, with the goal of leapfrogging the United States and becoming a technical powerhouse. Space has been designed as designated as an especially important sector for military-civil fusion, and the impacts of this campaign on China's burgeoning commercial space sector, itself a recipient of generous government support and protection, will be crucial as China's companies increasingly seek to compete in the international marketplace. Military-civil fusion is especially worthy of attention due to its continued reliance on technology. The PLA views the space and cyber domains as closely connected in strategy, and for this reason, China stood up a new strategic support force in 2015, a new military service responsible for most of the military's space warfare mission, in addition to cyber, electronic, and psychological warfare. It will be crucial for the United States to base its strategic planning on a sufficient understanding of the importance of the PLAs that the PLA ascribes to the Strategic Support Force, or otherwise known as the SSF, and its associated missions. So again, I thank all of you for attending today, and I'd like to remind you to mark your calendars for our next hearing. I make commercials, which will take place on June 7, and will address trade, artificial intelligence, and new materials. With that, let me turn back to Commissioner Bartholomew to introduce General Cartwright.
Great, thank you very much. Again, it's my honor to introduce today General James Cartwright, retired from the U.S. Marine Corps and currently serving as the inaugural holder of the Harold Brown Chair in Defense Policy Studies for the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Unique among Marines, General Cartwright served as Commander, U.S. Strategic Command, before being nominated and appointed as the 8th Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the nation's second highest military officer. General Cartwright served his 4-year tenure as Vice Chairman across 2 presidential administrations and constant military operations against diverse and evolving enemies. General Cartwright graduated with distinction from the Air Command and Staff College, received a Master of Arts in National Security and Strategic Studies from the Naval War College, completed a fellowship with MIT, and was honored with a Naval War College Distinguished Graduate Leadership Award. General Cartwright, welcome. We look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you for appearing today.
Thank you to the co-chairs and to the members of the panel. And it shouldn't go without saying, but the dedication that you have demonstrated to this issue and the time that you have given to it, you deserve a great amount of thanks, and I certainly would pile on with that. I did not prepare a formal statement because I think this time is really for you, but I would like to just kind of go back in context briefly and as the Commander of Strategic Command, give you my perspective at that time on where we were heading and what might be important attributes of a construct of deterrence in space. And I still believe that the nation is, quite frankly, trying to articulate a coherent deterrence strategy that includes space. And so I will start there and just do a few brief comments on that and then turn it back to you. To me, the problem statement here is that much as you have said, the space domain is by many termed crowded and contested now, contested being the operative word that has been added in the last several years. It is clearly critical to national security, space that is, and domestic activities. The concern that we have probably most frequently is that it is highly vulnerable to denial operations. So from a STRATCOM perspective at the time, we then focused in on how would you create a more effective deterrence architecture for not only today, but where you see space moving in the future, and you have alluded to that in conversation about moving to the moon, moving to Mars, moving into outer space. How do you start to think about deterrence in those areas? How do you start to think about bringing it in such that the deterrence you build today does not preclude the deterrence you need tomorrow? And I think that's critical, and that's kind of the job of the commander, to sit down and get his smartest people to put their head to this. And We had three attributes of deterrence that the military vocabulary here, but have been tried and true through the years. The first is that it has to be credible. You have to have capabilities and capacity to impose your will. That's just essential. If your adversary doesn't believe that, you don't have a deterrent strategy. You must demonstrate through policy, training, and exercises the regimes in which you will exercise your capabilities. You must demonstrate that so that people understand what they are, and they are not magic, and they understand the consequences, because you are trying to raise the cost of any anomalous behavior on the part of anyone in space. And then third is that you must demonstrate the will to exercise these capabilities. And that is generally in the regime of policy, things like declaratory policy, et cetera, that are essential in stating what we believe ought to be the new norms and regimes for operating in space. So those three things were what drove us at Stratcom. Where we ended up was with three attributes that we thought provided us with measures of merit, provided us with a pathway forward, provided us with capabilities that we felt would enhance the national capabilities, not only now, but as we move to the future. The pattern of threes is just my Marine math. That's all I can go up to is three. So, but the first one is resilience, the construct of resilience. And the keys that we focused on in the resilience space were really the disaggregation of the architecture, such that the cost of launching ASAT type capabilities would be astronomical and infeasible. So remove the objective from the adversary, remove the high value single targets, and disaggregate in a way that would impose cost on anyone who wanted to attack them. Okay, so that was number one. That is now starting to be applied, not only in the national security sector, but in the commercial sector, as you look at the different companies that are talking about 4,000 satellites in a particular orbit and for communications, et cetera. The disaggregation means that any attack on that is likely to fail, be more expensive than the impact of the cost, and then also that the recovery time would be substantially less than having a single asset doing that work on orbit. So that's the construct under which resilience, and so the work that we did was to start to understand the technical requirements of moving to these more resilient architectures. The second activity that we thought was absolutely essential here was to revitalize and rebuild the command and control systems. Admiral, much like at sea, the idea of big space, little bullet, it doesn't work anymore. I mean, it is so crowded up there that deconfliction, rules of the road, things like that are absolutely essential. To do that, you must have a robust and highly precise surveillance system to know where everything is and where it's going. And to be able to say that clearly and to not have any ambiguity such that there are assets moving around where they shouldn't be moving around, impeding on sovereign footprints, whether they be physical or electronic, et cetera. We must be able to ascertain that at a high degree of precision. And we are moving in that direction. I think that's on a good path. It will be expensive. It will be expensive, but it is probably the most important thing that we need to do, because we need to understand who's doing what in space. There's just no way around it. The third one is cross-domain integration. Cross-domain integration. In other words, these are my words, nobody else's. The idea of Space Command as it existed prior to moving to Stratcom was an entity that was unto itself. It was not beholding to the ground, to the air regimes, to the naval regimes. It just existed to itself. It had its own vocabulary, it had its own security system, and nobody knew what was behind those green doors. Therefore, it was very hard to integrate in or defend. Okay? Moving it out was an effort on the operational side to open up that capability to the services in the DoD construct, to our allies and friends, and to the commercial sector who needed to be able to transit space, okay, whether it be electronically or otherwise. But the integration of space as we move forward is probably one of the key issues, and it is an organizational issue. And we have to align roles, missions, authorities, incentive structures such that they are not so different than the other domains of air, land, sea, that they cannot be integrated by a combatant commander into a coherent strategy, okay? If they have a different vocabulary, if they build all of their stuff unto themselves and don't work across the seam, it's bad. To me, that's probably one of the most important today issues. We have to get Space Command, whatever we call it, the service side of this, the train and equip side of this, authorized to do the work it needs to do to build the force. We have to have an operational counterpart to that, which right now is STRATCOM, may become another combatant commander, but is the operational employer of that force, okay, integrated with other capabilities. To not do that is bad, A. B, I'm a Marine, okay? The integration of amphibious to go from sea to land across that domains divide was absolutely essential in our coherent strategies of all the world wars and everything since. This is very much the same for the Air Force in air and space. We cannot allow them to become disaggregated from each other. They must be coherent. The Air Force Secretary must have the power to impose that these two domains work together through budget controls, and the Congress must have the same power. This is absolutely essential. If you don't get this right, we can't have a coherent strategy or deterrence construct. I'm thumping the table on that, but it's really important. I don't care about belt buckles. I don't care about patches and colors of uniforms. These things are what matter. They really do matter and make a big difference. The last point that I'll make was that there were many things that the director of NASA, my counterpart as both STRATCOM and then as the vice chairman, and I worried about was that we are not paying attention to cislunar space. Cislunar space is the space where the intersection, in particular around the moon and its orbits, the intersection of Earth's gravity and the moon's gravity. It is the gateway to the moon. It is the gateway to space. It is the high ground from which you can observe all of Earth's orbits. Not knowing what's going on there, not having a good command and control architecture at that point will tremendously disadvantage us as we go to the future. I have to say that for both Dr. Griffin and myself, we probably preached to the wind at that time, but I do believe that people are beginning to realize how important those zones are out there and how we would follow a normal pattern. Normally, NASA goes out and explores. They build a rudimentary communications navigation system that gets them from point A to point B. National security follows on and builds out that architecture to a greater scale to allow it to happen with greater resilience. And then eventually the commercial sector comes in. We're at that transition. The national security apparatus must start to build that out. They are doing it. Everything I see is there. But it is very important to understand the advantage that you have from that high ground. That is critical from a national security standpoint, from a military standpoint. I look forward to your questions. I'll do my best. I'm old and I'm retired and I'm flunking retirement, but I'm here to help. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll start with Admiral McDevitt.
I'm older and I'm still flunking retirement. This notion of cislunar space, if I'm saying it correctly, as I read the short excerpt you had submitted from the space report that CSIS did recently, I must say, if you could educate me a little bit or educate us on why is it so important. And I was particularly taken as I went through the testimonies and readings that were provided for in preparation for this hearing. The Chinese are talking about it too. And so there is obviously the potential for competition there. And so If your comments were essentially talking into the wind, are the Chinese ruminations about this key portion of space, are they being taken seriously, and should we worry about it?
The cislunar space would include all of the orbits that would be lunar orbits, okay? It includes the moon. And it tends to intersect with Earth at where the gravity fields kind of null out, so between the moon and the Earth, okay? And I'm not a technical person. Somebody's probably having a heart attack as I'm saying this, that he's saying it wrong. But what that affords is that one of the more difficult things here is to, for sustained operations in space, is to be able to get replenishment, new capabilities, but scale to orbit, okay? All of Earth's orbits are observable from this point, number one. Number two, if you start to build capacity on the lunar surface, which is likely in support of beyond Earth operations, coming out of the moon's gravity well is hundreds of times cheaper than coming out of Earth's gravity well. So that's critical. It is a strategic high point in which, at that intersection, you can sit with communications, sensing, et cetera, to manage the flow, because you really can't get anyplace else without going through those spots. So it is the hill in over the valley, and you've got to have it. That line of communications is like a sea straight. Everybody has to go through there. And so understanding what's happening there is critical, number one. Number two, the observation from the moon looking down on Earth's orbit, so to speak, is a very different perspective. And if it's very cheap to either leave the moon's surface or the moon's orbit and get to Geo and Meo and Leo in the orbits, that drops down the price, the cost of entry, and raises the potential for scale of mass in applying either denial operations to orbits or threatening operations, okay? And so it is a critical point. And the reverse slope, so to speak, is the backside of the moon. And so from an operational standpoint, that's the way we look at it. Are those things all real yet? No, but you can see the race that's on and the priorities that are on. NASA just moved their timeline up substantially. That how important this is. Yeah, when I was Stratcom commander and Dr. Griffin was NASA, we were friends with our Chinese counterparts, to say the least. Okay, and we were working with them in partnership to understand what it would take to get back to the moon, et cetera. We understood in those dialogues with my military counterparts that it had strategic significance, that there was no way any spacefaring nation could get to space and beyond Earth's orbits without working in those areas. And so it was critical. The question at that time was how we might partner to do this work, or how we might work independently but share. And those constructs may have fallen apart, it appears, to some extent. And the dialogue, I think, is probably wanting again also.
Excuse me. Thank you, General. We're glad to host you. You hosted us a number of years ago out at Stratcom, and appreciate all that you have shared with us over the years. Let me, if I can, look a little more at the near term. As we focus increasingly, and you know better than I, on the informationalized warfighter who is dependent on GPS, who's dependent on drone feeds, everything else that is needed in that domain. China has looked at both space and cyberspace as their asymmetric strengths, or the ability to deter, deny our capabilities. China is, with their ASAT test, with a number of other space-based activities they've been engaged in, appears to be accelerating their, filling out their asymmetric policies. How would you rate China in terms of denying us of the capabilities that our warfighters depend on, and including, I'd put, nuclear command and control? Are we do we have multiple capabilities, or are we at risk with single points of denial?
My assessment is, from the outside looking in, any time that you take quality over quantity as a purist approach, you eventually get down to the one ship on each coast, and it's never in the right place at the right time. In that construct, denial is pretty easy. You can either do it by destroying a single asset, you can do it by operating where that asset isn't, so you pick your place in a time of conflict. So you are highly vulnerable, and that was the assessment when I was at Stratcom. The intent of the adversary is much harder to read, okay? But in deterrence theory, you try to remove as many of the opportunities so that you basically herd your adversary to a known approach, okay? So if you take away land-based ASAT because it's just not feasible because the number of assets up there, you're expending $300 million against a $10 million asset, and it doesn't make any sense, and even its loss doesn't really affect the system, is where you want to move. That's the objective. And we are starting to do that aggressively. The commercial sector is moving even more aggressively than the Department of Defense, quite frankly. Not that the department isn't trying and moving in that direction, but they've got some exquisite assets up there for which they do not yet have a strategy to move to a disaggregated architecture. They are moving in that direction, though. So to me, that's where you want to start to think about the issue.
And when, do you have an assessment of that sort of vulnerability period?
Yeah, my sense is that we've probably got another 3 to 5 years in that vulnerability period. It'll probably be longer for certain things, certain capabilities, but to the extent that, I tried to make it clear in the paper too, is that I'm not looking for the perfect solution. I never lived in that world of there's a perfect solution for anything here. So the expectation is you will be attacked. The question is how high a price is your adversary willing to pay? And then how long can they impose that on you in a temporal sense? So if I have a Humvee running around the battlefield, I generally think that an adversary can take it out for a period of 30 days max. And then I'll have either a new one or a repaired one back on the field. The measure of merit in space now needs to come down from months to days to hours. And disaggregation will allow you to do that. Reuse will allow you to do that in a major way, and we are way ahead in reuse. They are aspiring to it, but you've seen how magical it is to watch reuse going on. And to think let me put it in this context, to think about an architecture today in a commercial sector that would have 2,000 to 4,000 assets in multiple planes, okay, that if you knocked out 50 of them, it really wouldn't notice because the AI in that system moves those comms around at the speed of light, okay? But when you start to think about the future of something like that, then you're talking about every week you would have to launch somewhere between 50 and 80 satellites to replenish. Without reuse, that's not feasible. You cannot get to mass without reuse, without those constructs. Now, there are other approaches, propulsion approaches and whatnot, but you can see it, and the commercial sector has really stepped up to that. And DoD is likely to take advantage of that, hopefully sooner rather than later. But we've got to get past some cultural challenges in that same vein.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair. A lot of interesting ideas that you raised, General Cartwright. I guess that I would start with First, of course, acknowledging the terrible damage that Stratcom has gotten recently from the weather, and the importance of supporting the people who live and work there with resources and with moral support and everything. But since your time at Stratcom, you said about the sort of the dialogue that you had going on. Are you surprised at the progress that the Chinese have made in their space activities? My experience over, I would say, the first 20 years that I was doing China policy is people in the military, our military, were consistently surprised at the progress that Chinese military was making. And I wondered, sort of if you can go back to their perspective of looking forward from where you are and then looking back. Are they where you thought that they would be, or have they made more progress?
Like all things, it's uneven.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say for the most part, we're a little bit in denial, my community, more than surprised. We were in denial too long. During my time at Stratcom, supported by some of you, moved aggressively into reuse, moved aggressively into disaggregation, et cetera. And then the country took a hiatus for probably 6 to 8 years. Not any one person, just priorities that were out there and needed to be addressed. We lost ground, quite frankly, and we are still in if I can do this, what Bob Gates often termed, we're trapped by this notion of the extreme perfect platform, the art of the exquisite. And it's very difficult to move the industrial complex off of that. The commercial sector has fortunately led the way because the dollars and cents and the diminishing returns of that approach are where we are. I mean, we're building a new platform that doesn't jump any higher, run any farther, carry anything more, and we triple the price. And so the diminishing returns is there. We have to start to push that. I think culturally now, the security apparatus has become more attuned to the imperative because of what the Chinese have done and how they have moved, more than it was totally surprised. I mean, it was kind of oh darn, we shouldn't have been not paying attention here. That's
all right.
my opinion.
And then my second question is, you raised the issue of the importance of cross-domain integration, and I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your assessment of China's success or ability to do cross-domain integration, particularly in light of their military restructuring.
Yeah, first, cross-domain integration in my terms is the idea that a commander has at his beckon in any construct multiple ways to come at the adversary. And even if it occurs on land or in the sea or in space, using the other domains as maneuver space to outflank, so to speak, your adversary is essential. In order to do that, you must have a command and control system that crosses that. So unlike what we experienced oftentimes in past conflicts here recently, we could not put an Army division on the flank of a Marine division or vice versa because the two didn't have radios that could talk to each other. This is the credit card from the island when we're trying to get people out. I mean, to call on AT&T, it is the responsibility of the service secretary who oversees that transition to ensure that the comms, that the command and control apparatus crosses that domain. That's kind of point number one. Point number two is the technologies that interface there. So to the extent I will talk the word fires, it doesn't necessarily mean kinetic. It can mean non-kinetic. It can mean persuasion, any number of things. But fires have to be coordinated and have to pass across those domains as if they weren't there. And if you come from orbital speed into the atmosphere, that's a big transition, okay? It's a big transition for a physical asset. It's a big transition for a electronic spectrum asset, okay? And you have to be able to do that, and somebody has to be sure that that's going to be the case. And so that's the criticality that I see, and It's really not as, there are very high technical issues. This heat management, thermal management systems and waveform management systems, et cetera, are critical. But it's probably for us more of a command and control issue. When I look at my Chinese counterparts doing these same things, they're thinking about it from an organizational construct, and they're putting kind of like issues together because they want to coordinate them, and they know that they'll cross through each other, but they've not yet cracked the code on integrated operations. That's not pejorative to them, it's just that they haven't had the experience. I spent some time in the field with a Chinese organization, military organization, and while I witnessed the use of some of the most exquisite capabilities I'd seen, rifles and pistols and things like that, something as simple as how do you get out of a vehicle with a rifle barrel that's longer than the door opening? Totally has escaped. I mean, but we've been working in at war for so long, these things are just second nature to us. So that's a major advantage, and it's a hard one to overcome for them. I mean, all the technology and all the money in the world does not buy you that expertise.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lewis?
General Cartwright, thank you so much for coming today and helping educate all of us. Like Commissioner McDevitt said before, we really didn't know about the space program that China's doing until we got involved with this hearing today. I have two kind of questions for you. One has to do with the Wall Street Journal article from yesterday, that there are export controls that prohibit sale of satellites, but they're able to rent the satellites instead. Is this a fallacy? Because you said before about intent. The head of a Hong Kong company said he has deep affinity for the United States, but he's also a Chinese patriot. So does that mean that Hong Kong companies owe greater allegiance to China than they do to the United States? It seems, based on what he said, that they do. That's number one question about the Wall Street Journal article. The second is the recommendations that you were making before. What are the forces that oppose those recommendations that have to be overcome to put your recommendations into effect?
On the construct of communication satellites, and these are commercial satellites being used and leased and rented and bought, and sometimes operated, depending on what type of satellite it is, by the Chinese. To the extent that those assets remain sovereign U.S. assets, owned by a company, whatever it is, means that they are subject to U.S. law. And they are subject to U.S. norms and regimes. And so when I look at an asset that is potentially being used just to move goods, services, et cetera, back and forth, the upside is that if we just say no, okay, then we might hold on to the technology for, say, 18 more months before they just go off and do it themselves, okay? To do what, when I was a kid, there were two strategies that the U.S. was looking at in the construct of the Cold War approaching. One was mutual assured destruction, and the other one was entanglement. Kissinger has took us down the path of entanglement, and we have remained in that. There are some really strong upsides to not bringing American business out of China, to not constrain American business in China, to allow commercial interests to go back, but to protect them from the standpoint of the sovereignty and the intellectual property laws, et cetera, that we have. Should they be reviewed in this context? Because space, I hate to say any place is different, but space is a little bit unique in these areas. They should be looked at, okay? But denial of these would probably put us in a difficult position commercially. And you can witness this with any number of companies now that are being questioned about their loyalty to the United States and doing work. But by the same token, when they drive our cars, when they use our phones, when they, et cetera, they become part of us. And the price then to stop that is a deterrent price that holds back conflict. So you have to take the good and the bad here. I think it is worth the XM side of the equation to look at Do we have this right? Do we have the protection of intellectual property in a digital world right? I think most people would say not yet. We need to keep working that, but I wouldn't do it in the construct of competition with China and trying to exclude them. I think that that might take us down a path that would be more like mutual assured destruction, and I don't really want to go that way again. That's my opinion.
Now, what are the forces that oppose the recommendations you're making?
I think it's more along the lines of, are the resources available? We are starting to make this much more resource-friendly by reuse constructs, okay? Number two, I don't know, I drove tanks, I drove ships, I drove planes, whatever it is. These space things, why are they getting money? I want my new shiny other thing. What's the right balance? At the strategic level, you have three kinds of forces: special, general purpose, and strategic. We have swung heavily to special forces. That pendulum is now starting to adjust back, and the cost of reconstituting the strategic forces is significant, particularly if we try to reconstitute them in kind. We have to think about what are our strategic capabilities. Space is one of them, okay? The resources that we put in, I'm going to irritate people here a little bit, but the idea of the canonical triad is, you know, an idea, threes, okay? But the idea here is that if you did it and thought about it from a point of cyber, of space, in other words, of domains of operation and maneuver, you get to a very different point in where the strategic architecture ought to be. And we have to start thinking about that. It's easy to go back and do what you did. That's easy. Moving, for any leader, moving the institution to the future and the unknown is really what you get your pay for. And that's the difficult part here, because trying to forecast the future is you're almost assured to be wrong in some way.
I think we're actually ending right on time. General Cartwright, thank you very much. We appreciate getting the wisdom of your views, and we very well may be back in touch with you with additional questions. Thank you so much for appearing today.
Thank you to the committee for doing this.
Our next witness today, our next witness today is he, where? Oh, I'm sorry. Will testify about how the Department of Defense is preparing for an era of heightened competition in space between the United States and China. Dr. Will Roper is the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics, ATL. In this position, Dr. Roper serves as the principal advisor to the Secretary and the Chief of Staff of the Air Force for research and development, test, production, modernization efforts in the Air Force. In addition to his Air Force responsibility, he also is the Service Acquisition Executive for the Joint Strike Fighter Program. Prior to his current position, Dr. Roper was the founding director of the Pentagon's Strategic Capabilities Office. Dr. Roper completed his bachelor's and master's of science both in physics at Georgia Tech, and he received his doctorate in mathematics from Oxford University. Dr. Roper, we're delighted that you're here with us here today, and please begin.
Chinese patriot.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Chairman Bartholomew, Vice Chairman Cleveland, and thank you to all the commissioners for taking on this very important topic. You have my written statement. I ask that it be read into the record, but I'm not going to read it to you today. I trust that you've read it, and we're going to have a great discussion. We really do need to focus on space, and I'm glad that we're having the discussion of the seriousness of having a strategy. I got here based on space-based information today. I imagine many of you navigated here as well, because all of our lives are increasingly connected to this important domain. And more importantly, many investment firms are saying that more and more economic development is going to move to space. Some are saying 1 trillion by the year 2040. Others are going as high as 3 trillion. But with that much economic investment going into space, we have to treat it as a national security concern. We've made great strides starting to think about space as a warfighting domain, as a contested domain where we will have to compete militarily while we compete economically. But we have to keep this domain safe and secure for all to see the prosperity that space offers. So I look forward to your questions today, and thank you again for being willing to serve in this capacity.
Well, actually, all right, I'll start, which is, I think that sort of the challenge for all of us is, how do you get to a balance between protecting the security and allowing people access to all of these innovations? As you say, I mean, most of us got here using Lyft or driving with GPS or something like that. How do you address that issue of the balance between protecting our national security and allowing these commercial activities to go forward? And then we have all of these questions, of course, with China's participation in these systems.
Madam Chairwoman, it's a tough time for space because we live in an era today where there is so much technology that's available for innovation, which is very different than the scenario we were in the Cold War, where most technology was being generated inside of governments. We were facing a competitor in the Soviet Union that we were economically isolated from. And the strategy for keeping national security was really based on technology exclusivity and being able to manifest technologies the other side didn't have in new military systems. And we used those to create deterrence and then ultimately win the Cold War. We don't have deterrence currently in space. And I'm glad we're finally able to talk about space as a warfighting domain. That is the biggest change I've seen in the Pentagon in years. There's too much economic viability, too much military enablement runs through space. Why would you want to fight the Joint Strike Fighter if you can fight the satellites that support it getting where it needs to be? Why would you want to fight a carrier strike group if you can take out satellites that help it navigate? So now that we're able to talk about warfighting in space, we can talk about applying technologies that are available to create what will hopefully be a new deterrent model in space that is done in a coalition fashion. We've had multiple international partners and allies reach out and have wanted to be part of space development with us. Heretofore, we have done space development as U.S. only. We have a classification called no foreign nationals. We're now using the term yes foreign. We want to start with a coalition approach. But we're going to have to move quickly because the technologies that are going to change space are not going to be developed inside government laboratories. Some of them will, but a lot of them are going to come from commercial development. And so we're going to have to adopt a DuPont model where time to market is how we keep our security. And anyone that can help us get to market quickly and share the burden for security in space, we've got to build those bridges now, because hopefully we can convince everyone in the world that it's just not worth fighting a war in space, that in a war in space, everyone loses. So let's keep it a peaceful domain for exploration and for economic development and prosperity, and take off the table those potential benefits that I previously mentioned.
Dr. Roper, do you think that that the Chinese view of space and the use of space is parallels the view that you're putting out there about keeping it peaceful, using it sort of cooperatively?
I would hope so in future, Madam Chairwoman. Right now, I don't believe that's the case. We've seen China continue to develop weapons that are going to make space a contested warfighting domain. Their ASAT test back in 2007 called everyone off guard. It created a lot of orbital debris that we now track to keep our satellites and commercial satellites and foreign satellites safe. And they've recently demonstrated their willingness to do directed energy programs against satellites. And I understand their strategy. So the world knows, based on our operations in the Middle East, how empowering space capabilities connected to terrestrial and air capabilities and sea capabilities are. The ability to navigate and put weapons precisely on target and do that anywhere in the globe is a huge enabler for our military and for our allies and partners. So if I were in their shoes, I'd be doing the same thing. Why fight the pointy end of the spear when I can catch the spear maker, the thing that enables that spear? And so I understand why navigation and GPS and communications are things that China would see an advantage to being able to hold at risk. And so our countermove to that is designing the next generation of systems that are able to defend themselves, that have tricks up their sleeves so that they're not things that are hoping that space will be a peaceful domain. They're things that anticipate it won't be and are able to take corrective actions and keep themselves operating.
So again, Dr. Roper, one of the challenges is the components of this technology that you were talking about are often manufactured in China. How do we maintain a technological edge when we are sometimes dependent on components for the very equipment that would be giving us a technological edge?
Oh, it's a fantastic question, it's also very different than the Cold War. Supply chain is globalized. Doesn't appear that we can reverse that. We are very focused on trusted supply chains in the department so that we can build and manufacture things that we need for critical assets, especially military assets. But I also see an opportunity for us to pivot to new design models where we do fault-tolerant designs, where we distribute the design across multiple components of the supply chain. Some of our rocket providers today, rather than having one mission computer, they have 4, and then every one of those computers has 2 processing chips, both different. And that spreads out the vulnerability across multiple components. And so you flip from a model where you're basically building a perimeter around your supply chain and saying you can't get in and therefore I'm secure, to one where you say you have to compromise the entire worldwide supply chain to hold me at risk. We need to pursue both. We are not ready to down select to one model or the other, but in order to work with this burgeoning just economic ecosystem that's driven by that global supply chain, we would be unwise not to have a model that lives in that camp.
I know everybody suddenly got their arm in the air, but Commissioner Lewis is next on my queue.
There's obviously a conflict between the Commerce Department that wants to aid the commerce of the United States, and Hong Kong plays a role here. As I mentioned to General Cartwright, there's a statement by the chair of a Hong Kong company who says, I have great affinity for America, but I'm a patriot of China. Does this mean that the laws that we now have in effect to limit exports belongs in the Commerce Department as opposed to an agency of government that has a broader perspective than the Commerce Department? And I think you may have read the Wall Street Journal article from yesterday, and they can't buy things, but they're renting our abilities. Do you think we need to change the laws that are in effect today?
I think we will have to change many laws to be competitive in this century. So the CFIUS laws that were grown in the last century are simply not as relevant in this century. And the administration has taken steps forward to implement the FIRMA reforms. But I think this is going to be the first step in what will have to be a continual evolution of the laws and regulations that make sure that the U.S. and our allies and partners are competitive and that give us access to that global supply chain while trying to create a level playing field. I think the conundrum that we have is that the model that worked so successfully in the Cold War was really based on having an economy that's separated from the competitor. And now we don't. We're really going to have to be able to work with everyone in a way that makes sense for the level of trust we put in the partner. And so I see the change we're going to have to make in the Air Force particularly is being a very good investor, the investor of choice in U.S. innovators. And we've made really great strides this year in working with commercial startups, being able to put them on contract and pay them the same day they pitch an idea to us, because we don't want them to go to someone that may be bringing in foreign investment. We want, if you've got an idea that's going to change the game in space, come to us first. We are your partner of choice. And that works really well right now under current laws with U.S. companies, and we want to prefer them. But we certainly don't want to have a wall between us and international ideas. Because if they don't come to us, they'll probably go to China. So all roads need to be downhill to the U.S. And we do have the resources, the creativity, and the people to create a revolution of innovation in space. And I think we've taken a good step, but a step's not a journey. It's a long journey.
Is China the only competitor we have, or is Russia also a competitor?
Oh, I believe Russia is as well. I typically will say China because this commission's focused on it, but we're going to have to deal with worldwide competition in space, especially threats to space security. Nations that may not be able to afford stealth fighters, nuclear submarines, carrier strike groups, brigade combat teams may find it very advantageous to develop weapons that are meant to hold their enablers at risk. It's even broader than that, though. Those countries would be looking at cyber and gray zone operations. There are just a lot of domains of warfare in this century that appear to be the place that you would start that take less time, money, and effort to get into the game. And so we're going to have to worry about more threats, I expect, than just China and Russia. But right now, they're the two that are foremost on my mind.
Just so everybody knows, Dr. Roper has a hard depart time at 11, so I wanted to get the rest of the questions. And I have first Commissioner Wessel, then Commissioner Talent, then Commissioner Lee, and then Commissioner Cleveland in the queue. So we'll start down the queue. Mike?
Quickly.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate what the NDS has done in terms of refocusing priorities and identifying some of our greatest threats out there. Help me in terms of, let's call it a window of vulnerability, in the sense of, you mentioned China's ASAT test, et cetera, their focus on space and cyberspace as the asymmetric critical domains. It seems that our recognition of their abilities in those fields has been underestimated, and they've way ahead of some projections. You talked about the ability to have a new acquisition model with 4 separate computers in a missile, et cetera, whatever it may be. I worry about still the supply chain issues and the AI software that may support them. But where do you think we are in terms of catching up and getting ahead of the Chinese in terms of that window of vulnerability? Are we 2, 5 years? What do you estimate it to be?
Well, Commissioner, as the person in charge of making sure we're ready for the worst day, it would be unwise for me to give you an exact answer to your question. But let me try to give you an answer that's in the spirit of the thread that you're pulling. When I started the Strategic Capabilities Office working for Secretary Carter and then Secretary Work and then Secretary Mattis, that was the very beginning of the department talking about dealing with a peer again. Secretary Work used to open up by saying that was step 1. And at that point in time, I was learning everything I could learn about what fighting a conflict, we hope that one doesn't happen, we hope we're going to be able to deter it, but if we have to, what would it be like, and what technologies would we bring to bear, and what would be different in this century? And at that point in time, there was very little recognition of the change that would be in place coming out of the Middle East into China. The thing that has been so valuable with the National Defense Strategy that I was fortunate I got to sit on the steering group that got to write it, is that we now have everyone in the department talking about competition with China. The level of vocabulary and thought and strategy that I see just sitting in Air Force meetings is amazing. I can't believe how fast the change has been. And we're now building systems that comport with that strategy. So I'm happy with how quickly we're able to pivot. China's great strength is their patience. I admire that about them, and I fear that in them. But our great strength is we can change quickly. We can innovate quickly. I bet on innovators every day.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jim Talent.
Thank you. This is a real tonic. I hear you saying, and if you really disagree with this a lot, say so, but don't, because unless you really do, because I have another question. I'm moving quickly. That okay, we need to do everything we can to protect our supply chain, our systems, our technology, but unlike the Cold War, we can't plan on the assumption that we're going to be able to do that, and therefore, we have to build a strategy around redundancies, around workarounds, et cetera, which I think is great because it plays to our strength, ingenuity, the ability to move quickly, et cetera. Question for you. Is there a precedent in the department's history that you think is similar to this, that offers a model for how you're going to do this? The nuclear navy or something like that. I mean, when you talk with the chief and the secretary and the others, what's the frame of reference that you're using and working from, or is there one?
You know, I was very fortunate early in my career to spend a lot of time with Andy Marshall, who I dearly miss, and he was sharp and strategic and beyond his time, even in his last years. And I would pick his brain about all the many challenges that he got to see the Pentagon face and overcome. And I would ask him, like, is there a time that's like today? And there are pieces of it. You could imagine the nuclear navy creating that. There's a new opportunity, there's a new window, there are new threats that we'll face, but there are new opportunities and threads from the beginning of stealth and being able to fly without being seen. But not really something that's perfectly analogous. And it's crystallized for me being in this job that there is something different about today. And it's always maybe it's the hubris of the present that we say the present is always different. But I do think there is something different about today, is that I can't find a point in history where there has been so much technology available and where its rate of change is so great, and the technologies themselves are accelerating that rate of change. I think that is new. And so that tells me that a Pentagon that is used to having a threat that it predicts in the future turns into a strategy, into a set of requirements, into a set of systems, that process is now bunk. We don't know what the 2030 threat's going to be. Space could end up becoming a massively important contributor to national security, especially if satellites continue to proliferate. AI could couple with it, but there are other things that could come along too, quantum systems, biological systems. There's so much technology, you can't keep up with it. And so that tells me that if you stick with that Cold War acquisition model and pull it into this century, it's not going to work. And we see that it continues to shrink the defense industrial base. So the model we need to switch to is that DuPont model. We need to be faster at taking technology wherever it is and getting it into systems. It's kind of like playing speed chess. You know, speed chess is less about making the perfect move. It's being able to make good moves faster than your opponent. The clock is your real enemy. I predict in the foreseeable future, the time that I serve, the clock is going to be our enemy. Even though China's sitting across the board, we're playing the clock.
I wonder if clocks will even become obsolete.
Some people act like they already are. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Roper, for being here today and for your testimony. Very interesting. I wanted to probe a little bit on the issue of industrial competition in space, and maybe follows up on some of the points that Commissioner Wessel made about sort of a window of vulnerability. And I'm sort of thinking about timing, that are there ways in which space maybe multiplies some of the questions that we already have, on Earth around kind of first mover advantage, or the danger of future predatory pricing, the danger of, people acting now to gain an irreversible competitive advantage that we're not going to really notice until 5 or 10 or 15 years down the road. Are there ways in which the U.S. government intervention today could help us protect against some of that, or that might be necessary even beyond sort of just, being open to lots of competition and opening the doors and unleashing the innovation of the American business community? Are there things that we need to be paying attention to now, because if we don't, we're going to miss a crucial moment?
There are, and I hope that we're doing them. There's a lot more to do to complete them, but I hope that we've started. We have to build coalitions in space. We have to strengthen ones that currently exist, but bring new entrants in, because you and I got here today based on information in space. Well, increasingly, the entire world operates on that information as well. There will be many opportunities for new partnerships where the members will not want conflict to extend into space, even though there are advantages if it does. I think we need to make this a coalition issue, a multinational issue. But in the foreseeable future, that security that will come from the coalition will be underwritten by U.S. military capability, similar to what we've seen in other domains, land, air, and sea. There's been a wonderful improvement to the quality of life in the world after World War II that's been underwritten by the security that the U.S. military brings. I think we undersell that. We don't teach people in this country what that has done, what the military has done to improve quality of life. Well, space is going to be important for a next generation of technology, a next generation of industry, and things that were crazy years ago, like mining in space and tourism in space, is here. It's here. And it's going to make a lot of money and potentially improve life, another step change function. But we would be naive to assume that as long as our critical economic veins are exposed in space, that they will not be held at risk, or that the appeal of holding them at risk will not pop up in every adversary's mind. So we have to quickly show that our military might extends into space. It already does, but we're going to put even more focus there because of the threats that we face, and make sure that our partners with us in space exploration or industry can count on us being able to keep their satellites safe, just like we've done against orbital debris for decades.
Commissioner Cleveland.
Good morning. I have two questions that are short, but I think complicated. Haas Cartwright, who preceded you, talked about goals for space programs, including, in our case, returning to the lunar surface, whereas the Chinese seem intent on collecting asteroids for mining purposes. Could you lay out a couple of the key goals that you see as part of our space journey? And then the second piece, which is part of that, he also indicated that China's work in quantum communications and other advanced processing constructs set the stage for significant breakout capabilities. And I'd like to know if you have some sense of what some indicators might be of what we should be looking for to prevent that breakout capability. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I am our Vice Chairwoman in this place. In this case, there are a lot of goals that we have in space. The ones I speak for particularly are for security, because that's going to underwrite all the other goals that we hope to meet. We hope to build coalitions in space so that we can share the burden of security and also the benefits, and then continue to expand industries into space. And you're seeing things like broadband and global surveillance, even signature intelligence start to become commercial fields. I think we're going to see a lot of fields transition into space in the space renaissance that we see. And then, of course, outside of the Air Force's purview, exploration is back again. Mm-hmm. It appears to be a lot to learn from continuing to explore space, just like we've benefited from so many technologies out of the original space conquest. So all that has to be done concurrently. But without security to underwrite it, it'll always feel fragile. And so we have to do our part in the Air Force, in the department, to make sure that safe feels like a secure domain, just like air and sea and land feel like secure domains today when the U.S. is operating there. Your second point is an important one. There are new technologies that are important in their own right, but they couple to space, and quantum systems are some of those. Quantum encryption is an important technology if we're going to keep data secure. Its antagonist, or I guess its antagonist is quantum computing, which threatens to hold encryption at risk. It appears like quantum encryption is winning the race, and that's good for everyone. But we're going to have to think about how we would operate as a military in a world where you can't beat encryption, or maybe there is a way to, and we have to think about a way to not beat the physics, but beat the machines that are creating the physics. So General Cartwright's statement is an important one to remind ourselves that when we're talking about space, we're talking about a lot of other technologies that could go there to create a compounded effect.
I think we have a couple minutes left, and I have one question for you, Dr. Roper. We've talked a lot about what the U.S. has to do appropriately, given your job, but I wonder if you could think for a moment on what are China's key disadvantages in space? And you mentioned patience on there. I'm not sure if that's a disadvantage or an advantage, but anyway, what do you see, looking at it from your perspective, since we are in a competition now that has swept the Pentagon? What are those disadvantages?
Commissioner, probably also being the person in charge of building systems to take advantage of disadvantages, I should probably be a bit coy on that as well. I think China is a very interesting case, and I hope that in our thinking we won't default into the Cold War Part 2. They're a different competitor, and they're not the same model. We're economically intermingled with them. So I could see the potential for there being cooperation in a variety of fields with China, having a great cooperation model as opposed to a great competition model. But human nature is human nature, and we all seek to make sure that our national interest can be achieved. And right now, holding space at risk appears to be something that China sees great efficacy in doing. And so I think if we can create a deterrent model in space where it's clear, not just with the US, but across the globe, that warfare in space is a war where everyone loses and no one wants to go there because of how catastrophic it would be to economies and just things that make daily life happen, that we would be able to generate a new era of discussion with China. But I don't see us earning our way to that era until we can close the door on those advantages that conflict extending into space, reaching orbital velocity, would bring.
One quick follow-up. If China sees that the U.S. is overly dependent on space, and they see that as an inherent Achilles heel, it seems to me that they are rushing like lemmings to replicate our dependence on space based on their notion of an informationized war and what have you. So are they, in fact, moving so quickly toward our dependence on space that your vision of mutual deterrence is potentially actually practical?
I think it's very possible, Commissioner. Everyone is getting connected to space. It's an amazing enabler, right? It helps so many fields of research by having sensors in space. It helps areas of industry. It's really hard to not go the direction that an enabling technology is going. You know, those that try to be salmon in the stream of technology don't spawn the future. So we've got to go the direction that technology is going. And right now, technology moving into space is creating wonderful capabilities for industry and the military. I think as more and more people become intertangled in that web of space, the more pronounced it will be that a conflict there really isn't going to benefit anyone. But right now, as we're beginning the discussion, and it's wonderful to be able to say publicly, we're thinking about conflict extending into space, right? We did not have the open door to that in the past. And I think that's something this administration can take credit for. Now that we can have that discussion, we can think about how we start building a smart interdependency backed by defense so that space can become that domain that feels more like the final frontier and not a foreboding frontier.
I think we have a minute or so before you have to get up and go. So I'm going to let Commissioner Wessel have his.
What I hope is a quick question, and if not, would welcome follow-up later on, which is, we had a hearing a couple of weeks ago on China and Russia, and Russia has been an important space power, but whether it's assets, economy, et cetera, they appear not to be as aggressive as China has been in looking at that domain. Has China essentially reaped what it can from Russia and is now moving forward and leaving Russia in the dust?
I think the way I would characterize the point you're making is that China brings an economic might that Russia does not bring. And so Russia's strategy is very much based on being able to create maximum pain for least penny. And so areas where you can have cyber effects or influence effects or gray zone effects or space, these are disproportionate areas. The penny you invest creates a pound of effect. So I think that is why Russia views these domains the way they do. China views them that way, but I think in a much more fulsome way. They can bring greater resources to bear, but they view this as a way to be able to hold a much broader set of capabilities at risk inside a much broader national plan. China has the resource and the technical ability to compete in any domain. And so that technological exclusivity model from the Cold War simply doesn't apply. And the technologies that are going to change the world are going to be commercial. Everyone will have access to them. And so we're going to have to be able to get them into our operators' hands first to see that first mover advantage and to continue to be able to do that time after time so that in that speed chess model, we are always hitting the clock first. And the benefits and advantages that the technologies may give will likely be short-lived compared to the ones that we saw in the Cold War. So we are changing from that chess model to speed chess, and we're really going to have to get it right at the start because I think it will be tempting to default back into the Cold War Part 2 logic, which simply does not apply to this competition.
May have to go to 3D chess like Dr. Spock, so we'll...
Thank you very much, Dr. Roper, for your very interesting comments. I think we're going to have a
10-minute break.
10-minute break here before we resume.
11:15.
In the
Thank you very much.
spirit of your question, I hope that our efforts and your efforts live long and prosper.
Started. First, I just want to say I'm really struck by the sheer brain power that we have appearing before us today, which is not to cast any aspersions on the brain power of other people who come and testify before us, but we have so much technological expertise, and physicists and mathematicians and people who, and rocket scientists and people who deal in realms that some of us really have to struggle a little bit to grasp. So welcome to all of you. This first panel will address China's ambitions for global space leadership. We will begin with Todd Harrison, Director of the Aerospace Security Project and Defense Budget Analysis at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, who will testify about China's international space footprint. Mr. Harrison leads the center's efforts to provide research and analysis of defense funding, space security, and air power issues. Mr. Harrison joined CSIS from the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments, where he was a senior fellow for defense budget studies. He previously worked at Booz Allen Hamilton, where he consulted for the U.S. Air Force on satellite communication systems, and supported a variety of other clients evaluating the performance of acquisition programs. He is a graduate of MIT with both a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Aeronautics and Astronautics. Todd, it's great to have you with us again. Next, we will hear from Brian Whedon, Director of Program Planning for Secure World Foundation, about China's views regarding international laws and norms in space. With nearly 2 decades of professional experience in space operations and policy, Dr. Whedon conducts research on space debris, global space situational awareness, space traffic management, protection of space assets, and space governance. Prior to joining SWF, Dr. Whedon served 9 years on active duty as an officer in the U.S. Air Force, working in space and intercontinental ballistic missile operations. As part of U.S. Strategic Command's Joint Space Operations Center, Dr. Whedon directed the Orbital Analyst Training Program and developed tactics, techniques, and procedures for improving space situational awareness. He has a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering from Clarkson University, an MS in Space Studies from the University of North Dakota, and a PhD in Public Policy and Public Administration from GW University in the field of Science and Tech Policy. He's also a graduate of the International Space University Space Studies Program in Beijing. Dr. Whedon, thank you for coming today. Finally, we will hear from Namatra Goswami, an independent analyst and author, about China's space exploration ambitions. Dr. Goswami's work on outer space and great powers is supported by the Minerva Initiative Grant for Social Science Research. She spent nearly a decade at the Institute for Defense Analyses in New Delhi, and she was awarded the Fulbright Nehru Senior Fellowship supporting her work on China-India border conflict scenarios. She also served as a Jennings Randolph Senior Fellow at the U.S. Institute of Peace. She received her Master's of Arts in Politics and Administration from Pune University and her PhD from the Nehru University School of International Studies. Dr. Goswami, thank you so much for traveling to be here with us today. For each of you, please keep your comments for 7 minutes, and Todd, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank the rest of the commissioners for inviting me back here to testify on this important topic. In the late 1990s, the United States adopted policies designed to thwart China's ability to access space-related technologies. But over the past 2 decades, China has developed a human spaceflight program, launched and operated 2 rudimentary space stations, and more recently landed a lunar rover on the far side of the moon. Last year, China had more orbital space launches than any other country on Earth, with 38 successful launches compared to 34 for the United States and 19 for Russia. While China was not a significant space power throughout the first 4 decades of the space age, its space capabilities have improved significantly over the past 20 years. As this commission well knows, China is building a network of partnerships around the world as part of its One Belt, One Road initiative. Partnerships in civil space programs could be used as another lever to induce cooperation on Earth. More specifically, China could use the prospect of human spaceflight missions to its new space station, to the moon, and one day to Mars as an incentive for countries that otherwise could not pursue space ambitions to partner with it in ways that further China's terrestrial ambitions. China is also advancing its military space capabilities. Now, to be clear, these military space capabilities are not in and of themselves particularly threatening or unusual. One should expect that a country with the second largest GDP in the world would have constellations of satellites for remote sensing, communications, and positioning, navigation, and timing. Moreover, many of the types of space systems China is developing to support its military are systems the United States has had for decades. While China does not appear to be pulling ahead of the United States in any of these space technologies, it is nevertheless making progress. What is concerning, however, are the advances China is making in its counter-space programs. Counter-space systems are designed to disrupt, degrade, or destroy the space systems we have come to rely upon for national security and economic prosperity. The appropriate comparison in this dimension of the competition is not whether China has better counterspace systems than our counterspace systems. Instead, what we should be comparing are China's advancements in developing counterspace systems relative to our progress deploying protections against these threats. And in this respect, China appears to be gaining advantage over the United States. Since China's much derided anti-satellite test in 2007, it has continued to develop, test, and operationally deploy a wide variety of counterspace systems. While it has not conducted a debris-producing test of its direct-ascent ASAT missiles since 2007, it has conducted additional tests, nearly one each year, that have demonstrated its ability to intercept satellites as high as geostationary orbit. With this capability, China can effectively hold all U.S. military satellites at risk. China's SJ-17 satellite has also attracted attention because of its potential use as a test bed for co-orbital ASAT technologies and operations. This satellite has transited the geostationary belt in space, conducting several close approaches with other Chinese satellites. China has previously tested other co-orbital systems with robotic arms that can grapple and physically manipulate other satellites. China has also developed a wide range of non-kinetic counterspace capabilities that can threaten U.S. economic and security interests in space. China reportedly tested a satellite lasing system by illuminating a U.S. imagery satellite as it passed over Chinese territory. China has demonstrated the ability to jam GPS signals in a variety of satellite communications bands, and it has expressed its intent in the past to use these non-kinetic counterspace capabilities to disrupt U.S. military drone operations in the South China Sea. In April 2018, China followed through on this threat by placing what appears to be truck-mounted jamming systems on Mischief Reef in the Spratly Islands. These are just a few examples that highlight China's growing counterspace capabilities. China is developing, testing, and operationalizing counterspace weapons at a faster pace than we are making progress protecting our space systems against these threats. This is a competition we cannot afford to lose, and it is a situation that is at least partially of our own making, because vulnerability invites aggression. Our slow pace in adapting to the growing threats our space systems face makes the prospect of conflict in space more likely because it incentivizes potential adversaries like China to challenge us militarily in space. My central recommendation for this commission and for Congress is that we need to rethink our approach to China when it comes to space. We need a multifaceted approach that simultaneously engages and deters. We should engage China proactively in civil space programs when we have shared goals and when our intellectual property and existing space partnerships are adequately protected. Our policy of excluding China from human spaceflight and exploration missions to the moon and beyond has not slowed its rise as a space power. Worse, it may create an incentive for China to build an alternative coalition for space exploration that could undermine our traditional leadership role in this arena. As we engage China more openly in civil space, we should simultaneously make a concerted effort to improve our deterrence posture in national security space. The United States needs to take immediate steps to improve the protection of our space systems against the type of counterspace threats China is developing and deploying. In some cases, this may be as simple as improving encryption and adopting satellite communications waveforms that are more resistant to jamming and spoofing. In other cases, it may require fielding entirely new space architectures that use a larger number of satellites in a variety of orbits rather than small constellations of big, fat, juicy targets, as General Hyten has referred to them in the past. To effectively deter conflict from extending into space, we must credibly communicate that we are prepared to fight a conflict that extends into space. Today, we are not adequately prepared for such a conflict, and our lack of preparation undermines deterrence. China is a rising space power. Our policies must recognize this fact and adapt accordingly to protect our economic and security interests in space. While engagement and deterrence may seem like contradictory approaches at first, it is a strategy that served us well throughout the Cold War. We routinely partnered with the Soviet Union on civil space programs, such as the Apollo-Soyuz test project, while simultaneously deterring the Soviets from attacking our critical space assets. A similar approach can be used with China to create new channels of communication, reduce the risk of miscalculation, and dissuade dangerous developments in space. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Whedon?
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission this morning. As the 2018 National Defense Strategy laid out, the United States and China are engaged in a long-term strategic competition across diplomatic, information, military, and economic dimensions. In my opinion, far too much of the U.S. debate is focused on the military aspects of this competition to the expense of looking at the diplomatic aspects. And related to this, my testimony today addresses this diplomatic competition for the future of outer space governance and China's views on the laws and norms of behavior for space. My oral written testimony today reflects the aggregate knowledge and insights from across Secure World Foundation's staff. Our perspective on this matter is informed by China's actions and statements in multilateral diplomatic space fora, particularly the United Nations Committee on the Peace Leases of Outer Space, COPUOS, and the Conference on Disarmament, and China's activities on orbit, specifically their testing and development of counterspace technologies over the last 15 years. To the best of our knowledge, China has complied with the existing legal principles and norms stemming from all four main space treaties, at least to the same extent that the United States and other major powers have. While it is possible that China may choose to break from those legal principles and norms in the future, we do not see strong evidence to support that conclusion, and doing so would contradict the diplomatic positions China has established over the last few decades. In orbit, China has conducted multiple tests and demonstrations of rendezvous and proximity operations, or RPO capabilities, in both low Earth orbit and geosynchronous orbit, Earth orbit, since 2010. There are no publicly known cases of Chinese satellites approaching U.S. or other foreign satellites. While some of these Chinese RPO activities may be precursors to co-orbital anti-satellite capabilities, they are entirely consistent with existing international laws and norms of behavior for space, and similar space activities, testing, and demonstrations are currently being conducted by the United States and Russia. China has been an active participant within the major multilateral bodies and discussions on space governance. In COPUOS, which focuses mainly on the peace leases of outer space, China's statements and positions have generally been constructive to U.S. aims and interests, particularly in comparison to the recent behavior of Russia within COPUOS. China differs from the United States on the topic of sovereignty in space and utilization of space resources. China has consistently echoed the perspective of developing countries that space is the common heritage of all humankind, and any extraction or use of space resources should be done in an equitable manner and consistent with an international framework. Within the Conference on Disarmament, the main body focused on space arms control and weaponization, China's main efforts have been to push for a new treaty on space weapons. China and Russia were co-authors of the Treaty on the Prevention of the Placement of Weapons in Outer Space, or PPWT, and continue to push for its adoption today. China has also voiced strong support for the Russian proposal for no first placement weapons in outer space pledge, and has consistently highlighted the actions of the United States as detrimental to outer space security. China's statements and actions in multilateral space fora and on-orbit activities lead us to conclude that China is largely complying with international laws and norms on space, while also pushing for changes to better suit its national interests. China sees outer space governance as an underdeveloped area in transition where it can play a role to actively shape the outcome rather than a framework hostile to its interests. Within the existing space governance framework, China is taking full advantage of the freedom of action provided by the gaps in the existing legal and normative framework for space. To date, we have not witnessed any major gains for China in advancing its own interests over those of the United States in influencing or developing international space law or norms. What small gains China has realized in this area have been more the result of inaction or self-defeating actions by the United States than Chinese successes. Our main policy proposal is to urge the United States to take a stronger leadership role in space governance discussions and help shape their development in a way that suits U.S. national interests. The United States did so successfully during the dawn of the space age and was able to enshrine American national interests at the core of the existing space legal framework, resulting in significant political, economic, and national security benefits to the United States. Over the last several decades, the United States has ceded this leadership in multilateral space diplomacy to China and Russia, particularly on space security issues. To become an active leader in space diplomacy, the United States needs to be willing to make substantive proposals on current space governance challenges and mobilize support among its allies to push the proposals within international fora. Congressional support is critical for this to happen, and Congress also plays an important role in ensuring the Department of State is properly resourced, staffed, and empowered to advance the United States' interests in space diplomacy. Retaking this leadership role would create an opportunity for the United States to help shape the future direction of space governance to suit its interests and those of its allies and private sector. The United States should also be willing to engage in dialogue with both allies and competitors, including China, to better understand the context for the competition and avoid direct military conflict. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. Dr. Goswami?
I would like to thank the Commission for this opportunity to appear before it. The Commission posed certain broad questions to me, and I'll answer based on those questions. The first was the current status of China's space program. I would argue that China's capability to launch, establish presence, and conduct deep space exploration and resource utilization has undergone significant shifts in the last few decades. Just last year, China achieved the world's largest number of space launches, has the second largest number of operating satellites, and also landed Chang'e 4 on the far side of the moon. Most interestingly, this year, China established the first state-funded space-based solar power plant in Chongqing. The plant is funded up to $13 billion. The Chinese state-funded space program is currently estimated to be about $8 billion, but Euroconsult estimated that the size of the Chinese space value chain is about $16 billion in 2017. In 2018 alone, the Chinese commercial space industry received about $2 billion in investment, and China has about 11 Chinese private space startups since 2019. The second question was based on China's future space goals. So number one, China intends to be the number one space power by 2045. At the highest levels of PRC policy, China has set itself a goal to exceed all other nations by 2049, in time for its 100-year celebration of the establishment of the PRC. By 2040, China has a grand design of its space infrastructure and activities that will make it a comprehensive space power, which includes full conversion to reusable launch vehicles by 2025, operation of nuclear power shuttles for the purposes of asteroid mining, settlement, and exploration by 2040, an operational solar power satellite in geostationary orbit by 2050, a permanent industrial facility on the moon, and to be industrializing the moon with the purpose of building solar power satellites. China's lunar exploration space program, which is a very important part of the China White Paper and supported at the highest level, has announced ambitions from 2019 to 2036. 2019, they're sending a rover to the near side to collect lunar rocks for
purposes of scientific exploration, and by 2036, they want to establish a research base on the moon. China is also investing in this interesting future concept of space mining, which was spoken about this morning, and so the idea is to actually capture an asteroid by 2029 and bring it back to Earth by 2035 to extract resources from it. China established, as I mentioned, the first state-funded SBSP base plant in Chongqing. Now, the interesting point that I would like to make is that China's space strategy is an incremental development plan to work on these space goals over a very long period. They view their lunar base as enabling their space-based solar power project, as well as space mining and plans for permanent settlement. The potential for economic return from space-based resources and energy as laid out in China's space ambitions are so vast, and the military potential of it is significant, that the US risks two very important losses. One, that space and its vast potential for commerce will not be part of a US-led world order, and two, that there will not be a US-led world order because the nation that leads in space will be economically and military dominant. The critical question is, can the Commission take this future Chinese space goals seriously? I have offered my entire statement to you, in which I lay out the case, for instance, their success in meeting the goal of Chang'e 4, their goal of the Tianzhao-1 indigenous spacecraft. And so when I looked at that, they've actually met almost all the timelines set in the last 30 years within that stated timeline, and that's very interesting to me. Now, the Commission posed me a question about civil-military integration. I would argue that President Xi has offered a clear policy guideline of civil-military integration and has urged China's space civilian agencies and the private sector to work within that civil-military integration. In 2017, the Politburo of the Communist Party of China established the first civil-military integration body, and it's interesting that they look at space within that particular concept. The State Administration on Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense is one of the coordinating bodies, and you would find it in my testimony in terms of what they're looking at. And so the important point is looking at space as a part of their national defense and to turn China into a comprehensive space power by 2049. Interestingly, China's space officials wear military dual hats. So you have PLA generals that are in charge of China's mission, China's space-based solar power mission, and my testimony records that. Now, in terms of China and multilateral engagement, as of 2016, China signed 121 cooperation agreements with 37 countries and 4 international organizations. From the perspective of geostrategy and space leadership, China leads the Asia-Pacific Space Cooperation Organization and views such cooperation within the Belt and Road Initiative. China is investing $9 billion in its Baidu navigation system, and the return from that is predicted to be about $57 billion. The concern I have in terms of China's long-term ambition is that when I have assessed China's behavior on Earth-based territory, for instance, Tibet, Bhutan, South China Sea, Antarctica, I see that China uses first presence rights, especially in areas which are resource-rich, and then goes on to establish claims for such territory. I have documented the entire Antarctica case in an article with Lee Foster from the New Zealand Air Force in The Diplomat. Finally, I'll end based on that with policy recommendations. So the first recommendation I would have is that there's this tendency to kind of downplay China's ambitions, or as was mentioned today in the morning, there is a denial that China is actually catching up. I would argue that the US needs to take the Chinese space goals and timelines seriously. The second point I would make is that China's space program is a military-directed and led program in which the Communist Party of China has staked its legitimacy. As a response to the goals set by China, the US should craft a long-term space resource policy guideline that offers guidelines not just in terms of military space, but actually commercial space. For instance, concepts like resource utilization and extraction. The most important point I make is that there is a serious competition ongoing with China for leadership of space, and China has actually articulated and given speeches and has engaged in diplomacy that wants to showcase China as the more attractive option in terms of space leadership. And finally, I would argue that the most useful lens through which to understand the Chinese space program are its territorial efforts to secure resources. I have several other recommendations, including for a unified space service within the United States. Please consult my submitted statement, and I really thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for interesting testimony from all of you. We'll start our questions with Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you all, and Dr. Goswami, your testimony was to the second, so thank you. But also, let me, one of your last comments was that many people downplay China's ambitions. I don't think this commission is necessarily known for downplaying China's ambitions. So let me pivot off of that point for all three of you. Mr. Harrison, you talked about cooperation. Dr. Whedon, you indicated, correct me if I'm wrong, that China has been essentially, as it relates to space, pursuing international norms. In the area of space cooperation, as I'm sure you know, former Congressman Wolf was the author of certain limitations on cooperation between NASA and China's space authorities, because it was viewed as a one-sided relationship that was primarily advantaging the Chinese. We've looked at other areas, energy cooperation, S&T, et cetera, both in hearings as well as in studies, and most of the evidence is that it's pretty one-sided. Dr. Whedon, when I look at the Philippines case, when I look at economics, when I look at human rights, I don't necessarily, and recent actions or activities in Hong Kong and what's happening with the Occupy movement and Chinese pressure, I don't necessarily think that China follows international norms. You're more hopeful than I am. Talk to me about what you think we can do to advance cooperation and make sure that the U.S. truly benefits. What should we be doing better in terms of international engagement to ensure that there's a backstop, that China doesn't take this area, take advantage of this area and our desire to find the norms and find out as they advance their capabilities that we've been naive in sitting back. And Dr. Goswami, what can we do better to accelerate our activities? Mr. Harrison, do you want to start?
Sure, and I'll try to be brief so everyone has time to get to their answers. I would say, first of all, the Wolf Amendment, I believe, has largely proven ineffective. What it was trying to do. It's not slowing China down. It's not preventing China from getting technology, because China is very capable of developing the technology or stealing it on its own. I think that we ought to look at not only repealing that, but looking at areas where we can engage China in civil space missions. But my criteria would be clear. First of all, no exchange of technology, and you don't need to exchange technology to cooperate. We did not exchange technology with the Soviet Union when we cooperated with them, and we don't exchange technology with Russia today when we continue to cooperate with that country on the International Space Station. You just need to have compatible interfaces. You need to have mission goals that are compatible. And I think in many places, in terms of space exploration, we do have compatible missions where we want to go to the moon. We want to explore different parts of the moon. There's no reason we could not do that in conjunction with them and prevent some of the worst case scenarios that have been talked about here, of China potentially getting there first and claiming, territory or rights or excluding others. If we do it together, they would not have that option. And so I think those are goals we should pursue. The other criteria in cooperation is we need to make sure we do it in a way that does not alienate any of our existing partners in space. So we have a great alliance on the International Space Station and other countries that NASA cooperates with. And we don't want to risk any of those partnerships when we're engaging China. So we've got to thread the needle on it, but I think that there are positive, beneficial ways that we can do that.
Dr. Whedon?
So I would echo Todd's comments about that. I would also say that my organization, we hosted a panel discussion on this exact issue of U.S.-China engagement in space. We called it engagement, not cooperation, because it is not necessarily about cooperating with them. It's about how are we going to engage with them across military, civil, and commercial spheres of space activities. We have a transcript for that that's on our website. I'm happy to share that, but we had participants from NASA and from the Department of Defense as well as from industry that were talking about how that engagement should happen. On the issue of norms, I share your concerns about China's lack of following human rights and other breaking of norms here on the terrestrial sphere. My caution is not to assume that just because they are doing that in terrestrial space, they will automatically do so in space. There is a significant difference between the way China looks at, for example, the South China Sea as versus the moon. Historically, they have considered these certain places on Earth to be part of China's sphere of influence or part of China's territory, and therefore see reacquiring them or annexing them or taking over control of them as a return to the norm. That is not the case with the moon and parts of outer space. So I think there is something fundamentally different there that makes it a different analogy. And as I said, based on everything we've looked at and, a decade worth of our participation as observers and NGO in these multilateral discussions, we have not seen China acting in contrary to the existing laws and norms in outer space. In fact, they've been upholding them for the most part. Now, the caveat there is that a lot of the existing legal structure for space rests on high-level principles that have not been clearly defined or further fleshed out. Right? There's been, we put these treaties in place over the last several decades, and that was it. There was not a lot of further, there's no court cases and a lot of precedents. So there is a lot of room for interpretation on those existing treaties and legal principles. And so that's why I said, China is definitely exploiting its freedom of action in space, but that is the same thing that the United States and Russia and many other countries are doing, right? So I think my concern is more about how those legal principles norms are shaped in the future and how they are further defined. And the challenge I see it is that the United States over the last 10 years or so has been either not participating in the discussions about where space governance goes or actively blocking things because its position was to maximize U.S. freedom of action. And I think that is great when the U.S. is very far ahead of other countries. But as other countries catch up, our freedom of action becomes their freedom of action. And so then that becomes, I think, a different discussion about where we shape the future of that governance regime.
Thank you. Your microphone.
Thank you. So the question was about how does the U.S. accelerate its space programs. I would urge the Commission to recommend basically integrating your space programs. The problem now is that we have very different actors looking at different maps. So my recommendation is that empower the National Space Council to develop a whole-of-government plan to compete with PRC in space, not just from the military perspective. Because when I'm looking at China's articulation of its space program, especially in my visits to China over the years, talking to their space policymakers and academics, is that they're looking at space not just as a competition for military dominance, but also in terms of long-term space presence. So it's very different from the United States concept of space as a flags and footprints model, where you go to a particular area in space, explore, and then plant a flag. For China, it's a long-term mission of space presence, especially dominance of cislunar, which was mentioned today. The point I would make is that in terms of why do I connect the territorial to the lunar surface, is that if you look at what the chief of China's lunar exploration program articulates, Wei Waring, he argues that the moon is an area which is strategically very important, where China needs to establish a base in the south pole of the moon. And the most important point that he and, for instance, Wang Shiji, the founder of China's Long March rockets, argue that if you do not go there first, and if you do not achieve capability to be there first, you would lose out, and we would have to answer to our next generation. So if you look at the conceptualization of space and how they view space, within China there are two very distinctive voices. One voice, which is the space scientist voice, who argues that space is a global common, we need to offer our space station to the world. But there is a counter-argument too, which is coming out of the Central Party School, coming out of different agencies which are more nationalistic, or the PLA, is that space is somewhere that we need to achieve the capability to be there first, because always the country or the civilization that goes somewhere first benefits from it from a long-term perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Admiral McDevitt.
Thank you. Three excellent presentations and papers. I enjoyed reading them. An observation to the comment that Dr. Whedon made about South China Sea. To a degree, I think you're right in terms of China's approach in the South China Sea and the East China Sea. I think to a degree is sui generis, that it is unique to their outstanding sovereignty claims. But there is one huge caveat to that statement, which is international law is fine as long as it moves their ball forward on what they hope to achieve. If it doesn't, suddenly domestic law takes priority, and domestic law coming out of the National People's Congress can be cooked up pretty quickly. And so they decide which approach they want to use in the South China Sea or East China Sea, whichever one moves the ball most effectively. And so one would have to worry about, now this may be a bridge too far, but a Chinese domestic space law. In fact, one may exist. I have no idea if it does or doesn't, but that would counteract any agreements that are either in place or that could be made. With that aside, so I just wanted to make that observation. You can react to that or not. I have a question for Todd Harrison. Both you and General Cartwright, I thought, made a very compelling case about deterrence, essentially deterrence by denial. We're not that we're just going to make the target set so hard that because there's so much capability up there. Does that mean the U.S. is actually walking away from, if you will, a deterrence by punishment, by ignoring the possibilities of RPO or direct ascent or lasers and that sort of thing? Or would you recommend that we walk away, I guess is a fair way to pose that. And for Dr. Whedon, you talked about the United States abandoning our leadership role. I guess I would like some specifics as to what the United States did not do, or we did do that offended everybody, or whatever it happened to be, that caused this lapse in U.S. space leadership. We just lost interest, or we were not in control of the agenda and issues were being permitted that we didn't want to address, et cetera. So if you could help me think through that, that would be terrific. And for Dr. Goswami, I loved reading your paper. It had so much good stuff in there. I must admit, though, the one thing I can't get my head around is this idea of an enormous satellite capturing solar energy. And how do you get it to the United States or to the globe, to Earth? I mean, it's not a long extension cord. So how do you get those? How do you get that the electricity, that energy, down to the United States, or actually not the United, to the world, so it can be used?
Sir, to address your question about deterrence, my view of deterrence is we need to work on both sides of the equation here. And so if you think of it as a cost-benefit analysis, what we want to do is we want the Chinese to believe that the cost of them attacking us in space exceeds the benefit. And to help that balance work in our favor, we want to do everything we can to raise the cost and reduce the benefits. So deterrence by denial is about denying them the benefits. And so if we make our space systems more resilient, if we proliferate constellations of satellites, then the benefit of attacking any one particular satellite is going to be much less because we have many different alternatives. That's one side of the equation. I don't think we should ignore the other side of the equation either. We should raise the costs. That can be deterrence by punishment, showing that we can respond to what they do. But it can also just be a matter of making it harder for them to attack our systems, hardening satellites, basically. What we don't want to do is put ourselves in the position of being an aggressor in space. Because, you know, our whole goal in this, because we are so dependent on space, because we derive so much economic and national security benefit from space and advantage, our whole goal should be to deter conflict from extending into space, and if deterrence fails, we want to de-escalate it and put it into other domains instead, where we have many advantages. And so I think that's what our posture's got to be, is, raise the cost, reduce the benefits. If they do attack us in space, we want to quickly to be able to defend ourselves, first of all, and then take the conflict into other domains where we're going to have bigger advantages. So.
Just a quick comment to follow on to that. When I think of deterrence by punishment in space, it's very difficult for me to come up with a satellite that China values as heavily as we do, SBIRS or AHF or something else, right? So that sort of mad, I'll kill yours, you kill mine model, I don't think applies in space. That's why I very much agree with what Todd said. So to your question, China does not have a domestic space law. They have been developing it. It's been an effort going on for several years. And that's not unusual. There are only a few countries that have a fully fledged national legal framework for guiding, overseeing space activities. The U.S. has one, and there are a handful of other countries. Increasingly over the last few years, more countries have been doing so. New Zealand now has one, and that is generally driven by growing use of it. So in the case of New Zealand, they have a company called Rocket Lab that is launching rockets from New Zealand, thus making New Zealand a space-faring state and a launching state. So they put in place a national law to provide oversight of that, consistent with their obligations under Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, that says they need to provide authorization and continuing supervision of all national space activities, government and private sector. So my impression is the U.S. actually has been encouraging China to put in place a national space law because that is what they're supposed to be doing to implement those activities. Your point about that potentially conflicting with the international framework, I think, is well taken, and it's something we need to be aware of. As I said in my testimony, it is possible that China will, try and push space law and norms in a direction that is contrary to where it currently is. We just haven't seen that happen yet. I think it's interesting to note that there are many countries who think the U.S. is using its national laws to override international law in space. The example is 2015, Congress passed a law essentially putting into statute longstanding U.S. policy that a U.S. entity can extract resources from an asteroid or the moon and then use them. That has been our policy for decades. We just kind of wrote it down in U.S. statute. That generated quite a bit of heated discussion in the international community, as there are many countries who felt that was the U.S. basically contradicting part of the Outer Space Treaty that says you cannot appropriate celestial bodies or other resources in outer space. To your last point, your last question about, what are we not doing we did in the past? If I can just briefly summarize it, the Eisenhower administration was the first to have to deal with space. And it had a huge problem at the time. Its problem was surveillance aircraft getting shot down. It couldn't take intelligence, couldn't get intelligence in the Soviet Union. Satellites were the option, the way around that. But it wanted to have a way to do so and sort of protect that capability. So the Eisenhower administration put a lot of effort into creating what became the principle, the peaceful uses of outer space, as a way to enshrine the norm of freedom of overflight of satellites for peaceful uses, i.e. taking pictures, to fulfill a national security objective. So if you look at the core elements of the Outer Space Treaty in 1967, many of those were things that the Eisenhower administration identified as core national interests of the United States that would help the U.S., and then had a whole campaign to promulgate them and get them enshrined in international law. That's what I'm talking about when I say we used to do this and we haven't. Since the fourth major space treaty was, the Registration Convention was signed, the U.S.'s position has basically been, we're good, we don't need anything new. Right? We don't need to talk about anything new, we need to talk about complying with what's already out there, and the U.S. has largely opposed anything new. And that is the gap where Russia and China have recently been trying to fill, and that they are the ones proposing new ideas, they're the ones seizing the diplomatic initiative and controlling the discussion because they're the ones saying yes, or at least proposing ideas, and the U.S. has been saying no.
It's on, okay. So in terms of questions of how are they going to lift a space-based solar power satellite, which is 10,000 metric tons, actually the plan is not to lift it from Earth. So as I mentioned before, the China Academy of Space Technology announced a research plan in 2010, 10 years ago, to establish an entire design of how do you do this. So first, and it's on my written statement on page 5, is that you first establish a design as to what do you want to invest in. So the idea is that space-based solar power is 24 hours. It doesn't have the variance of weather, and it's going to be the most important renewable energy. That's the number one goal. The number two was that in 2010, the China Academy of Space Technology indicated that they would have a prototype plant in Chongqing by 2019, and they've met that goal. So this year, they announced their first prototype plant. And so the idea is they're actually investing in two technologies, and they're trying to build their capability on that to a 2030 timeline. So the first capability is microwave transmission of electricity. So what you do is that you actually use microwave to transmit electricity. This has been proven by the Japanese Space Agency already, but not to that extent. They showed it moving within a 6-mile diameter. John Mankins in the United States also has shown it in the Arizona desert. So China is actually picking up ideas and innovations and actually then starting state-funded programs. The second important thing, which is connected to their lunar program, and that is why I argue that they're not looking at the moon to show off their technology or putting an astronaut. They're looking at it from a long-term point of view, and they're actually articulating that goal very often. Just yesterday, China had its 24th April is China's Spaceflight Day, as you know. They had several programs yesterday to celebrate the first launch of their satellite, and the head of the China National Space Administration again argued and pointed out that they want to establish a base on the moon, basically to enable these goals that they have set. So the idea is that you will use resources on the lunar surface by automated manufacturing to build satellites that are heavy and actually lift it from the moon and put it in GEO or LEO. So they actually have an incremental strategy and plan in place to achieve something which looks like science fiction, but actually has been proven. It's only that we have to bring down the cost of it, which is expensive. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you very much for helping educate us. I'd like to ask all three of you, what's your optimistic and pessimistic view of why China is developing a counter space policy?
In terms of a policy, this unilateral on the Chinese side, or you're talking a policy for the U.S. in order
Chinese side.
on the Chinese side? Well, I mean, optimistic. I think that, well, the most realistic optimistic scenario is that they go no farther than they have right now, which is developing a full array of counter space weapons and showing that they can operationalize them and use them if need be. More pessimistic case is they actually focus on developing more of the non-kinetic forms of attack, specifically forms of attack where attribution is difficult, where they're not necessarily, the effects are not publicly visible, and then they begin to use these forms of attack on a day-to-day basis as a form of gray zone aggression against us. And they basically can condition us to expect that on a day-to-day basis, we're going to see widespread jamming, we're going to see lasing, and they make space unreliable for us. Commercially, militarily, across the board. That would be my most pessimistic case, because I think that becomes a very difficult proposition to deal with. How do you respond to frequent and pervasive jamming of signals if they're cutting us off from our space assets, but jamming is largely invisible? Others may not realize the effects that are happening. We may not want to communicate some of these effects because it can, it's advertising a vulnerability. And that makes it very difficult for us to respond. And if it's non-kinetic, and our best response is something kinetic on the ground, questions of proportionality come into the equation, and whether or not we would actually be willing to escalate, whether we're going to cross a threshold over something that's non-kinetic and doesn't kill anyone directly. So that would be my most pessimistic scenario that will keep me awake at night.
Thank you very much.
So my optimistic scenario is that China's development of counter-space capabilities would serve as a deterrent for either side to engage in direct military conflict in the future. In a similar fashion that nuclear capabilities largely deterred full-up war between the U.S. and Soviet Union during the Cold War. I think my most pessimistic scenario is one where those capabilities are used to deter. So the example would be there is a brewing crisis in South China Sea or elsewhere between the U.S. and China, and China decides to use its capabilities to destroy or eliminate a U.S. missile warning satellite over the Pacific as a way to deter the U.S. from actively getting involved in the crisis or a conflict that's going on. I do not think that would have the effect that China thinks it might have in terms of deterring the U.S. I think it would have quite the opposite effect. And that would actually lead to direct military conflict, which everyone from General Hyten on down has said would be a very bad day for everyone involved, and everyone would end up much worse than they were off. So beforehand. So I think to me that's the worst case scenario.
Thank you.
So for me, the most optimistic scenario is China's own strategy of building multilateral corporations, for instance, the Belt and Road Initiative. So I would argue that based on a similar kind of strategic restraint shown by the United States after the Second World War, where the United States actually supported a post-war institution building like the United Nations, you would then constrain yourself in terms of how you behave. My optimistic scenario is that China, because it's investing so much in alternate institutions, for instance, the Belt and Road Initiative. In 2018, China established the first China International Commercial Court to deal with disputes coming out of the Belt and Road Initiative. So all the countries that are part of that initiative hopefully will constrain China in terms of its willingness to use military weapons in space or countering US space assets. My pessimistic scenario is actually where I'm more concerned about, because in my conversations with Chinese thinkers and strategic analysts in Beijing and Shanghai, their biggest worry was that the United States has conventional superiority. So the only way that China can hold the United States vulnerable is to target the US military's extreme dependence on satellites, and also on your space capability. So for instance, an interesting article that came out of the China Academy of Military Sciences, I think in 2005, which was also quoted in the MIT review, I can share that link with you, where they argued that the only way that China can hope to achieve some kind of parity with the US is to develop asymmetric capability and to hold US dependence on satellites vulnerable. And this thinking actually came out from their observation of US success in the Gulf War. So this is a very old and very nuanced and very thought through point of view that they have come to actually engage in. So that's my pessimistic scenario for you. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator Talent.
Thank you.
Dr. Whedon, I agree with a lot of what you recommended, but I have to return to the subject of Commissioner Wessel's question. Are you really telling us that China's activities in the South China Sea is a reason for us to be reassured about what they're going to do if they achieve, as Dr. Goswami said, their program of economic and industrial domination of the cislunar system?
If they end up going down the path of following that model for space, I do not think that is good news, right? My point was that I'm not ready to assume that is the path they're going to take with respect to outer space and the moon. And we have not seen any evidence that they're laying the groundwork for that path in all of their actions and statements in the areas that talk about these sorts of things, the international forums that talk about this. In fact, all of their statements, all of their proposals are all supporting the international legal regime, and in fact going further than the U.S. is and saying it is a global commons and it is common heritage of mankind. So I think if you were, I guess, extremely cynical, you could argue that is all a front and that is all, a cover operation for the real truth, which is to come out, they're going to go seize control of it. If you play that out, I don't see how that benefits at all, because then they've just thrown away decades and decades of diplomatic positioning and relationships they've built with other countries, trying to bring them to their side in these diplomatic engagements. I think that is certainly a possibility. I think it is a very low probability of it happening.
I mean, really, because it's not just the South China Sea. I mean, Dr. Goswami talked about Antarctica, India. I mean, and in fact, they made a lot of commitments about what they would do in the world trading system, and we've documented pretty thoroughly that they haven't kept those. I'm just concerned that they may feel as if they get adequate domination, economic and industrial domination of the cislunar system. I love that phrase, Dr. Goswami. I'm going to use it and try and remember to attribute it to you. They may figure, it doesn't really matter what other countries want to do or think about this because, we're putting colonies on the moon. So I don't know that I'd call it cynical. Now, I agree with that view, cynical. I agree with you that we have allowed them to take the diplomatic initiative in shaping the landscape, which was a mistake, I think, and perhaps because the United States always felt like, well, why should we bind ourselves to anything when we have this freedom of action? So I do agree we ought to fill this diplomatic space. I don't know that I share your optimism about their intentions. You can comment if you want to.
Two very quick things. One, I think my fear is that if we assume that they're going to go ahead and do that, there are some who argue, well, the U.S. needs to do it first, right? That means the U.S. is not supporting rule of law in space. We're going to go break that first so we can be the ones to grab and seize that first. I don't think that helps us. I think that plays right into their hands because now they can say, well, the U.S. did it first. We're going to go ahead and do it too, and we're the ones to take all of the bad press be the ones to do it. I think our position should be to uphold and enforce the existing rule of law and to work to shape it and define and deal with the gaps that currently exist and shape them in a way that does reflect our interests. That's what I hope our actions are.
If I could add one other thing, and I don't mean to throw a wet blanket on all of this, but China may very well intend to try to dominate cislunar space, but right now there's nothing really to dominate, at least not yet. We're here in cislunar space. We're talking about beyond geostationary orbit, so beyond how we currently use space for commercial and military purposes. We're talking all the way out to the moon. One day, there very well may be activity that's economically viable on the moon and in cislunar space. Mining for materials, manufacturing propellant for missions that go to other regions of space, that may become economically viable in the future, but it's not today. So I don't know exactly what they would be dominating. And so if we're going to try to be there to dominate first, same question applies. What exactly are we dominating and why are we doing it? I think a much better approach is we should go to them and say, hey, let's engage. We both want to go explore. We both want to go see if there is something worthwhile here. And we can do that in a cooperative manner. This does not have to immediately go to conflict. Now, looking out into the future, one day, sure, there may be, economically viable activities going on the moon and in cislunar space and in near-Earth asteroids. And at that point, we do need to start to think carefully and more strategically about how do we protect these emerging trade routes. Because wherever commerce goes, conflict is likely to follow. That is many decades out, and I think that right now we should just be focused on how do we explore so that one day we can actually get to that future.
My perspective on this is different from Todd's, and in this particular regard. Because when I look at their future ambitions, they are very clear. It's about space economy. It's about the fact that China is going to become the most important economic power by 2050. And this is not just coming out of China. PricewaterhouseCoopers did a interesting analysis in which China is the #1 economy by 2050. So the conversation within China is that one day we will have to look, we may run out of resources, and so that's why the space economy is very important. And so that's why in my testimony I have very clearly articulated that their strategy is a long-term incremental strategy of ensuring that they are able to dominate that access to the resources we are talking about. Dr. Rupert today mentioned about $1 trillion economy waiting, but he was actually talking about $1 trillion just out of the space assets we have today. He did not touch on the trillions of dollars that await once you extract resources from space. And that's where China's program is pegging itself. So in my assessment, strategy is not just looking at behind or today, but looking at the future. So if you look at the future, I would argue that it's very important that we keep in mind their long-term goals and the articulations coming out from not just President Xi, who actually has pushed his might behind this program. He calls it the China Dream, as you know, and it's instituted within the China Dream of a space dream, and is part of the Chinese Communist Party Constitution today. So there is this legitimacy building too, and I think we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Cleveland.
I'm actually interested in this question around manufacturing in space, but I have 3 quick questions, mostly for you, Dr. Goswami. You note in your testimony that that Xi has driven this dual hat approach to space exploration, and I'm wondering if you see that as unique to space, therefore enhancing its importance. I'm also interested in whether or not any international universities are engaged with the PLA SSF on civil-military integration and space exploration. And then the third question is, what is the goal of the mining and manufacturing? Is it to essentially tap into resources that would be exported back to the Earth, or is this to position them for longer range exploration?
So in terms of your first question, which was about manufacturing in space, so and also in terms of civil-military integration in that regard. So in 2017, the PLA SSF signed a memorandum of understanding with about 16 universities within China, and I have documented that in my testimony, in which they're looking at 3 concepts. One is innovation towards developing capacity for in-situ manufacturing, and second is to develop capacity for science and technology within their Made in China policy, which is 2025. And the final thing is, how do you then develop automated manufacturing in space? What I find unique and interesting from the Chinese space program perspective is that they have started establishing programs within the China Academy of Sciences, which has about 120 different institutions within it that looks at these particular 3 concepts. One is their Kiangkeshang institute within the China Academy of Sciences, which looks at space mining and manufacturing. So one of the technologies that they have already started investing in is 3D printing, and so they have a separate research cell for that, so to use 3D printing to then do in-situ manufacturing. And the name is also very unique, because as you know, Kiangkeshang was the founder of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in NASA. He was deported and then became the father of China's missile program. So you can see that very interesting connection that they have. Now, as I said before again, in terms of dual hatting, in my perspective, the Chinese space program is directed by SUSTIN, which is the State Administration for Technology in Industry and for National Defense. Under SUSTIN is the China National Space Administration. So the China National Space Administration is the main policy-making body, but it does not really craft the policy. It's the organization that actually introduces the policy to different institutes. The main organizations are the State Council, the Politburo, and the CMC. So if you see the connection, it's very clear as to how their policy gets crafted. And that, I think, is very unique. Finally, what I think is unique is that they've already started investing not just conversations, but money on their future space program. For instance, there is a 30 million commitment for their space-based solar power plan, and it's coming from the Bishan district of Chongqing. So you can see how they're actually developing their capacity for reaching those goals that they have articulated. Now, whether they will succeed or not, that's why I've recommended to the Commission that we need to continue following those programs to see if they succeed in the 20-year timeline that they have set.
And the mining interests?
They have enormous interest in mining. So again, within the China Academy of Sciences and the China Academy of Space Technology, they have a separate cell that looks at space mining. So one of the researchers who has actually published articles on this in China and also in the English language press is that their idea is that they would not just extract resources in space, but would try to capture an asteroid, which is a small asteroid, and bring it back to Earth by 2034. And again, this particular perspective has been supported by none other than Li Ming, who's the vice president of the China Academy of Space Technology. So you can see that the support for the kind of investment that they're having is unique. And so Li Mingtao, who's the researcher who talks about space mining, argues that given the fact that space mining will become a very lucrative industry in the next, say, 20, 30 years, and it's interesting because he bases his assessment based on John Lewis's famous book, Asteroid Mining, that comes out of the US. And Paul Spudis' book, The Value of the Moon, why do you want to invest in the moon? To build spacefaring capacity. So I find that very interesting, that they're inspired by ideas that come from here, but are actually willing to invest money in those programs. Thank you.
So yeah, I would pick up on that theme that Namrata mentioned of, drawing ideas from the U.S. None of these are new ideas. As she mentioned, many of these are things produced by the U.S. and suggested. I think it's interesting, the asteroid retrieval, that was a mission the Obama administration proposed for NASA to do, to go grab an asteroid, move it back over the Earth. That was, for lack of a better word, I think widely ridiculed and did not get much support from Congress. They felt it was a big waste of NASA's money and time. And I find it interesting that now that China is proposing something very similar, suddenly it is a huge strategic issue, and we need to think about how to do about it, when we had that idea and it never really gained any traction. To specifically answer your question about what to do with resources, mining is a bit of a misnomer. In regard to the moon, the issue is water and regolith. If you can extract water from the moon, that becomes rocket fuel that you can use there to refuel and come back to the Earth or go elsewhere. And you can use regolith to hopefully build things on the moon, structures, instead of bring them from the Earth. So in the context of the moon, you're looking at those two things, water and regolith, mainly to support infrastructure for staying on the moon or going elsewhere. Regolith, rocks and dirt, basically.
Lunar mare.
In the case of asteroids, there's a lot of hype about this, the mythical $1 trillion platinum asteroid, right? Again, U.S. companies have been exploring this for quite a few years. There were just two U.S. companies recently that have gone under. They were looking at doing this mining and basically could not build a business model around it. The technology was too far out for them to really make it practical. In that sense, it is more about using those resources for other things in space than it is about bringing them back. That is extremely difficult to do, and it's really hard to see how the economics of that work. But that doesn't mean people aren't still exploring it.
I mean, I would just add, to pick up on what Brian said, is if we want to compete economically in space in the long term and looking at all of these potential applications that could arise in cislunar space, I think the thing to do is to fund our civil space programs, because in order to make things like in-space mining and manufacturing possible, there's a lot of science and technology that still needs to be developed. And in particular, we've got to do more exploration. We got to understand what exactly is in these near-Earth orbit asteroids. What kind of materials can you actually mine and refine on the moon that could be viable? That we might be able to bring back to Earth to use. We don't know the answer to a lot of these questions yet. And so if we want to compete economically, we need to make the investment in finding out what's out there and how can we use it. And in that economic competition with China, that's an area where we can quickly pull ahead and have an enduring advantage, because I fundamentally believe that our free market economic system will be much better suited to exploit those opportunities if we find them than the Chinese model of state-run enterprises.
Yeah, I have a... Yes. So in terms of estimates of asteroids, since the conversation is coming up and it's useful to have data. So John Lewis in asteroid mining had done that kind of assessment, and so has Nature and National Geographic. So I'll give you an example which John Lewis provides us, and that is a near-Earth asteroid like 355 Amun, approximately 2 kilometers in diameters, contains nickel and iron ore worth 8 trillion, cobalt worth 6 trillion, and other precious metals and gold worth 6 trillion again, which together makes it about 20 trillion. And what I find the most insightful is that Li Mingtao quotes that particular figure in terms of explaining why China needs to invest in space mining. The most interesting point from this particular conversation is that, and then you see President Xi arguing about it in his speech to the National People Congress. And the other thing which I find fascinating in terms of just China, if you look at the last few years, the people who have got promoted within China are not just Communist Party loyalists, but also many of their space scientists. And that's also documented in my testimony. So you can see that they see space as a very important core competency to be developed in the long term. Finally, the argument about research, and there is this usual refrain in the US or coming out of US circles, even when I present that China is way behind, it's always just copying us, you know, they're stealing technology. But I was just looking at data from the National Science Foundation. It's astounding. In 2018, China actually invested about $485 billion in R&D, is the second country in the world to do that. Just behind the US. And also in terms of scientific publications, China has about 425,000 publications in 2018, peer-reviewed publications on science and space, and the US has about 419. So it actually surpassed the US. So you can see the investment that China is doing. And finally, in quantum, China has sent up a quantum satellite already and investing heavily in AI. So thank you.
Thank you. Gosh, one of the things about coming last in the first round of questioning is there are so many issues that I could bring up. I guess first, Dr. Whedon, not to beat a dead horse, but I have to join my colleagues in just sort of wondering why you think that China will uphold global norms in this sphere when they have consistently not upheld global norms. You've answered that, but Mr. Harrison, you sort of. A corollary to that for me is when you were talking about cislunar space, you sort of, it sounded like you were saying, well, let's worry about it when we have to worry about it, but consistently over the history of our relationship with China, if we wait until something is happening and we have to worry about it, it's too late. We can't, then we have a discussion about, well, why didn't we pay attention to this before it happened? But in terms of cislunar, General Cartwright spoke about that this morning, and what's interesting to me is we are talking here about all of the economic consequences or the economic value of space exploration, but there's also the strategic consequences. And what he said about cislunar is it's the hill, and if you control the hill, you control the valley. So I don't want us to lose the security and strategic significance in the discussion about how much money could be made by different companies. That's sort of, if you have a comment to that, that's fine. I want to also clarify something, which is the United States has the responsibility for tracking space junk, correct? I mean, we have the agency that tracks space junk and informs other people. Is that correct, Dr. Whedon?
We don't have the responsibility, we do it.
We do it,
Yes.
right.
Other countries do it. The U.S. military has done the longest and has some of the robust government capabilities, but there are others who are doing it as well.
And do people, including people in China, generally turn to us for that information?
I guess walk back a little bit of context here. The U.S. military has done this mission since the 1960s, first to see if there were, things in space that could be nuclear weapons, that could be deorbited on the Earth, and then it evolved to ways to protect our satellites from space weather and collisions and counter space weapons. In 2009, a U.S. and Russian satellites collided, Iridium Cosmos collision, and after that, the U.S. military made a decision to start providing close approach warnings to all satellite operators in the world, Russian, Chinese, commercial, French, German, everyone. And that was that was done as a service in part so that they would use the US capabilities and not develop their own capabilities. So that is currently being used today, but Russia, China, Europe, other countries are investing in their own SSA capabilities and developing those. They're not quite as advanced as what the US has, but they're significant. And there's also commercial capabilities that are being developed as well.
Okay, thank you for the clarification on that. I'm interested that several of you kept referring to Chinese, a civilian space program, and also this idea of there are Chinese private startups, private companies. And this is an issue that we have struggled with over the years here, which is, are there really private Chinese companies? And in circumstances like this, when we know that this is sort of one of the core interests of developing a space program for China, and they're willing to invest a lot of money, right? And it's directly and it's indirectly through subsidies and tax breaks and diplomatic initiatives that they do. Are there really these private companies that you're referring to? I mean, Mr. Harrison, you talk about the need for sort of civilian-to-civilian space program cooperation, but I have to be convinced that there's actually a civilian program in China that is not sort of controlled by the military and being used by the military. And by the party, actually, by the party, yeah.
So can I start in going back to, the dominating cislunar space and the military value of being on the moon? My only point is not that we should just wait and see what happens, and once China starts to dominate, then respond. Not at all. I think we have to understand what is the thing, what is the it that is of value in cislunar space. And I don't think we know yet. I don't think we know yet what is going to be economically viable, what is going to be strategically significant in space. And I would caution, that this, metaphor of the ultimate high ground, it only goes so far, right? Because you get so far out in space, it stops becoming useful to be there. Just to give you an idea, the moon is about 10 times farther away than geostationary orbit. If you launch a projectile from the moon, it takes about 3 days to get back to the Earth. At that kind of distance, even communications is very difficult. You have to have very large arrays and transmit at very high power levels just to get a weak signal, slow data rate through. I think that there are limits to thinking about this as the ultimate high ground. Now, there certainly are some strategic choke points along the way, the Lagrange points between the Earth and the Moon and the other side of the Moon. The poles of the Moon are particularly useful because they can have, continuous coverage from the sun. They can have water that exists down in craters. There are some points that are important on the moon, but let's not oversell it. We don't yet know, if this is going to be viable to use or not. We have to explore it first to figure that out. So that's why I would say, before you send the military out to protect something, let's send the explorers out to figure out if it's worth protecting. And then to your other question about civil space programs within China, well, I think the administration of these programs and the organizations that carry them out are certainly intertwined, and I am not enough of a China expert to try to unwind that. What I look at are the missions. What are the missions they're doing? If you've got a mission that's putting a lunar rover on the far side of the moon, there's nothing military about that. There's no military utility to that. Could there be some dual-use technologies involved? Of course. Guidance, navigation, and control systems that are used for that could be used for other missions. I take that point, but that is fundamentally an exploration mission that falls into the civil category, regardless of who is doing it. And I look at our own space programs and what we're doing on the International Space Station, that is for civilian purposes. I think it's very clear other nations, should recognize that. That's clearly for civilian purposes. They don't have to believe that NASA is really a civil space agency. Just look at the work that we're doing. So I would judge China's space programs in that same respect. Let's look at what they're doing. is there military value to what they're doing, or is this really for science and exploration? And I think that there's clear evidence that they are doing things that are purely for science and exploration. Many other things that they're doing are for military purposes, and and other things are ambiguous, like this SJ-17 satellite that's going around the geostationary belt. It is not clear if they are doing this for peaceful purposes, for inspection of the geobelt, to practice remote proximity operations that could be used on civil, human spaceflight missions, or are they doing it for nefarious purposes in developing an ASAT capability? That falls into the gray area, quite frankly.
Great, thanks. Dr. Whedon?
So I guess one more iteration of the norms discussion, I guess. Let me try it this way. My sense is that a large part of the reason why China has broke with or pushed back against some of the legal regimes and institutional regimes here on Earth is they didn't have a say in the creation of them, and they felt that they were created to suit the U.S. interests, which most of them were, and so therefore they don't feel like they have to comply with them because they didn't have a say, and doing so would be contrary to Chinese interests. My sense in engaging with them in the space diplomatic regimes, that's different, in part because that framework is not well developed. All we have are these broad principles, and everything else is sort of left up to interpretation. And so therefore, I think my sense is that China sees it more as they can play a role in establishing the governance framework and don't have to disrupt it or break it down because it's not yet formed. Now, if it forms and it ends up in a way contrary to their interests, then there may be a different discussion. But right now, we are in the process of the formation of it and the creation of it, and they are participating and in a mostly constructive manner, at least in the outside of the weaponization and security discussions. And just quick point on the commercial company side of it. Yes, there are, I haven't done in-depth research on this, but upwards of 100 or so private sector companies started in China on everything from launch capabilities to flying satellites, building satellites, developing technologies, suppliers. Yes, the usual questions about how much that is really private sector or not. I would point out that the U.S. is almost alone in terms of this firewall between the government and its private sector among most countries in the world. Even Europe and Japan and elsewhere, there's usually more engagement there between the private sector and the government. But China definitely sees what's going on in the U.S. in terms of the private sector space boom and the kinds of innovations coming out of there and how it's benefiting the U.S. and absolutely wants to try and capitalize on that.
All right, I think, Dr. Goswami, you have something to add to this?
Yes, to your question about the private, so we have to end at 12:40. So in terms of the private commercial sector, China has actually already launched suborbitally. So OneSpace has already launched in 2018. This year, it tried to launch to the orbital space, but failed. But if you listen to the interview by the CEO, he argues that so did SpaceX fail. Falcon 1, Falcon 2 failed, and then you succeeded with Falcon 9. So they're investing in that capability, and actually some of their activities are within the civil-military integration strategy of President Xi, and there is an interview given by the head of the PLA for Sichuan Satellite Center, where he argues that because of President Xi's guidance, they're going to open up their satellite facilities in the Gobi Desert with subsidized rates for their private companies. Finally, I'll end with this, that what China is doing in space in terms of its long-term ambition and strategy is nothing nefarious. It wants to become the lead power in space by 2045 and wants to celebrate that status by 2049. And they're actually articulating their ambitions because their idea is to use their space capability diplomatically, economically, and militarily. So it's part of a comprehensive strategy. So, and they're they're not hiding that ambition. They're publishing in articles around Asia Pacific so that the audience is not just the US, the audience is also their geopolitical countries that are around their border. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Yes, and it's interesting because, of course, in many things, they have been quite transparent, their economic plans over the decades. It's just been that we have failed to understand the implications of those plans for the United States and to prepare for that. So that's some of why we're pushing on what is it that we need to be paying attention to, and let's not make a mistake in space that we have made in other areas in our relationship with China. I had thought that we would have a second round of questions, but actually we've run out of time. So thank you very much to all of our witnesses. You've been terrific. We've learned a lot. We might well be in touch with you for additional questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started with our second panel of our afternoon session, or first panel, which is actually the second panel, first panel of the afternoon session. It's going to be focused on the role of military-civil fusion in China's space ambitions. First, we're going to hear from Laurent Lasky, visiting researcher at Georgetown's Center for Security and Emerging Technology, who's going to talk about military-civil fusion's application to China's space sector. Mr. Lasky recently started at Georgetown, and before that he was a research associate at the Council on Foreign Relations. Previously, he was the lead researcher at Danwei, the research division of the Financial Times in Beijing. Mr. Lasky earned his BA in political science from Swarthmore, and he's an incoming JD candidate at Yale Law School. Laurent, welcome to Washington, and thank you for coming. And next, we're going to hear from Michael Gold, Vice President of Regulatory and Policy at Maxar Technologies. Prior to joining Maxar, then it was called Space Systems Loral. In 2016, Mr. Gold spent 13 years working for Bigelow Aerospace. In 2008, Mr. Gold was appointed to the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee under the FAA, and in 2012, he was appointed chair of the committee as a whole. And in this position, he has continued to push for further development of private space sector activities and common sense regulatory reforms. We don't want any non-common sense regulatory reforms, that for darn sure. He is a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania Law School. Michael, thank you for your testimony. And our third expert on the panel will be Kevin Wolf, partner at Aiken Gump, Strauss, Hauer, and Feld. Mr. Wolf previously served as Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Export Administration with the Bureau of Industry and Security Reform from 2010 to 2017, where he developed and implemented policies pertaining to export administration issues, particularly the license of requirements of the Export Administration Regulation. He has more than 25 years' experience providing advice and counseling regarding the laws, regulations, and policies and politics pertaining to export controls, sanctions, national security reviews of foreign direct investments, and other international trade issues. Mr. Wolf, we're looking forward to hearing from you about your direct experience in the development of export controls, and which is one of the main themes of this panel. And so with that, if I can ask Mr. Lasky to start, a reminder, you all have about 7 minutes to make your comments, and that will leave room or time for us to bombard you with questions afterwards. So.
Great, thank you. I'd like to thank the Commission for having me here. It's a true privilege and honor. And I feel obliged to start my testimony by stating that I am, in fact, not a space expert, but I am a close watcher of Chinese industrial policies, and more specifically, an observer of Beijing's attempts to implement military-civil fusion in a range of dual-use sectors. Over the past few years, I've seen few sectors in which Beijing has made more progress implementing military-civil fusion than the space industry. I firmly believe that this will change the nature of U.S.-China competition in space, making China more of a well-resourced, innovative, and market-based competitor in space. But first, let me start by defining what I mean by military-civil fusion, because it's a topic that's frequently discussed but not often defined. And military-civil fusion, in the context which I'm using it, denotes Beijing's attempts to build pathways between the commercial sector and the defense industrial base, allowing for more resources, talent, and technology to flow between the two, You can think of this as sort of a spin-on, spin-off relationship. The defense industrial base or the military spins off various defense-related IP that has commercial potential. The commercial sector produces it, maybe innovates based on it, builds it at scale, and then spins on various technology back to the defense industry. The idea is to create a virtuous cycle between the commercial sector and the defense industrial base, allowing for both to reinforce each other. This cycle is central to achieving Xi Jinping's ambitions of turning the PLA into a world-class fighting force at the technological leading edge. It is also central to turning China into a high-tech advanced economy, since many high-value added sectors are inherently dual use. The fact that we're here today even discussing Chinese ambitions in space within the context of military civil fusion is testament to how much progress China has made. Until 2014, there wasn't really a commercial space sector to speak of, aside from the state-owned defense industrial base. But over the course of 3 to 4 years, we've seen Beijing made enormous strides in opening the space industry to the commercial sector, which has developed into a vibrant ecosystem of private startups doing everything from launching vehicles to building microsatellites to offering satellite-based application services. And critically, what most of these companies share in common is they all have some connection back to the military, the defense industrial base, or various state-owned R&D institutions. And this is basically military civil fusion in working in practice. It's important to ask, why is Beijing succeeding? Because military civil fusion has been around for almost 2 decades, and it frankly has often not succeeded, to Beijing's own detriment. And basically in the space sector, 2 things are at work that's helping this happen. The first is the technological trends. As Assistant Secretary Roper said earlier, in many emerging technologies, the trend is towards greater commercialization, accessibility, and affordability. In the space industry, the trend towards miniature satellites and nanosatellites have really brought down the cost of building satellites, launching them, and created a viable business model for small startups. The second and more fundamental reason is that Beijing has really made this a priority under Xi Jinping. In 2017, Xi founded a commission, a high-level commission, basically looking at military civil fusion and pushing it along. This was an incredible signal that this was a high-level priority. And more broadly, throughout the defense industrial base, you do see some agreement that in space that the status model is not working, that is not going to be enough for Beijing to succeed. Chinese experts look at SpaceX and Blue Origin and other commercial companies and see something that needs to be replicated, and if Beijing does not actually catch up with these companies, they're at risk to get left behind. Now, I want to focus largely on what the threats of this are, because this sector is very much in its initial early phase. Like, none of these companies have yet launched an orbital rocket, even though they've tried, and they probably soon will. But it's important to take note in this early stage that, if this sector does develop, and if military civil fusion does work, it's going to pose a number of threats to the United States. The space competition will become less state-based, will become more commercial. And Beijing can use this to its advantage in a number of ways. The first threat, I think, is really to export controls. The space sector has been primarily state-based, and that has, allowed the U.S. to really enforce export controls in a meaningful way against Chinese entities. But if commercial money is pouring into this sector, and that money is melding or fusing with state-owned capital, which is happening, then it becomes much easier for state-based entities to evade export controls, potentially capture important technology and exfiltrate it back to China or the military. We really need to be conscious about how we're doing export controls and how we're vetting Chinese companies, because it's about to get a lot more difficult. The second point is, and this is more of a long-term threat, is that there really is a risk of undercutting the U.S. space industry. We've seen this all before. When China goes into a sector and considers it strategically important and pours funds and money to create national champions to compete internationally, what happens is often Beijing pulls out the rug from underneath the global market, floods the market, makes it harder for other companies to compete. And over the long term, we do need to seriously consider the risk that China might dominate certain sections of this commercial space market, especially at the low end around miniature satellites and CubeSats and other sort of small devices, which the real incentives to launch them cheaply. And I believe there'll be a tension between addressing both of these risks. The export control risk is going to require us to sort of clamp down, but the second, more long-term risk is going to require us to really make sure that our companies are competitive internationally. And I won't go through all my recommendations. I have my written testimony, but I will highlight certain components of them. I believe in the export control space, we really need to adopt what Robert Gates called a small yard hide fence strategy. We can debate what that actually means, but I just want to sort of highlight the fence component because we do need to really make sure that we're scrutinizing companies that are buying U.S. satellite equipment or investing in U.S. companies and see where the stakes are. In the recent Wall Street Journal stories involving Boeing satellites, there is always a state-owned capital element to the companies. We should be able to catch that, and that should be a tripwire. And I believe we really need to start thinking seriously about our industrial base and preempting any moves by Beijing. We don't want this to be the telecom sector. We don't want this to be the solar panel sector where Beijing basically flooded the market and we were holding hearings later saying what should we do after the sector's already gone. I think the commercial drone industry is a great example. In 2014, Chinese competitors basically wiped out the US competitors in the manufacturing space. And we can't really do anything when it's too late. And finally, I think, ultimately Beijing is trying to replicate something that we've done really well, which is public-private partnerships. And we ultimately have a lead in this because we have rule of law in this country, we have impartial arbitration, we have IP protection. So it's really incumbent on us to double down on what we do best. And I think Assistant Secretary Roper put forward many great ideas. On that, I will yield my time and look forward to questions.
Thank you. You were only 6 seconds over. I thought that was commendable. Mr. Gold, over to you.
Shoot to be 6 seconds under here. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee. My name is Mike Gold, and I serve as the Vice President of Regulatory and Policy for Maxar Technologies. Maxar is comprised of 4 heritage companies: Space Systems Loral, or SSL, Digital Globe, Radiant Solutions, and MDA. Maxar has roughly 6,000 employees located throughout the US and Canada and is a global leader in satellite manufacturing, space-based robotics, geospatial intelligence, and analytics. Maxar is the world's most prolific geotelecommunications satellite manufacturer, with roughly 270 satellites launched, approximately 80 still in orbit, and an unprecedented 2,200 on-orbit years of experience. If you were using your cell phone today, it was likely a Maxar satellite you were using, unless it was a drop call, in which case it was a French satellite, and shame on you for going that route. It's a challenging time in the geo-commercial satellite field. No more than a few years back, global satellite orders averaged 20 per year. In 2017 and 2018, that figure dropped to 8 per year, with only 2 orders so far in 2019. While Maxar maintains its world-leading market share, the amount of work available has dropped precipitously. These headwinds that geo-commercial satellite manufacturers face are now being exacerbated by new Chinese competition. China has become a leading satellite manufacturer, producing 40 satellites in a 2-year period, a rate that rivals the productivity of US and Europe. China's growth strategy has focused on establishing a space Silk Road, developing regional customers by leveraging China's economic and political influences. Specifically, China has had great success in building, launching, and operating satellites for countries such as Venezuela, Nigeria, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Belarus, and Laos. Although China has focused on developing nations and political allies, they are already achieving success with traditional commercial satellite operators. For example, in October of 2016, China Great Wall Industry Corporation won a breakthrough contract for a high-throughput broadband satellite for Taicom at a value of $208 million. China followed this victory by winning another contract in May 2017, this time from an Indonesian joint venture for Palapa N1, another high-throughput satellite. These 2 wins for China Great Wall were the first instances of the company taking away satellite manufacturing business that otherwise could have gone to American, European, or Japanese manufacturers. China Great Wall's success was based in no small part on aggressive financing. Specifically, when Maxar's Heritage SSL business unit sought to compete for the Palapa N1 in 2016, we discovered that China Great Wall was offering 70% financing, which would be immediately available upon contract signing. Normally, it takes at least 6 months after contract signing and often up to a year for satellite financing to be released. China Great Wall won Palapa N1 primarily because it could offer aggressive financing. And if the US government fails to resuscitate the Export-Import Bank, domestic satellite manufacturers will be unable to compete with the Chinese, or for that matter, rival European and Japanese firms. Although EXIM was reauthorized by Congress in 2015, the bank is unable to approve any transactions greater than $10 million in value since it currently lacks a quorum of 3 voting board members. The bank has been in this position for nearly 5 years, and the economic impact on American businesses has been devastating. At the peak of EXIM's activity in 2012, the bank financed $35.8 billion in transactions, supporting thousands of small businesses and 255,000 U.S. jobs. In 2017, EXIM improved just $3.4 billion in transactions, less than 10% of its activities from 5 years earlier. Moreover, $43 billion worth of export deals for U.S. businesses are currently being held up due to EXIM inaction, resulting in massive amounts of jobs, innovation, and revenue going overseas to countries that have export credit agencies. The Trump administration recently acknowledged the vital importance of the EXIM to both the nation's economy and security. Last month, Larry Kudlow, the director of the U.S. National Economic Council, called the EXIM Bank a financial tool and a national security weapon. Combined with traditional favorable views of the bank from Democrats, EXIM should enjoy bipartisan support. Therefore, I implore this commission and its recommendations to Congress to strongly support the restoration of the EXIM Bank, not only to help America compete with China economically, but as Larry Kudlow described, as a vital means of defending our country. Additionally, the Commission should recommend that when the Department of Commerce develops new export controls for emerging technologies such as space-based robotics, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing, all of which will be critical to next-generation satellites, that these new rules adopt a balanced approach that will not result in unintended consequences that ultimately benefit China. Specifically, if Commerce adopts new rules constraining China, these regulations should be paired with the elimination of red tape and bureaucracy that would otherwise hinder or prevent U.S. companies from working on emerging tech with NATO and major non-NATO allies. When the U.S. is forced to withdraw from international collaborations and financing, it leaves a leadership void that is often filled by China. Therefore, a balanced approach should be adopted. Finally, America has never been more dependent on its orbital assets, and they have never been under greater threat. Per congressional testimony in 2017 from Dan Coates, the Director of National Intelligence, China, as well as Russia, are developing directed energy weapons, conducting missile tests, and are deploying their own robotic systems, all with the goal of disabling American satellites. The U.S. must respond to this threat by bolstering the resilience of its in-space infrastructure. Currently, Maxar is working with NASA on the Restore-L program, which will result in a robotic spacecraft that for the very first time will refuel a satellite while in orbit. We're also working with NASA on in-space robotic assembly technologies. Specifically, via the NASA Tipping Point program, we're developing robotics that can build and repair satellites after they're deployed. In its recommendations to Congress and the executive branch, I urge the Commission to emphasize the importance of the federal government fully supporting the development and utilization of satellite servicing and in-space assembly systems. Again, I appreciate this opportunity to testify and look forward to answering any questions the Commission may have.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Mr. Wolf, over to you.
Great. Thank you, members of the Commission, for having me testify today. Opening note, although I'm a partner at Aiken Gump, I'm not testifying on behalf of anyone or for or against any piece of regulation or legislation on behalf of someone. Rather, just given my background as the author of many of these rules and in the Commerce Department here to answer your questions about export controls. Just to level set for everybody, all of export controls in my entire professional life boils down to one sentence. They're the rules that govern the export, re-export, and transfer of physical items, commodities, technology, software, and in some cases services to particular destinations, end uses, and end users to accomplish various national security and foreign policy purposes. So that's all of export controls, and every issue flows through that one sentence. And the agencies in the U.S. government that administer that are primarily the State Department's Directorate of Defense Trade Controls and the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security. And there is a web of executive orders and regulations that require significant interagency coordination and cooperation and consensus on what is and is not controlled and when a particular item is or isn't approved. And thanks thanks to a completely bipartisan, bicameral effort of Congress last year. For the first time in several decades, there's permanent statutory authority for the dual-use export control system, the Export Control Reform Act, and in the lead-up to that hearing, which I testified at HVAC, I wrote out some comments that describe the export control system in more detail that you can refer there. Given my time in the government, our principal accomplishment, as was referred to, was the reform effort, where we accomplished, with respect to satellites and spacecraft, working closely with Congress, the more right-sizing of controls over commercial satellite and space items, basically to move from sort of the one-size-fits-all of everything requires a license everywhere all the time, no matter what, of the ITAR, which was the original rule, to tailoring it so that trade with our NATO and other close allies, about which there are not very many concerns, could be far more flexible. The red tape that was just referred to that got rid of, and that for countries of concern, primarily China, to maintain the complete and aggressive embargo. So that's actually sort of the bottom line with respect to the law and policy and regulations of China and export controls and satellites, is that the rules have not changed for decades. It's a complete embargo. The rules that we adopted at the Commerce Department during our day adopted all of the same prohibitions, all the same standards, all the same absolute rules that had existed for years at the State Department. So, for example, we adopted into our regulations at Commerce something called a zero de minimis rule, meaning that if there's a U.S. origin component of any size, of any value, of any capability that's special for a satellite or a spacecraft, that thingy, whatever it is always subject to U.S. jurisdiction, no matter where it is in the world and regardless of what it's incorporated into, meaning that a foreign-made satellite or space component that has any U.S. origin content of any sort will require a license from the U.S. government to transfer onto China, and that will be presumptively denied. And, but if it's with respect to a NATO or other close ally, that type of work and joint development and cooperation is to be encouraged and is in our national security interest and has a different set of rules to it. Another type of very strict control that we continued forward into the commerce regulations is with respect to how we defined export. The concept of export, as you would expect, involves the movement of something across the U.S. boundary. But with respect to satellites in particular, we wrote into our rules that the mere change in registration, control, or ownership of a satellite is per se an export if it's with respect to someone in China or a Chinese company or a Chinese national. So even more than just the physical movement, the change of registration, ownership, or control is a controlled event. And as we wrote into our regulations, applications for such changes are presumptively denied. In terms of the reasons why all these rules exist, I just want to adopt all the work that we did, and in particular there's a report called the 1248 report that the Defense Department and the State Department filed with Congress justifying these changes, and I just want to adopt and incorporate the reasons. Basically, it boils down to the acquisition of commercial technologies for diversion for military purposes, which is why these very strict controls remain in place. And so in terms of what my recommendations are, I don't really have that many because the rules and the regulations and the statutes are already fairly aggressive. So my first recommendation, frankly, for these rules to be effective is more staff and resources to the enforcement agencies. Because if you already have an embargo, the way to make them effective is to be able to investigate and to enforce. And I described the enforcement authorities that exist that need more bodies and time. The sort of second recommendation I would make is that the controls that we imposed with respect to parts and components for commercial satellite are largely unilateral. That is, only the United States has these controls. And almost all other export controls, we coordinate with our NATO and other close allies so that they have the same controls in place. But with respect to miscellaneous parts or components that are special for commercial satellites, only the U.S. imposes those. And so I would advocate, and I know the administration is doing this, greater effort in order to get our regime allies to adopt the same controls. And then the third recommendation I would make isn't really a recommendation, it's just connecting dots for you. As part of the Export Control Reform Act that passed last August, there was a provision buried into Section 481282F that requires the Commerce Department to impose controls on the activity of U.S. persons to the extent it is a service with respect to a foreign military intelligence agency. And I know that's not strictly speaking of satellite control, but it's a type of control that would impose the government's ability to regulate assistance to a foreign intelligence agency, even if all of the underlying commodities, technology, or software are not U.S. origin or otherwise export controlled, or in fact, even if they're completely foreign origin. I was also very quickly asked to speak about Hong Kong. At the end of my time, literally the day before I left, I signed a rule into effect that greatly expanded the scope of controls with respect to Hong Kong as a result of concerns about diversion from Hong Kong into China. But I'm no longer there now. I no longer have access to the information about whether that has improved or gotten worse since then. And so all I can say is tell you what I had in mind at the time, which was to use this as leverage to get them to control re-exports into the PRC more effectively. But you'd have to ask my successors as to how that is working or not. And I made it right on 7 minutes. There you go. I'll stop there and happy to answer your questions.
Well, thank you to all three of you for very enlightening commentary. I have a couple of questions to start, and then I'm sure my fellow commissioners will also have some. Mr. Wolf, since you mentioned Hong Kong, and earlier in the day, there was quite a lot of commentary about the Wall Street Journal article from yesterday about the use of the satellites that were purchased by Hong Kong entities. So this is a pretty straightforward question that perhaps all three of you would take a whack at, is should the same rules that we apply to China be applied to Hong Kong with regard to space, satellite, or any other space entities? Mr. Gold, I have a specific question for you. I wasn't entirely clear when you talked about the geo satellite business drying up. Is that because of technology or because of China? And all three of you can chime in on that too if you feel compelled. Thank you.
So with respect to the same rules, there's a statute, the U.S. Hong Kong Policy Act of 1992, that requires for export control and trade and many other purposes the U.S. government to treat Hong Kong differently. So there would be a statutory issue you'd have to deal with. All I can say is, again, since I no longer have access to that information, and so my information is two and a half years out of date. But at the time, I was concerned about the topic, and that's why I imposed these extra controls. And basically, my plan at the time was to give Hong Kong maybe another year or two to get the act straight so that we would have confidence in that items, largely microelectronics, that were going into Hong Kong were being regulated properly and not being diverted. Whether they have or haven't followed through on what they said to me 2.5 years ago and warranting a change or not to Hong Kong, I thus have no idea because I no longer have access. I would encourage you to ask the same question of my successors who could give you a much better answer since I'm a little bit out of date.
So it's an excellent question. China is not responsible for the downturn in the market. What's occurring is that there's a lot of excitement about a technological progression to LEO commercial satellites, and particularly constellations of LEO satellites. And that's caused delays among potential GEO satellite operators to purchase new GEO satellites, which has been primarily what's occurred. I do believe, frankly, that the pendulum is going to swing back with GEO, and maybe it's not 20 satellites per year again, but could be closer to 10 or 12, because I always fear these false dichotomies, that ultimately there are going to be things that LEO constellations are great at and things that GEO telecom is good at, and I think we're going to see both continue in a robust nature in the future. However, where China does come to play is China, as you've heard throughout the day, is great at long-term planning. And when they see a downturn in a market like geotelecom, they take advantage of it and say, well, if America or other countries are going to be weak, now is our time to jump. And that's exactly what they're doing to try and capture market share while US and other companies may be retreating, particularly because we don't have the Export-Import Bank. And the way I would respond to this question is, if we don't get XM back into action, this whole issue is going to be moot, because it's going to be the US that's buying the bandwidth from China versus vice versa. And we've seen that in market after market. trust me when I tell you, they're not having to debate in Beijing right now about whether they should use export credit agencies. China and the rest of the world have already gone on to say, what more can we do beyond traditional financing in terms of sovereign wealth funds or getting our private sector and merging it with government to have targeted areas. And here in America, we're still arguing about XM. Now, there has been good news. The Senate Banking Committee is moving forward. But again, I implore you, we need to take action on this issue, both from an economic and a national security perspective.
Mr. Olasky, do you want to chime in on any of these?
Yes, I'll chime in on the first question. And I don't have a strong view whether we should reconsider the rules towards Hong Kong. But I will say that as state money has entered the VC space and there's more funds investing abroad for M&A purposes, Hong Kong has been sort of an exit way for state-owned money, especially in the semiconductor space. There's plenty of good reporting that shows that various holding companies in Hong Kong have been used to sort of snatch up valuable, sensitive semiconductor equipment across the world. So I do think it's worth studying whether the rules should change to Hong Kong or whether there are better mechanisms to vet the source of the money that companies that are buying things abroad.
Okay, looking at my list of, let me start with Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you all for being here. Mr. Gold, you gave an impassioned plea for the Exim Bank. There are clearly a lot of other issues that go into the reauthorization regarding content and a lot of other things, but your points you've made some effective points. Mr. Lasky, let me ask you a question, and you talked about the state-owned capital potentially being the tripwire, and started with a discussion of MilSiv fusion. It's a great term. Isn't it what China has always done? I mean, this commission has, over many years, talked about the fuzzy line, to the extent there's any line, between state and so-called private sector. It now seems that we're trying to put a sexy term on it, when in fact it's what they've been doing all along. Companies may be shifting a bit back and forth over the line, but in effect, China will use whatever commercial advantages it can for its national security, because they view their national security as their economic security as well. Can why are we applying a new term when, again, I think they've been doing it all along?
I mean, I think to a certain extent you're right. Like, I don't think things have. I will leave it open question where things have qualitatively changed. I do think what military civil fusion today denotes is something that is a progression from what the Chinese government has tried to do in the past. So I think in the past, the way of doing this was as followed. You have a big SOE, maybe in the defense sector. Someone high up says, we need more commercial competition, and the SOE says, sure, we'll create a subsidiary that will be commercially oriented. And then the subsidiary will do what the commercial sector is supposed to do. So basically, all this stays in the defense sector, and there's really not cross-pollination of talent and all these other things. What I think they're increasingly doing, and I think that the Central Party is increasingly confident in its ability to use markets to move, to work towards strategic goals. And I do think in the military space in particular, there is this sense that they need to bring the commercial economy into the fold. There are a lot of high-tech talent and capital that are doing various things, and some of it useful to the Chinese government, some of it not. And I think there is a sort of discontent that the private sector is not always doing what the government would like it to invest in. So, rather invest in hard technology, so to speak, like the private sector will be investing in the latest app or some sort of commercial software application. So I think when we talk about military civil fusion in the contemporary context, I think what we're denoting is this renewed push by the Central Party to create these links and to do it in a serious fashion that in some ways resembles the United States, because we do have these public-private partnerships, excuse me. But
we just call them PPPs.
P3s, we call them, yep.
But I mean, I think arguably military civil fusion steps far beyond that by basically, fusing together
So in that sense, what I'm hearing from you is that the mil-sieve fusion is actually a way of grabbing more so-called commercial assets and looking for ways to apply them to strengthening China's military capabilities. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Wolf, help me if you can on the issue relating to surveillance technologies. And, you know, as people know, as you well know, we've seen a dramatic increase in China's surveillance, the Uyghurs, other populations, et cetera. And certainly satellite technology is a big part of those surveillance activities. How does that fall in the continuum of the Export Control Act? You know, there are a lot of questions about whether U.S. technologies are being used to enhance China's surveillance capabilities. Ground-based is, you know, all through the stream. Where does that fall within the legal context as well as the enforcement context?
Sure. To the extent that the issue pertains to physical hardware that's specific to surveillance, there are controls on physical items and technology for its production or development.
But I'm sorry, but is the target of the surveillance what triggers it, or is it the surveillance itself?
It could be either. Okay. So the way to think, remember when I said at the beginning, physical items, destinations, end users, to answer your question, you have to break it up, and the Export Administration regulations have the ability to address each of those. So for example, on the physical satellite or the technology related to build it, strict embargo on the production or development related thereto. If there's a particular end user, an entity, either government or private, that's engaged in bad acts, along the lines of a national security or foreign policy or a human rights concern. In the Export Administration regulations, there is the authority to prohibit all exports of any sort, whether it's toothbrushes or satellites, to a particular entity, and there's a list of about 1,000 entities of which there's a complete embargo. And the threshold for listing the names is if there's any national security or foreign policy reason to do so. It's a very open standard.
And does that include the People's Armed Police, so domestic crowd control, et cetera? Do you know whether that is?
It can. I mean, the authority, it's up to the will of those in charge based upon a specific issue in order to identify an entity. There's complete discretion to name a private company or a government entity on this list. And so it's up to the will of those in charge. And then there are also end-use controls. And that is, regardless of the underlying technology, let's say it's widely available commercial technology, or regardless of whether it's U.S. or foreign origin, there's the ability to prohibit activities by U.S. persons with respect to military or surveillance, or as I described in the Export Control Reform Act, there's now a statutory requirement to regulate if an assistance by a U.S. person would be with respect to a foreign military intelligence agency. And so first you have to identify the problem, and then the Export Administration regulations have a lot of different tools to address it. There's no mandatory requirement. It's up to the will of whoever is in charge to impose a regulation to address the problem.
So if Google Earth is monitoring Uyghurs on a U.S.-owned and operated satellite, but providing the data flow to a Chinese end user, let's say it's the People's Armed Police, that's a discretionary restriction for the U.S. government, is that right?
Yes, that fact pattern didn't present an existing control because it wasn't U.S. technology for production or development. There wasn't a transfer of a satellite or a change of ownership or control, so there was no trigger there. But and I don't know anything about this particular case.
It's a hypothetical. I'm not trying to besmirch Google Earth, sorry.
The authority exists for the Commerce Department, is not a punishment, but rather to affect the national security or foreign policy will of the U.S. government to basically cut off that entity from U.S. trade, which creates a significant financial impact on the company, thus leverage over the company to get it to change its behavior. And this is a tool we use quite a bit. I was the one who implemented the change on ZTE, the listing of ZTE, to get them to change their behavior back in 2016, and did so 800 or so other times. And basically, when you cut off a company or an entity from the U.S. economy, that normally is a significant bit of leverage you have to get them to change whatever bad act they're doing. And it's broadly defined and open-ended and up to the will of whoever is in charge.
Thank you for what you did on ZTE. I just wish it had been carried all the way through, but that's
different topic,
separate
different
matter.
hearing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis.
The Wall Street Journal article yesterday said U.S. law effectively prohibits American companies from exporting satellites to China. But domestic technology lags behind America. But the U.S. doesn't regulate how a satellite bandwidth is used once the device is in space. That has allowed China to essentially rent the capacity of U.S.-built satellites. That's number one. Number two, Boeing is in the process now of building a satellite for a Hong Kong company. And the Hong Kong company's chairman says, while he has great affinity for the United States, but he's also a Chinese patriot. It seems to me that both of those cases, China is using a loophole to get around export controls. And I guess the question is, does this help the Chinese military or in policing the Uyghurs? And do we need new laws relating to exports to Hong Kong and to companies that rent? If China is in space for peaceful purposes, why do they need to have counter space programs? So that's my question to all of you. Do we need new laws or more enforcement of the existing laws? And should we change the role that Hong Kong has?
Why don't we just start and move on down the table?
I don't have a take on the renting satellite component. I think the Wall Street Journal article was a little fuzzy on where exactly the satellite was being used. In terms of building a satellite for the Hong Kong company, what I will say is I think what that founder, when he was speaking about being a Chinese patriot, was actually responding to is that there is a commercial market in China for him to sort of use his satellite for. And this is basically, I think, how military civil fusion sort of works in practice, which is like there's a commercial incentive for him to really lease out his satellite to the Beidou navigation system constellation or for some commercial application. So yeah, potentially there is a real question to be had whether it's okay for an entity to buy up an American satellite, use it for something that's achieving strategic goals of the Chinese state, even if there's a commercial incentive to do that. I will leave it to others to say what type of regulation should be in place.
Well, could you answer the other part? If China is in space for peaceful purposes, what do they need to build counter space policies?
I mean, I think that ultimately they do it because of the asymmetrical advantage it gives them in a potential military conflict. As China potentially relies more and more on space-based communications and other applications, perhaps that will change. But I think for the moment they are sort of hedging their bets, so to speak.
So relative to the Wall Street Journal article, I think the reporter did an excellent job. I had hours and hours of conversations with him, so I'll buy a second subscription. They were very open and I think very good.
With her, she was a female writer.
Kate and Brian Spiegel did a great job. So I think that what was presented, though, in the article, it's a policy decision that our lawmakers need to look at what they're getting from intelligence, what you're getting from Department of State, and then it's a balance. You know, does U.S. industry, over here you have the benefits of jobs, innovation, et cetera, and then over here you have the concerns about human rights, supporting military, and then a decision has to be made. You know, what I particularly liked about the article is they're not putting that on the doorstep of the private sector. You know, we don't have an intelligence community. We don't have a Department of State. So we have to depend upon the experts in government to make that decision. And that's where I think these two issues come to play, and not just for satellites, but, you know, I think one of our other big exports is soybeans and aviation. You know, are we feeding the soybeans to the PLA, or what are the planes being used for? You know, these are the balancing that has to be done to decide. My concern, though, is that we're not going to export control ourselves to beat China. That I hear a lot of conversation about controls and preventing them. We're looking backwards. We need to look forwards of a world of technological parity or even potentially superiority by the Chinese. And that's why my testimony is focused on what can we do to make sure that we've still got that technical advantage? Because I can tell you controls are not going to be nearly enough. And I've harped on the Export-Import Bank, but as you talk about counter space, right? We have satellite servicing systems that I mentioned that can refuel, repair a satellite after it had been attacked. But here in the US, we have debates. We have debates about export-import banks. We have debates about whether we should be funding these things. If we're not aggressive about pushing forward and funding these initiatives, largely via the PPPs that we talk about, public-private partnerships, again, we will be on the outside looking in. Too often America holds on, and export-import is a great example of this ideology of pure capitalism, so we can't influence things one way or the other, can't get the government involved. Well, China's not looking at it that way. Frankly, Europe's not looking at it that way. And if we can't figure out this fusion that we mentioned, because I don't think there is a difference between civil and military anymore. Doug Lavero, who was the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy, said China will outspend us in space. Our only hope is that we can out-entrepreneur them.
Is Commerce Department the right place to issue licenses?
I think Commerce can do a good job for the licenses. Now, are you asking, the question would be for China or for everyone else, right?
Keep in mind you are sitting next to a former Assistant Secretary.
Yes, who did a very good job on behalf of industry, by the way, so I need to be kind. I think Commerce probably is the right place for now. I think, however, this is a dynamic situation, right? The relationships are changing or evolving. I think Commerce has done an excellent job in the past, will do so in the future. And as we almost referenced, both Commerce and State have moved forward with ANPRM's advanced notice of proposed rulemakings for export control reform, both in terms of what can we do to create these lower barriers around a wider area, as well as emerging technologies, what do we need to do to create a higher barrier? And I think the ultimate compromise with export control reform is that when we look at China, we have that higher barrier. But don't do surgery with a chainsaw, do it with a scalpel. Make sure that we don't hurt ourselves in the process by making it impossible for a company like mine to have a collaboration with Canada or the UK. Because I'll tell you, that's what I've seen from Capitol Hill time and time again, that we're far too broad. And again, in terms of the government backing the American private sector, we're sending us out there, we're going to a gunfight with a knife, and then we're stabbing ourselves with a knife before we go into that fight. So we need to rethink the whole relationship, frankly, between how the government supports the private sector, because if we can't get that fusion right, China and the rest of the world are going to leave us in the dust.
To answer your question directly, the article was correct. The leasing of bandwidth of technology outside the U.S. that's not U.S. origin, that's not for the development or production of items, et cetera, is not an export-controlled event. Never has been under the State Department, the Commerce Department, any other laws previously. But I would say it's not really the bandwidth that's the issue. The movement of information across a satellite per se is not a threat. It's not a problem. In fact, it's to be encouraged in many circumstances. I go back to my earlier point. It's how somebody is doing it or what's being done with it, whether it's a satellite or a telephone or a commercial vehicle. If somebody is using a cell phone router or a tower in order to engage in the Uyghur activities that were described earlier, then those other authorities that are agnostic as to the technology, again, whether it's a satellite or a terrestrial application of any sort, the rules allow the government to go after and impose significant pain on those who are engaged in the bad acts by whatever means. And that would be my suggestion for how to address concerns regarding suppression of minorities or use of internal police agencies for suppression of minority groups, et cetera, which I know is a serious issue, as opposed to trying to focus on a particular issue involving bandwidth, which one minute may be certain information and another minute may be Sesame Street. So it's focus with respect to Hong Kong as such. The way the export control system is set up in light of the statutory requirements, it's treated separately, but it doesn't mean licenses aren't required. Every export of a controlled item, which is a very long list of dual use and military technologies, requires review by the Commerce Department, the Defense Department, the State Department, and the Energy Department. And it's not just commerce, really. It's not just a commercial equity. It's really my bureau, the Bureau of Industry, former bureau, the Bureau of Industry and Security, is a national security bureau nestled within the Commerce Department. So it's a very different mission than trade promotion. That's the opposite of trade promotion, in fact. I was always very unpopular at staff meetings when, anyway, different topic. And so any of the activities that you described in terms of a movement to a satellite, to Hong Kong, or change of registration or ownership by somebody in Hong Kong or even a Hong Kong national outside of Hong Kong would require permission of those 4 agencies. And we would review the intelligence that we had regarding the parties, whether they're trustworthy, what the stated end use is, and often there will be conditions. You may use this satellite for purpose X and Y, and so long as they do it for that good purpose X and Y, then it's to be encouraged. Why otherwise give this work to non-U.S. companies? But if they go outside of those conditions, then there are civil and criminal penalties that attach for violating the conditions.
Does that mean we have to monitor how it's being used?
So monitor the satellite? Well, it depends upon what the issues are. You can impose obligations on the parties involved to monitor and report and regularly receive visits from the U.S. government, and we have authorities to do that outside of the United States now. But it can't require the U.S. government to monitor every transaction, every technology transfer at every second. I mean, that's physically impossible for any government. And so what happens, the way the whole system has been built since Thomas Jefferson first created it, was under the, I was joking about that, but anyway, there's very little export control humor, so you have to go with me. It's frankly with the very aggressive enforcement and the civil and criminal penalties that I referred to earlier, which scares the crap out of companies to want to do the hard work necessary to comply, because if they don't, they get cut off from trade with the U.S., they get cut off from the ability to export, they have civil and up to 10 years in jail criminal penalties. And so that was going back to my point earlier on. The laws are about as aggressive as they can get. The discretion that exists within the regulations is about as broad as you can already get. It's all about people. It's all about manpower. It's all about money for enforcement agents to do the hard work to investigate and prosecute. So, you know, I think the regs give all the discretion. Everything thereafter is political will, money, and manpower.
Somebody earlier today said we need more money, we need more resources for the regulators. You agree with that?
Absolutely. And I can really say that now that I'm no longer in the Commerce Department. You know, the beauty of the, and I love these people dearly, but they're severely understaffed with the mission that's given to them, particularly now that they're being distracted by so many other policy topics rather than focusing on export controls. And Commerce has this wonderful setup where they have 129 special agents, which are experts at export controls, but they're also agents. They're investigators with badges and guns and investigative authority and the power to arrest, and they focus just on export control issues, given the sensitivity. No other country has this. No other part of the U.S. government has this. The State Department doesn't have this. And you know, given that the rules are already so aggressive, and given that the other rules are already so flexible, the only way in which they're going to have their national security or foreign policy effect is for that group to be supported with money and time. And why would someone from industry advocate this? And the reason is industry actually should advocate this as well, because it keeps the playing field level for all the companies that do the hard work, that spend the money to comply with the regulations, and they should be on the same playing field with those that don't. And so I know it seems counterintuitive, but it's actually not. Industry should be advocating what I just said for as well.
And if I could say a word on that topic, industry is that I chair the Export Control Committee for the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, and one of our top points was ensuring that proper resources were available for commerce, for state, for DITS, et cetera. But we got a very interesting response when we made that proposal, by the way. It isn't just a dollar issue. It's a hiring issue. Absolutely. So we had a bunch of the state and commerce people around us. We were having a discussion last week at Commerce due to a joint event, and they introduced us to someone new from DTSA, the Defense Technology Security Administration. They're like, we hired him on an expedited basis. It only took 6 months.
And that's quick.
That's fast, exactly. So
Very quick. Yeah.
you can throw money at the issue, but if it takes years to hire, money isn't the only part of the solution. That there needs to be reforms relative to hiring, relative to merit. Like, look, you know, Kevin left service. We weren't paying him enough there. Well, that too will happen, but even firing, you know, more freedom. We were talking about 2024 with NASA. You may have heard that we're going to try and go back to the moon by then. If we can't get the government to be more flexible in terms of hiring and firing and pay, we're not going to be able to achieve any of the goals that we set out as a country.
Thank you for your advice. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Wolf, as it relates to end-use reviews. China's a major problem. I mean, we can't get to the places often that we want to do the end-user reviews, correct?
Absolutely, and there's in fact, just last week, the Commerce Department added 37 Chinese companies to a list called the unverified list, which is a rule that I largely created when I was there, which basically says if we're unable to visit you, and if the Chinese government won't allow you to visit you, then we're going to impose a lot more burdens on you. And then the entity list rule, and there are other rules, et cetera. So we have staff in China that conduct on-site investigations, but to the extent that the government or the companies are not cooperative, then the authority exists, and this administration and previous administrations have used it to cut off those companies who fail to cooperate.
And they are often take 6 weeks to get into a place so they can clean up their activities. They have to get governmental approval, and I assume they're not bringing their own U.S.-based weapons into those facilities.
Well, that's for physical visual inspection. There are other ways to know what's going on inside a company.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Let me turn now to Commissioner Bartholomew.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our witnesses. Very interesting. There's so many challenges. Both Mr. Lasky, how do we pronounce it? Lasky?
Yes, it's last guy.
Lasky and Mr. Gold, I sort of thank you both for pointing out this pattern that we see of the building of a national champion in China to the detriment of U.S. companies. Some of us have been pointing that out for several decades now, and it's very frustrating to see again. Mr. Gold, you talk about the need for us to confront some things. You know, some of us have been trying to talk about the fact that China has an industrial policy, and in this country, when you mention industrial policy, people have an allergic reaction. So it is, but you know, I mean, this is the cost that we pay for all of this. A couple of different questions. One is, for all of you, what are the consequences for the U.S. if we lose our U.S. commercial space industry? What are the implications of us using the commercial space industry? But before I get you to answer that, Mr. Gold, I have a specific question for you. You guys manufacture satellites. Are the components that you use in the manufacturing of those satellites made here in the United States?
A great deal of them are. There are some key components that aren't. And again, this is where industrial policy matters. For example, plasma thrusters. The Russians do a great job on plasma thrusters. They've always focused on them. And this is a place where if you had more U.S. investment, if you had an actual R&D industrial policy, we could do so much better. I would also say that in terms of export control reform, again, just to go back to good work Kevin did back in the day, that it wasn't the component assembly or the companies that we were losing due to bad export control policies. It was those component pieces. So it's a very insightful question that those secondary and tertiary suppliers that were going out of business because they couldn't participate in the global marketplace due to overly broad export control reforms. And that's when not only commercial providers, but the Pentagon found they were buying their component pieces completely from overseas because their domestic industrial base had atrophied to the point where we were dependent on other people, which was the exact opposite effect of what the export controls are supposed to have. So we've still got a base, but again, when you drop from 20 to 8 orders, you know, and then we don't move quickly on export-import, you're going to quickly lose those secondary and tertiary suppliers, forcing us to go overseas. So again, I understand we can't be China in terms of industrial policy, but there are things that the U.S. can do in terms of the government being a smart customer. You know, I talk about satellite servicing, in-space assembly. The government could purchase these services from companies. We would be investing in them. There's a lot that we can do there that we're not doing right now because we need more, frankly, congressional direction, leadership, and funding on these matters.
I want to follow up with a question that you might not be able to answer or not in an open forum or for proprietary information, but do you have concerns about security of the components that you use, about components that are going into the satellites that could be used or manipulated or something in a way that's detrimental to the use of the satellites?
I think that if you were purchasing them from China, you know, or someplace like that, you know, there would be concerns about the components, which is why it's important that we maintain a domestic industrial base so that you don't have to go overseas. And then when you are going overseas, it's to major NATO and non-NATO members. There is a policy for the Department of Defense not to use Chinese components or Chinese manufactured, you know, satellites. So you've got a bit of a firewall there. But ultimately, again, and forgive me for keeping to harken back to this, I worry about the more macro issues. That if we lose the manufacturing industry, this is going to go away. If we can't keep a robust demand and a continual demand, we lose those secondary and tertiary suppliers, then we get into trouble, and then you might have to go overseas for them. So I think it is a real concern, and one that we need to focus our industrial policy to make sure that demand is sufficiently stable that we don't lose those parts suppliers.
And is anybody tracking Chinese acquisition of some of the kinds of companies that would be making these things in other countries, right? I mean, sometimes we know what the Chinese are acquiring here or trying to acquire, but if they are acquiring a manufacturer that makes a piece that is one of the only countries that, one of the only companies that can do it, is there anybody who's tracking that sort of thing?
I have seen no unified effort to look at either the component level or even the larger level relative to industries being pursued by China or any other rival nation. We are singularly ill-prepared, in my estimation, for the kind of struggle that we're in, not only with China, but for really the global economy as we see it today, where you see governments teaming up with their own industries and then working together as a unit. The U.S. does not function like that, which is we don't have that data. I guarantee they have that overseas. I was at a joint AFRL-DIU conference. We were looking at these very issues. And I can tell you there's some people in the Air Force, there's some people at the Pentagon and the industrial base that are looking at this, but there's no consistent or overall strategy in place, at least that I've seen.
All right, thanks. And forbearance, can we have the other witnesses answer the question about consequences for the U.S. losing our U.S. commercial space industry?
I spent 2 years of my life lobbying Congress to get Congress to agree to change the rules in order to help the defense industrial, or the satellite industrial base for exactly that reason. I and my colleagues from state and defense were up here a lot. What Congress did in 1990s in response to a diversion of commercial technology for a military application in China was it basically clamped down on all U.S. commercial satellite spacecraft and related items, regardless of significance, regardless of destination, regardless of anything else. And at that time, we had about a 70+% share of the world market, and the Defense Department had very robust suppliers in the U.S. making the things they needed to keep their birds alive and active in space. But once you clamp down and cut off the ability and impose regulatory burdens on trade with our NATO and other close allies, what that did was to create incentive for our Europeans and our Japanese friends to build their own competing parts and components manufacturers that otherwise would not have existed but for congressional action. So it was a well-intentioned action, but it's an example of what happens when you impose unilateral controls. And it basically forced, we went from like 70 to about 20% of the world market because this congressional action motivated competitors to evolve in our allies. And so what the reform effort did, what I'm very proud of, is, and Congress agreed with us, is in order to keep the U.S. satellite industrial base healthy, you need that robust demand from the allies. And so it's different. On one hand, it feels really good, really tough to be able to cut off everything everywhere all the time, always, because it'll never make it to China that way. But you end up like squeezing a ball of sand in your hand. You end up with nothing at the end of the day and hurting the very industry that you're trying to protect. So in order to preserve the industrial base that you just described, which is so vital, the key is very low regulatory burdens with trade by and among our allies to keep that demand alive so that we're the platforms upon which they build as opposed to the other way around. And in order to address the China national security threat, the controls are multilateral. That means that the U.S. and Germany and Japan and the other spacefaring nations work and align their controls and share enforcement and intelligence in order to address a common threat. And so that's how you keep the U.S. satellite industrial base secure and robust, while at the same time addressing the concerns that have been well articulated previously with respect to China.
Last guy, can we have Mr. Last guy?
Yeah, so to start, I just want to echo your remarks on the allergic reaction to industrial policies. As I try to sort of outline in my testimony, I hope I'm successful, is that the Chinese are just very intentional at doing things related to industrial policies, and they studied the United States. And in the case of military-civil fusion, there is a deep study of what the U.S. has done. Just we haven't done it intentionally. We haven't been conscious of it. So in some ways, I'm sure there are people in China who are more experts on what we've done than people we have in the United States, speaking hyperbolically, but it to some extent is true. So, I mean, this military-civil fusion is not something that's created in a villain's lair. It was created, by studying and replicating what other countries have done. And that brings me to the loss of your question about the loss of the commercial space sector. I mean, I will say that we are currently so far ahead that the idea of losing out seems pretty remote and almost hard to conceptualize. But I think it is easy to imagine that the Chinese, because they are so intentional at looking at the supply chain and finding critical links where they can snatch up one European company or one company from somewhere else and thus dominate that part of the supply chain. We don't think that way. And yeah, I mean, there seems to be a case where the Chinese are able to start chipping away at the supply chain and thus making other countries more reliant on them. And I think this goes to sort of one thing I recommended in my recommendations section, which is I think there really needs to be an interagency process to look at the industrial base and in a holistic way and look at where Chinese companies are investing elsewhere and abroad and really draw attention to it before it's too late.
Mr. Gold, would you care to respond to how far ahead we are? The first thought that crossed my mind was, that's what they said in Detroit in 1985. But anyway, that's...
I'm a very poor poker player, as you can tell from my expression on that. I mean, look, China can launch their people to space right now. We can't. I mean, we're looking at more robust financing, as I described in my testimony on the satellite field. We can't. In the areas where there isn't parity, there's soon going to be parity, and then they're going to exceed us. So, I think they've actually reached parity in many, many fields. And again, not just China, others. And again, I just have to keep circling back around to, we're not going to export control our way out of this problem. Frankly, I think we need to be looking more internally than at China in terms of what are we doing as a nation to answer the fusion that has been described in China. What are we doing with public-private partnerships? Are we monitoring our industrial base for threats? And then when we see those threats, are we taking action? I think we have to ask a lot more questions about our system, because ultimately the IP is going to get out there, right? And particularly with China, we've seen this. It's going to leak, it's going to be stolen, it's going to be copied. You have to continue to innovate and have the workforce, which we haven't talked about a little bit here, which is a whole nother problem to innovate. So we really have to be thinking, I think, aggressively about what we're doing here in this country to stay ahead, because I think that we're at parity in many areas and are in threat of losing our edge in many others.
Thank you.
Senator Talent?
Well, I'll just piggyback a little bit on, because Carolyn asked basically the questions I was going to ask. How important is it, in your view, in terms of sustaining this aspect of the industrial base, is a robust and consistent funding of the Department of Defense? It's been my impression that a lot of, when we talk about civil-military fusion in the United States, that where that's really worked, it's more military-civil fusion in the sense that the department knows what it wants to do, basically, and it's driving research and development towards that purpose. And then once that is achieved, then the technology gets into the civilian sector, and there's all these great spin-offs and the rest of it. So that's another, at the same time as we were doing the probably overly strict export control regime, we also went through years of a sequester in the defense budget and not passing defense appropriations bills. So give me your opinion on that, and then I'll be done.
So excellent point. Remember, though, that commercial applications are going to generally, in just about every area, outstrip the defense demand by volume and numbers. So you can never completely depend upon Defense Department funding to keep an entire sector alive and healthy and robust. In fact, that very point is why the Defense Department was with me at all of these meetings up here on Congress to give us back the authority to regulate differently controls on satellites, because that was their point. We can do as much as we can, whether there's with or without sequestration. We'll never be able to keep up with commercial demand as a Defense Department to keep the supply chain healthy that we need, that we depend upon. And so therefore we need the robust demand and low regulatory burden on trade with allies. And so it's absolutely a very important point. Sequestration had a horrible negative impact, but more Defense Department money to keep the commercial lines open is not really the solution. It really must come from demand from abroad.
Although it couldn't hurt.
It couldn't hurt, yes, it couldn't hurt.
Well, and you can use those funds, I mean, in a different area. I remember when I was in the Senate, there was an issue about sustaining the ability to design nuclear submarines.
Yeah.
and Joe Lieberman and I put some money in the budget just basically to keep that workforce in place so it wouldn't get laid off. So there's a flexibility to the department's budget you can do. But you're right, in terms of gross, it can't support a whole industry like this.
But per the point that was made about the industrial base, for example, if we were looking at this holistically and we did see that there was a particular area or particular components that we were about to lose out on, DOD, if they had the funding, could then move to shore that up and make sure that that track continued. But I'll tell you, I think the best fusion or public-private partnership that I've ever seen in government actually occurred at NASA with the COTS and CRS program, Commercial Orbital Transportation Services and the Commercial Resupply Services. Under that program, there was less than $1 billion spent. We got 2 medium lift vehicles, the Falcon 9 and the Antares, and then 2 capsules, the Dragon and the Cygnus, both of which have flown, both of which are delivering cargo to the International Space Station today. And with the Falcon 9, we actually had a market in terms of commercial satellite launch that had gone almost entirely overseas, almost entirely to Europe, to China, to Russia, and then came back to American shores, $1 billion. And what was done there? Fixed price contracting as opposed to cost plus, having the private sector come in, put a little skin in the game, and keeping the government honest in terms of not changing the requirements constantly, and the government coming to the private sector saying, this is our need, not how you should design the vehicle. And if you leverage the power of the purse, if we have the Department of Defense, if we have NASA coming to companies like mine and saying, we will pay for satellite servicing, we will pay for in-space robotics, you will see an explosion of innovation and diversity like never before. So I think it's not only getting the money, that is important, but it's on how you're spending it and releasing the entrepreneurial aspects of the private sector. And I think that NASA program was a great example.
Yeah, and I would just I agree completely with Mr. Gold. I think it's more about a technique than anything inherent to the Department of Defense. And I think we've seen it through NASA, through ARPA-E, IARPA. It's a technique of basically creating these public-private partnerships where there's a market that can be tapped, providing the support to get those enterprises off the ground, and then letting really the market drive innovation and development of scale and efficiency. And I think the solution is not necessarily just to give DoD more money; it's to ensure that these institutions are prioritizing these type of partnerships. And I think in DoD there's a lot of great work going on with DIU and other institutions. I think in some ways we also need to think about how to scale up. It's one thing to do fast iteration with a small startup in Silicon Valley. It's a little more difficult to do that with something that's developing real hardware. And I think that's where NASA has really succeeded with SpaceX. So thinking how we scale up, how we provide more capital for hardware intensive startups to really find their market. I think these are things that we should be thinking about when we're deciding how to fund these institutions.
Thank you. Commissioner Cleveland.
Thank you. You may be the fastest talking group of witnesses that we have ever had, and I talk fast. So I have 2 questions. One, I think, probably for Mr. Wolf. We've talked a lot about Hong Kong. I'm wondering if Israel has ever come up in the context of concerns about re-export.
Oh, sure, of course. Israel is a very close, trusted ally that's made substantial improvements in the quality of their domestic export control system, and the U.S. Defense Department worked with them for a very long time to help capacity building. And whereas there may have been an issue a long time ago, at least in my experience, it was extraordinarily cooperative and good faith, and the issues you may be thinking of were long before my time and with a completely different set of personnel over there. And so, at least in my experience, I had no such concerns about diversion, internal or external, with respect to the topic at hand. So, different topic altogether.
Okay. Last year in Colorado Springs, Acting Defense Secretary Shanahan, in a keynote address, said the threat is clear. We're in an era of great power competition, and the next major conflict may be won or lost in space. I'm interested, given your different perspectives, what do you think would be the key reasons why we would win or lose in space? Is it workforce innovation, as you mentioned, Mr. Gold? Is it money? Is it regulatory restrictions? Is it a specific capability like anti-satellite? So if you could use that broad statement as a way of kind of lining up what you think the critical components are that would contribute to winning or losing. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of valuable perspectives to answer that question. From my perspective, I think, and as someone who studies the way that China looks at the market strategically, to me where I think this potential conflict, if you want to call it that, can be lost is by not adopting the same perspective that the Chinese are using towards how the commercial market and strategic implications intertwine. I think, we saw this with telecommunications and the rise of Huawei. I think the United States didn't think of its telecom industrial base as a critical national security, risk, and we effectively let it be exported abroad, while China very much considered this to be very strategic and important and allowed for domestic national champions to rise like Huawei. And now we're, of course, in the situation where we're responding to Huawei's advances abroad. So I think it's important that we think this way about the commercial space industry and not allow a similar situation to arise, 10, 15 years down the road. I mean, I think if we do lose out in the commercial space sector, then, there might not even need to be a conflict. That sort of will provide some type of dominance.
So I think there's a policy and a technological answer to your question. On a policy basis, as was just said, I think we're going to lose or win that conflict on the basis of how effective we are in fusing government and the private sector. If we can get our public-private partnerships to work like was done in COTS and CRS, and by the way, that wasn't just SpaceX, that was Orbital, now Northrop Grumman, Boeing is in commercial crew. When you implement good systems, you can get good results almost regardless of the company. And I think we have to be very careful on the export control front and in terms of regulations that backfire on us. As Mr. Wolf described, we've had policies that have actually ended up having the absolute opposite effect of what we wanted. We could almost afford to stumble back then, but per the parity argument, I think our margin of error is very small right now, which is why, again, I think it's great that we're having this conversation, but our zeal for export controls with China, we have to be extraordinarily cautious about not being overly broad. Again, surgery with the scalpel, not the chainsaw, and unfortunately, nuance is not necessarily what Congress is known for a lot, so we have to be cautious. Then on the technological front, I would say it's space-based robotics. We're going through an entire transformation where you've got satellites that can build themselves, repair themselves, service themselves. I mean, we've all got cars, right? And I know we're all doing pretty well here, but when your car runs out of fuel, do you throw it away and then buy another? No, yet that is exactly what we do in the satellite industry. So imagine now when you can refuel that satellite, keep the platform going, refresh the technology. This is a whole new era. And if we fall behind the international competition in China, Russia, and Europe, I don't like our odds in terms of any kind of a conflict.
Fascinating question, and I guess my short answer is all of the above. I was going like 10 different areas of law and policy that go to answering your question. It starts, it's from STEM education at the middle school stage of getting people excited about this. It's visa policies so that we encourage the best and the brightest from all over the planet to want to come and work for our companies as opposed to the adversaries' companies. We already talked about the industrial base support, the DoD tailored support, the study of what companies connect to what in order to be able to know whether to focus care and attention. And then on the kinetic side, on the military side, obviously it's significant DoD money, both for intelligence and surveillance and anti-satellite weapons. So the answer to your question is basically all law and all policy. It all feeds into that. It's no one area of law or policy or regulation that's going to address or kill what you're trying to reach there. That's my first reaction. Great question.
Our ace crackerjack staff here just showed me a tweet. I think it was a tweet from Secretary of Transportation Xiao announcing that the FAA Office of Current Space Transportation has been directed to undertake an extensive reorganization. Is something related to what we're talking about right now?
So I haven't seen this tweet, but as chair of the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee, we are looking at a major refresh and revision of the launch regulations right now. There was a notice to proposed rulemaking that was coming out. Again, careful what you ask for, right? That we've always advocated for reform. Now I stay up nights and miss weekends responding to ANPRMs that we've been so active in trying to get these things going. I think also the challenge that we face at transportation is the integration of commercial space activities with the aviation and the national airspace. And there again, it's a difficult balancing act in terms of, you know, how do you get these two things to coexist and live together and benefit? And, you know, there's a lot of issues in terms of Outer Space Treaty implementation, Article 6, which requires the authorization and continuing supervision of space activities. We really haven't identified an agency to address that. We've been working through AST so far, and they've been doing a great job. And, you know, perhaps we should be ensconcing that there. We've talked about Department of Commerce. Again, we need to get the regulations right. That the technology is important, but if we don't have a good regulatory structure, that will be a tremendous drag. So I applaud Secretary Chow for moving forward aggressively with those reforms, for being supportive of commercial, and I hope that we in industry can be helpful and do more.
I have I think a wrap-up question here, unless something pops up. We have about 7 or 8 minutes left here. Listening to the discussion writ large, you walk away with the feeling that China really is taking a huge march on us, and that it's going to take an awful lot of, it seems like an awful lot of effort to put us back on the right track. And so the question I have for you is, China's apparent advantage, does this mean that inexorably they're going to continue to move in a way that's going to be difficult for us to ever catch up? And so what are the weaknesses, if any of you or all of you have looked at China in that sense, what are the weaknesses there that will make it less likely that the sense that at least that I have taken away from what you've had to say is that it's going to be too hard? Where are they going to stumble?
So this for me is a great question because what frankly, we talk about China's successes, but as someone who studies this, I'm often looking at the failures because frankly, especially when it comes to military-civil fusion, there's more cases where it's not been successful than successful. And I think we usually pay most attention to China when it has its breakout moment in a certain industry and it seems unstoppable. But getting there's a lot of stumbling, and I think in many ways we have a much stronger foundation to work on. I mean, in China, I can go through a list of things that they don't have, like a lack of IP protection, especially between the commercial sector and the military. Huge problem. There isn't a legal framework to deal with, like to impartially arbitrate disputes or anything like that. So if you're a commercial company with, some killer new technology, you don't really want to work with the military. I mean, unless that is your chosen customer, or if you have some personal networks that tie to that. I mean, I think in the United States, if you have a new microsatellite application, like DoD is a great client, and people are eager to work with the Defense Department. I mean, similarly, I think there's a strong bias towards SOEs. I mean, right now we're seeing these commercial players rise up, and there is this real push by the Central Military Commission and high-ranking parts of the government to come off as impartial, allow these companies to really really launch their own technology and make the appearance of a balanced playing field. But there really is a situation in which if there's a downturn in the industry and a lot of these private enterprises, have to go bankrupt, a big SOE might come in up and just buy them all up. And that's just not a problem we have as much in the United States because we don't have these large conglomerates that dominate an entire sector. And that's what China's really done. China hasn't really ever done SOE reform to the fullest extent. And lastly, there's just too much government meddling. And I think, I think it's going to be really interesting to see if there is a separate approval process for private sector rocket launches. So far, there's been really muddled discussion. There's not clear process to launch a rocket. You have to go through the military, and I think there's probably some bureaucratic infighting over who gets that control. Whereas I think in the United States, we often think about what is best to promote the private sector. So at the end of the day, China's quite new to this. There's plenty of places they can stumble before they have their sort of breakout moment, especially in the commercial space sector.
2 words: diversity and liberty. Who we are as Americans is our greatest fundamental defense. That we come from so many different cultures, so many different perspectives, so many different places, that we simply innovate better than China and a lot of other countries do, and that's where China lags behind on the innovation. Which is why, again, quite frankly, I worry a little bit less about controls and more about leaning into our advantage, that we innovate, we do R&D, and liberty is a part of that as well. We're a free nation, and we think freely. We're creative. We go beyond the bounds. That's not the environment in China. So I think if we lean into what makes us great as a country and as Americans, there's hope.
Here, everything Mr. Gold just said, add into that respect for the rule of law, destination country for the best and the brightest from all over the planet to come work for us. That will allow us to out-innovate in a low regulatory burden with a situation where there's IP protection and a culture of innovation and growth, and ultimately, culturally, systematically, structurally, we will ultimately prevail. So it sounds a little bit like a campaign speech, but I think the answer to your question is frankly the institutional structure that we have that they don't, regardless of any other particular detail, and that's where we will ultimately prevail. So thank you for asking.
Mr. Wolf, are you using this opportunity to announce you're running for president?
I would be the only Democrat who isn't running if I were, but no, I'm not campaigning for anything. Thank you.
Thank you all. I must say, though, that despite all of these things that we've said that are so good about us, we seem to be losing. So, Mike, over to you.
Thank you all. And Mr. Gold, certainly having been involved in war chest financing and many other issues in the past, the activities of China, JETRO, and others, very sympathetic to the questions of export financing. But there's a fine line between export financing and subsidies, and one of the principal issues I think that creates the problem for you and so many other U.S.-based industries is China's non-market actions, the subsidies it uses to support its national champions and just about anyone else. So, Mr. Wolf, you were there during the ZTE issues as well as Huawei, and Huawei was not was F1 or whatever it was in the indictments, F7, thank you. The Commerce Department had played around at one point with a AD/CVD case around Huawei because of its underpricing foreign competitors and U.S.-based competitors in the market. And it seems to me when you look at ZTE, you look at Huawei, you look at any kind of satellite-based services that are being sold in the U.S. to U.S. interests at less than market rates, despite how much we're using our trade laws right now, that's an area that's really lacking. If we want to go after Huawei, it's partially the question about standards, it's partially the question of a 5G rollout, but at its core, isn't it a financial issue that they've been cleaning our clock because they've been giving their products away? Mr. Gold, do you have a view on that?
Again, this is the challenge that we face. Not only subsidies, but particularly as we look at the launch sector, for example, and again, it's opaque to us, so I can't say with certainty, but free launches will be attached. These are things that my company, no other company in the U.S. can offer. And ultimately, if we can't compete in the international marketplace, no matter how much funding we get from the Department of Defense, that's going to hit the industrial base hard and hit innovation hard.
But you can't compete if you're trying to compete against a company that doesn't care about profit.
Absolutely.
Right.
And in my written testimony, you'll see references to the fact that we don't even know if China cares if they generate a profit on some of these satellite sales. It could be revenue negative, and they'll simply take the strategic and technological benefits. And again, this is why I talk about we're ill-prepared for this. The systems are completely different.
Right.
And at a time when I'm talking about Export-Import Bank, you're talking about not even making a profit simply for the strategic gain. And that's why I think we really in America have to take a hard look in the mirror at how we frankly function fundamentally as a country and how government interacts with the private sector, because we can't afford to wait. We can't afford not to evolve and change. I don't have the answers, but I know we need to move and move quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
A short, quick answer is frankly, they're not the only other country in the world. There are other countries which are allies,
certainly.
and you can isolate them through something, for example, of aligning all of the Pacific nations together in a trans-Pacific partnership or something, just to, or...
I'm happy to take that one on,
Yeah,
Mr.
okay,
Wolf,
anyway.
if you'd like.
Seriously, really, it's, sure, you've got if they're selling it below fair market value, et cetera, or there's subsidies that are state-funded, you have the rules in place for CVD and AD actions. Go get them, great, happy to support. But that's not going to be the only solution if they're not based on market considerations.
Agreed.
And then frankly, that comes into making sure that our allies have similar concerns with the same information and work with us. And getting allied cooperation in something like this, both from a national security and an economic security and an attitude towards China, frankly requires a lot of work and respect with our allies on a regular, ongoing basis.
Agreed.
And so actually, I think that is the solution to your question. When you can't deal with it through traditional rules of law, you have to actually work with it with allied cooperation and frankly surround them with people who have like minds and like interests, and you work together under the same set of rules.
I think China's actions are helping to bring all of us together.
I would hope so, yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you, all three of you, for terrific presentations and then great answers during our Q&A. So I will call this session to close. But again, thank you very much for your participation and your very helpful commentary.
And we'll be back at 3:10. We're moving on to our last panel today. Welcome to our witnesses, and before we move into that, I really wanted to express our appreciation to Alex Bowe, who put this together for us, a terrific staff member. He did a great job of digging around to find some new witnesses as well as some of the people that we've heard from before. So, Alex, thank you. Our last panel today will address China's military space activities. Our first witness will be Kevin Polpeter, Senior Research Scientist at CNA. Mr. Polpeter is an internationally recognized expert on China's space program and is widely published on Chinese national security issues, focusing on Chinese military modernization, China's defense industry, and Chinese views on information warfare. I have very long titled publications, which he's done some extraordinary publications and has done contracted reports written for this commission. A Chinese linguist, he holds an MA in International Policy Studies from the Monterey Institute of International Studies and is currently enrolled in a PhD program at King's College London. Kevin, we're always glad to have you back. The second expert on this panel will be Mark Stokes, Executive Director of the think tank Project 2049 Institute. Previously, he was the founder and president of Quantum Pacific Enterprises, an international consulting firm, and vice president and Taiwan country manager for Raytheon International. He has served as executive vice president of Laifu Trading Company, a subsidiary of the Rayfeld Group, a senior associate at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, and member of the Board of Governors of the American Chamber of Commerce in Taiwan. A 20-year U.S. Air Force veteran, Stokes also served as team chief and senior country director for the People's Republic of China, Taiwan, and Mongolia in the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. I think sometimes when we read these things, the titles are getting longer and longer, and I just have to think about how anybody fits that on a business card. So, Mark holds a BA from Texas A&M and graduate degrees in International Relations and Asian Studies from Boston University and the Naval Postgraduate School. Mark, it's always good to see you. And our final expert today will be another returning witness, Jonathan Ray, Chief of Analysis in the Special Programs Division of SOS International. Mr. Ray previously served as an Associate Deputy Director at Defense Group, Inc. He has led research on Chinese science and technology fields, including semiconductors, hypersonic weapons, robotics, unmanned systems, nuclear weapons, and space military doctrine. He was the lead author of a research report for the Commission Completed his bachelor's at Cornell, his MA at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies, and Chinese language training at BYU. Thank you again to all of our witnesses. Kevin, please.
Madam Chair, before we start, can I just say what you said before? We've had all these new witnesses today, and now all these old friends that we've seen so often before, so it's great to have them back.
It's a nice mix, very nice mix. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this important topic. Although my written testimony goes into much greater detail on China's space program, I would like to limit my spoken remarks to the Chinese military's progress in counterspace and its implications for deterrence and escalation. The views I present today are strictly my own. The Chinese military has an extensive set of capabilities that either have exclusive counterspace applications or can be used in a counterspace context. In short, the Chinese military is developing a suite of counterspace capabilities that appears intended to threaten U.S. space assets from the ground to geosynchronous Earth orbit. To this analyst, it appears that China is developing a counterspace architecture that is intended to deter the United States at the nation-state level, while also designed to achieve operational goals should deterrence fail. In other words, China's counterspace architecture, like the rest of the PLA, is being designed to deter the United States from entering into an armed conflict with China. If that goal fails, however, China expects to use these capabilities to achieve warfighting objectives. China's counterspace capabilities include direct descent kinetic kill vehicles to destroy satellites in orbit, possibly up to geosynchronous Earth orbit. It is developing co-orbital capabilities that could allow one satellite to attack another satellite. China is developing directed energy weapons and intends to field a ground-based laser system for use against satellites in low Earth orbit by 2020. And finally, China has been involved in computer network attacks against U.S. space systems, most recently against a satellite communications operator and a geospatial imaging and mapping organization. China's apparent intention to create a comprehensive counterspace architecture raises questions about whether China can be deterred from using its counterspace capabilities. The short answer is, I don't know. I think we in the China watching community still have too little understanding of how China's political and military leadership make decisions and assess risk. However, there are several factors which suggest that our ability to deter China's use of counterspace capabilities is limited. First is the Chinese Communist Party's stake in successfully defending what it sees as its core interest. It is likely that the Chinese Communist Party leadership's views success in an armed conflict as critical to maintaining its legitimacy with the Chinese people. This may result in the Chinese Communist Party being more forceful and less limited in the types of actions it is willing to take against the United States. Second is the importance of achieving information superiority and the view of space as the U.S. military's Achilles heel. China views information superiority, the ability to use information and deny its use to an adversary, as the key determiner of battlefield success. It also views space as a critical component of the U.S. military's C4ISR infrastructure that, if degraded, will produce decisive effects. Third is an emphasis on striking first. Chinese military analysts write that offensive military actions, including preemptive strikes, are permissible when defending their perceived core interest. The focus of these first strikes is on an adversary's center of gravity and are intended to have a direct impact on the overall situation of the campaign or to produce an overall effect. The authors of one Chinese book called The Study of Space Operations, for example, conclude that China will do all it can at the strategic level to avoid firing the first shot, but recommend that China should strive to attack first at the campaign and tactical levels in order to maintain the space battlefield initiative, and that the PLA should, quote, conceal the concentration of its forces and make a decisive, large-scale first strike. A fourth factor influencing whether China can be deterred is China's view of itself as a more principled country than the United States, and as a peaceful country that only fights wars of defense. The strong tendency of the Chinese to believe that their country is more peace-loving than other countries has led to a widespread belief in China in what Andrew Scobell calls the cult of the defense. This perception may make Chinese more prone to supporting a war on the promise that their cause is just. Finally, misguided assumptions or a lack of deep analysis of space warfare may make China more likely to strike U.S. space assets. For example, Chinese analysts do not discuss how space warfare differs from other types of warfare. Although space debris is an acknowledged problem in general, the generation of space debris by kinetic attacks is infrequently acknowledged. Chinese analysts do not discuss the PLA's own growing vulnerabilities as it becomes involved in space. And finally, there appears to be assumption, not only in regards to discussions of space deterrence, but Chinese writings on deterrence in general, that an adversary will simply back down after China escalates. There is no consideration that an adversary may become more invested in winning a conflict after China takes escalatory actions. This analysis has some important caveats, however. As I said before, we lack a sufficient understanding of the decision-making process of China's political and military leadership that leads to significant gaps in our understanding of how China assesses the risk of war. In addition, the Chinese understanding of deterrence, especially space deterrence, may still be evolving. Finally, space warfare can occur across a spectrum of capabilities, not all of which will result in the destruction or permanent debilitation of space assets. China, for example, could conduct localized jamming of satellite communications and the GPS signal, or temporarily blind reconnaissance satellites as they orbit over Chinese territory. In short, China's counter-space actions could occur along an escalatory ladder that would require a range of responses from the U.S. military. Despite these caveats, the U.S. military must prepare for the likelihood that during an armed conflict, China will engage in some form of space warfare. Possible steps to mitigate the effects of such an attack could be to have a more distributed space architecture, hardening satellites against attack, reducing our dependence on space, and developing our own offensive and defensive space control capabilities. Again, thank you, Commissioners, for your time today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Ms. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members, it's an honor and a pleasure to be back to present before you again today. It's been a year or two, I think. Admiral, good to see you as always. In my written statement, can I think stand on its own. What I thought I'd do is extract some of the more relevant elements and condense those and present those here this afternoon. Three parts. First, talk a little bit about the military space ecosystem. Secondly, address or introduce an issue on space and counter space command and control. And then finally address the issue generally of the PLA's research, development, and acquisition system. Starting with the military space ecosystem, it's been well documented. Kevin, among others, has done very well in terms of establishing some of the structure of the PLA Strategic Support Force. What I thought I'd do is emphasize how significant this restructuring is and the potential operational effects that this has. In years past, before December 2015, the space enterprise was relatively, there was centralized within the former General Armaments Department, China Launch and Tracking Control General, or CLTC short. They did the launch, tracking, and control, as well as the maritime tracking and control function. That aspect has remained intact. But what they've done is integrated and brought over elements that were under the old General Staff Department, particularly the Operations Department and Intelligence Department. For example, the rough counterpart to the National Reconnaissance Office, bringing that over and integrating that with the former CLTC, as well as aspects that used to be under the Operations Department. So, for example, the meteorological, hydrological, maritime satellite aspects, as well as some of the signals intelligence, or in Chinese lexicon, their technical reconnaissance aspects. Centralize all these under one particular force, the Strategic Support Force. Along with this, they've established an architecture, because now the PLA Strategic Support Force has the standard departments, PLA Strategic Support Force Staff Department, their Political Work Department, and then Logistics Department. But added to this are the two key subsystems for operations. One is the Space Systems Department and then the Network Systems Department. The Space Systems Department similarly has a staff department and then a political work department and then a logistics department and then a equipment department. The most relevant here is going to be the staff department and then the equipment departments. Underneath the Space Systems Department, you're going to have a system of bases, the same bases you've had for quite a while. The base out in Jiuquan, and then Taiyuan, Xichang, and then, of course, Wenchang, which generally I think is assumed to be subordinate to Xichang for geosynchronous launches. But also you have two tracking and control bases. Each one of these bases is roughly equivalent to an Army Corps. Or slightly smaller. So these are fairly large establishments. But you have a tracking and control base headquartered in Xi'an, and then a maritime, the Yuanwang ships headquartered out in the eastern part of China. But what you also have now are the establishment of possibly the establishment of two bases, core-level organizations that are dedicated to space applications. One, notionally, there's not a lot of information on either one of these yet, but notionally you could say one dedicated to sort of like the ground segment of BETO or survey mapping and navigation, and the other one for all others category. Let's say, for example, the old PLA General Staff Department, Intelligence Department, their version of NRO, bringing that over for operations. But that's only on the space system side. The Network Systems Department has a potential counter space role. The kinetic kill vehicle aspects of counter space gets a lot of attention, and there's been a lot of reporting on that. But within the new Network Systems Department, they brought over their rough version of National Security Agency, but also merged that with Strategic Command, the former 4th Department, which is responsible for electronic countermeasures and radar systems. This is significant because one of the most, in terms of doing some preliminary research into this, this is significant because the electronic countermeasure aspects of counter space, I think, are significant, if not perhaps the most significant and emphasized part of their space, counter space infrastructure. This is not just for electronic countermeasures, but you also look at the directed energy weapon aspect, high-power laser. There are indications, it's not confirmed yet, indications that there is a new base under the Network Systems Department that has brought in different parts of the ECM system and integrated with what used to be out for testing and training site for high-power lasers and high-power microwave, those sorts of exotic systems, under one particular command. It's something to be watched. On command and control, put simply, this is a big question. Command and control, operational command and control for routine launches probably is not an issue, but when it comes to counter space issues, it probably would be a key question, is how those, who would order, for example, the jamming of a U.S. satellite, or even more significant, the launch of a kinetic kill vehicle to go after a U.S. satellite, and how that system will work vertically. But also very significant, the PLA Street Support Force probably plays a significant role in the Central Military Commission Joint Operations Command Center itself, when you look at all the different functions inside. I will save the research, development, and acquisition system remarks for another time, but I will say that it is significant in terms of the achievements they made in reducing the time that it takes to go from a concept all the way out to production and operation. Thank you very much.
Jonathan?
First, I want to thank the Commission for having me today. It's an honor to be invited back. My testimony today focuses on the PLA strategy and activities in the space and cyber domains, and looking at those two in particular. And there are three issues that I want to highlight today for you all. First is that China views space and cyberspace as two closely interlinked part of a broader information domain that it wants to dominate and deny its adversaries. Two is that China's military space doctrine is aggressive and that its capabilities are advanced enough that I think it's likely that China would conduct cyber attacks against U.S. space assets in any conflict. And finally, the creation of the Strategic Support Force, as Mark described, demonstrates the Chinese political and military's leadership to operationalizing this strategy. First, China takes a very holistic approach to the broader information domain that encompasses space, cyber, and electromagnetic domains. Now, the streams of information data for modern military systems rely on all three of these domains. Many PLA writings actually don't use cyber, but rather use the word network to reflect the broader networks of systems that are all in play. Future conflicts will be a confrontation of such systems, with each relying on linkages between computers, satellites, sensors, and other information assets. In this context, the early goal of any strategy is superiority in both domains to maintain intelligence flows and operating systems while attacking the adversaries. They write that space in particular has a, quote, decisive effect on the traditional domains of land, air, and sea. Now, these assessments are not a recent development, but rather a culmination of a quarter century of Chinese military thinking. Their assessments of this information domain started right after the 1991 Gulf War. Then and later in Kosovo, they saw how C4ISR capabilities provided a decisive advantage to U.S. military and allied forces. Before long, the PLA strategic thought shifted towards determining how best to prepare to fight and win in formatized wars. China's defense white paper in 2015 issued the military strategic guideline of, quote, winning local informatized wars, and declared outer space and cyberspace in particular to be, quote, the new commanding heights in strategic competition among all parties. So obviously they think space and cyberspace are pretty important. Second, on whether or not China would conduct cyber attacks on US satellites, I think it's useful to think through the problem deductively and look at it as a question of motivation, means, and opportunity. On motivation, they clearly think of space as important. And from what the military writings that I have read show, China's military doctrine on cyber attacks in particular is pretty aggressive. In my reading, they see US military as overly dependent on satellites for C4ISR capabilities. And based on this dependency, China's strategic planners, I think, assume that threatening, degrading, and destroying such systems would force the United States to stand down or face tremendous delays getting forces into theater in any crisis or conflict. Cutting off information flows would disrupt any forces in theater and negate advantages of standoff weapons like long-range precision strike systems that are dependent on data flows. When one source describes, quote, strategic-level cyber deterrence, the first example they use is threatening C4ISR capabilities. That, to me, is significant. PLA writings also describe cyber attacks as a, quote, soft kill method that's not as escalatory as a hard kill or kinetic attack. Hacking and disabling a satellite or a ground station doesn't produce debris like their 2007 ASAT test or the recent Indian test did. Cyber attacks are also better for concealment and surprise. They can paralyze a whole system instead of negating one asset, and can interfere with basic operations like communications, intelligence, and guidance and navigation. So to me, the motivation to strike these systems is clearly there. The next question is whether China has the means to conduct such cyber attacks or even hijack a satellite. Back as early as 2007, I've read some PLA authors speaking candidly about hackers can use satellite signals to take over its command and control network, and then give commands over a basic internet connection. That year and in 2008, as Kevin already described, hackers took control over but refrained from issuing commands to NASA and USGS satellites. In the last few years, Chinese media has also reported on a British teen's hacking of DoD satellites by stealing user credentials. So from their standpoint, it does look technically feasible. At the same time, we've also seen hacks of government groups like NOAA and the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and last year Symantec reported on a hacking campaign against satellite operators, defense contractors, and telecommunications companies in the United States and Southeast Asia. So in my view, if you couple intelligence on satellite specs and operations with China's rapidly advancing capabilities in telemetry, tracking, and control, I think China clearly has the means to conduct cyber attacks against US satellites. And then finally, on opportunity. The PLA authors openly describe the inherent vulnerability of satellite antennas as being exposed, open, and frail. In other words, when a satellite is that far away and has to transmit that much data, it's very, very hard to harden against a lot of attacks. Moving on to my third point is just looking at the creation of China's Strategic Support Force. And to me, the SSF looks like a true political and military commitment to operationalizing this holistic approach to information warfare. I'm not going to go into the details that Mark did. The big takeaway to me is that instead of having the space and cyber missions chopped up across competing parts of the bureaucracy of the PLA, this whole organization is structured around the domains themselves. Now that structure to me is incredibly significant because it could provide China's leadership with one centralized entity for a whole suite of options across all of these domains. And that to me is a scalable model where you can look at it scaling across domains, and you can also potentially see it scale across the world as China's interest expands and they decide what role the SSF will have for securing China's interest abroad. And then finally, one or two quick observations and the recommendations you can read in my written remarks. One observation is that the threat is not limited to US military satellites. Civilian satellites are very much in play, and I think that's very apparent in their writings. Two is that there's a glaring lack of awareness that China might also be vulnerable to these very same issues. As they launch more birds and they rely on more satellites, you would think that they would think about these issues because they've been thinking about how to attack them for a very long time. That to me is interesting. On the recommendations, just the three quick takeaways. One is incredibly self-serving. We need to continue to monitor these developments and have guys like them and maybe even me continue to write reports about the SSF and China's information operations writ large. Second is just resiliency in C4ISR capabilities. In any conflict or anything, the U.S. military will operate under degraded information conditions. We have to be prepared. And then finally, the last panel covered it, but I think that the supply chain issue is fundamentally, it's very important. I think that having half of the DoD's microelectronics supply chain being sourced from China is a major, major problem. With that, I look forward to the questions and discussion.
Great, thank you very much. We'll start with Commissioner Wessel.
Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome back. Although you scared the hell out of me. Mr. Ray, you talked about the Chinese having the means. I think, the first concern on the horizon is a Taiwan scenario. And walk me through what you think China's capabilities there would do to our abilities to respond. You talked about preparation. Mr. Pulpeter, you talked about first strike issues. If China decides it wants to go into Taiwan, could they degrade our capabilities to an extent that we might not be able to help our friend? Mr. Ray, do you want to start?
Well, I guess it's your turn to scare me now. We do think a lot about a Taiwan contingency, and I think that you hit the nail on the head in terms of the real question is, could they degrade our capabilities enough to deter us? And that is a question that I'm not prepared to answer because I can't speak to the resiliency of our capabilities very well. That's a question I'd ask other audiences. But in terms of their strategy, I think that going back to the cyber component, if they can make satellites malfunction and they don't have to worry about space debris triggering a full-scale response, to me that's a very appealing option for them to remain below certain thresholds that could trigger a more forceful U.S. response. And when you put civilian satellites at play, if that starts disrupting the U.S. economy and they haven't even fired a shot, then I think that they already have a pretty appealing option for raising the cost for supporting a friend. I hope that I hope that we would still respond. I hope that we would, sure as anything, still intervene and support them. But that, to me, would be the big questions to look at.
Mr. Stokes, Mr. Pulpeter?
I would say certainly China's growing capacity to conduct space operations is significant and could complicate the U.S. ability to intervene in a Taiwan scenario. I would add, though, that U.S. law, the Taiwan Relations Act, does state it's in the U.S. interest to maintain the capacity to resist use of force and other forms of coercion. The way I interpret this is that we better be able to, if it's U.S. law, then we better be able to intervene on behalf of democracy.
But as I've heard throughout the day, I mean, China has accelerated its capabilities. We are waking up. We are providing new assets, focused, but it sounds like, to me, we've got a window of vulnerability. I don't know how long that is. I don't know whether it exists. I don't know how long that is. I understand TRA, but it seems to me that there's this period that China may have an upper hand. Do you agree, or?
That by itself would require a major study. I would hope that we have the ability to maintain the capacity to resist use of force and other forms of coercion. A lot depends on the specific scenario. If you're talking about a major scenario of annihilation, amphibious invasion scenario, high intensity, that's one thing. If you're looking at lower end coercive scenarios, that's another. But I would hope that we have that capacity.
Mr. Pulpeter?
For me, it boils down to long-range precision strike and also naval warfare. in which C4ISR capabilities are a primary component of winning naval warfare, and where the first shot can often be the deciding shot. And in that sort of context, a scenario where the Chinese can take out our C4ISR infrastructure and hamstring our naval capabilities, considering that they're playing a home game, we're playing the away game, will always put us at a disadvantage. Now, is there a window of vulnerability right now? I would suggest that they probably have some capability. If you look at the statements put out by the Defense Department and the intelligence community about how China has really basically just stood up a direct ascent ASAT unit, that they won't have a ground-based laser ASAT capability until next year, suggests that they're still in the initial stages of standing up this capability. So could they have some, if war started tomorrow, could they have some effect? Yes. The extent that that could be debilitating may be up for question.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDevitt.
Thank you, all three of you. I've got questions for each of you, and that I hope that not only that all of you will respond to, since that you all three cover much of the same material here. Kevin, and this one really relates to what you said and what Jonathan Ray said, is this growing mutual vulnerability in space, because China is increasingly seems to be hell-bent for leather to improve their informationized warfighting capability, which means depending upon networks and space and what have you, so that they're quickly building their own vulnerabilities in. So at least that's my assessment. If that is the case, does this provide some sort of space stability, because it's the space equivalent of potentially mutually assured destruction? That to attack one country's space systems would engender an attack on the other country's space systems, and both militaries would be hamstrung because of their overdependence on space systems. So that's, I don't know, if that's an interesting one, at least to me, to think about. And Mark, your rundown on strategic support force was very helpful, I think. Earlier today, we heard from General Cartwright, who seemed to be saying by indirection that one of the problems that the U.S. used to have was Space Command, and until he got it folded into Strategic Command, it was a standalone entity that had its own vocabulary, had its own processes, and what have you. And in modern warfighting, cross-domain competition is not the sort of system that you need. In fact, you need to have where all of the combatant commanders, speaking U.S. side now, have the ability to access and use our space capabilities. So the question is China, again, copying an old model? Are they going the wrong way, as I hope, actually, where in fact that the strategic support force is going to make them more isolated in terms of space capabilities, and make it more difficult for the theater commanders to actually do their job using space capabilities, or not? I mean, this is speculation now. It doesn't have to be fact. And Jonathan, listening to you talk about the cyber reminded me, God, this is a long time ago, voice satellite comms when I was out operating in the San Diego op areas, where we used to get taxi calls from Tijuana just as often as anything else. I'm not making this up, that would wipe out the satellite voice networks. And so in modern parlance, it sounds to me like you're suggesting that gray zone cyber attack on space systems could be characterized as gray zone ops in space. Is this a rash conclusion on my part, or is this a fair characterization? Kevin, why don't you start?
Sure. On the mutual vulnerability aspect, I remain pessimistic that there will be some sort of space mad sort of tacit agreement. I'm just concerned that China views it too much as a tempting target. I think there is some. I think it does add a layer of instability to any conflict with China, in that China has a reason to go after our space assets, but we are also rapidly coming to realization that China's space-based C4ISR systems, present a danger to us. And if the situation is such that you have to strike first in order to win, are both sides then incentivized to strike first in space to take out the other side's C4ISR infrastructure? So I see instability on both sides. While we don't see Chinese analysts discussing their own vulnerabilities, what I do see is that China seems to be developing what is called an operationally responsive space capability. The ability to launch satellites in short periods of time. They've developed a couple of mobile satellite launchers that are based off of their Road Mobile ballistic missiles. They can launch fairly small satellites, anywhere from probably about 300 to 700 kilograms. But then you also see that they're investing in constellations of smaller satellites, both communication satellites and remote sensing satellites. This is a trend globally anyway, but this, in the same way that we're discussing about the U.S. should have a more distributed satellite architecture, while the Chinese aren't necessarily talking that way, they seem to be going in that direction. So these sorts of trends make me worried that we won't be able to come to some space mad, mutually assured destruction accommodation.
When people ask me how can the U.S. Navy or how can the U.S. deal with A2AD, my first response is always, if we take down China's surveillance system, they can't shoot you if they can't find you. So presumably the incentive for taking down somebody else's satellites rests on us if we expect to ride to the rescue to Taiwan or East Asia and what have you, because otherwise they can use it to target ships, vector submarines, vector aircraft, et cetera, et cetera. So, Mark.
So I should be much better educated on our own Space Command and Strategic Command. But in terms of Strategic Support Force and how they are now being increasingly integrated into the command and control structure, when you look at notionally what's in a joint command center at the national level and at the theater command level, there's been, I think it's fairly well established, there's going to be 10 support groups or cells that would be in a command center. It's not sure at what point, at what readiness level they would come into play, whether or not they're there 24/7 or that they would just go there at the next, the next readiness level. But 10 of them, I won't go into detail on a lot of them, but you look at mission strategic planning, or mission planning and targeting. You look at survey and mapping, navigation, positioning, network ECM that's going to be there in in that national level command center. Battle space situation, I view that sort of as intelligence cell. Spectrum management, airspace management, communications, weather, space, all these functions. When you think of every single one of these functions, except maybe airspace management, but even then there may be some, the strategic support force, or at least the services they provide, are going to be critical for each and every one. SSF, at a minimum, will have a duty officer that will be sitting watch there, both in terms of normal readiness conditions, and then as you go up, I'm guessing they beef up as they go along. Yes, sir, absolutely. The same structure would exist at the theater command level as well. For example, Eastern Theater Command. So this restructuring appears to have better integrated these functions that will be provided by the Strategic Support Force into the actual operational command and control.
First, just to comment on the question about mutually assured destruction. I think that the fundamental question there will be where would the conflict be taking place? Because if it's local, then China will have more resilient architecture, ground-based systems. Drones can supplement a lot of the same functions of satellites, and that is a severe disadvantage of being the away team. But if you put us where we're both the away teams in a different theater, then all of a sudden they do have the same vulnerabilities. So I think that that's an important note. That in the short term, I don't think we're looking at the same mutually assured destruction, but in the long term, yeah, I think we'll get there. And then looking at the structure of the SSF, that's the question that I've been asking is this a rebadging exercise, and is it going to be efficient, or is this just bureaucratic satisficing, trying to break through gridlocks? And that's why in the future, it'll be important to look at operationally how effective are they being and how are they being used. But just one note there is that I think it's interesting that they put all this expertise and made it domain-centric, and a couple other authors have highlighted that, because that solves the problem that you raised about SATCOMs. So if you wanted to jam anything, say out of Tijuana, you don't care if you have to use cyber or electromagnetic means, you just want to turn the thing off. And the operator is not going to necessarily know, oh, it's being hacked, or oh, it's being jammed. You want the effects to be delivered. So I think that when you centralize all those capabilities across these domains that are so interlinked, that to me is pretty sophisticated thinking, and I think could make a lot of sense in our own model, however we want to take on space and these same issues that they're addressing.
Senator Talent.
Well, Mike asked the question I was going to ask, how this was actually going to work and whether the theater commanders would have control. So I'll ask a variation of that and then raise one other point with you. I guess the variation is, have they been able, and I've been in some briefings with the Air Force Space Command people, and it's very difficult to get your head around this concept of how space is going to be used. And now maybe that's because of my age or whatever, but a lot of the top commanders are about my age, maybe a little bit younger. And sure, they've got a lot more training, et cetera. I wonder if what you think of the ability of their theater commanders, their battlefield commanders, people actually drawing up plans in the event of a Taiwan contingency and having to anticipate the United States coming in, if they have any greater level of familiarity. And then this relates to the second question. So we had a hearing earlier this year on potential Chinese vulnerabilities, and we had testimony about the actual capabilities, the operational capabilities of the PLA. And we had a witness who was pretty skeptical, and he said the Chinese leadership is very skeptical. And he talked about the 5 incapables, that they are very concerned about their ability to actually perform in the field, and particularly against American forces. So do you share that view of their perceptions, and would that apply to space?
So I think it's important that as far as do the theater commands really understand space and know how to use it, I think at a time when they are learning, in some cases, even how to do combined arms operations, where joint operations are still difficult for them, trying to bring in something technical like space, I think may be a bridge too far. Now, having said that, it could be that much of the space capabilities are at the strategic level. So when you get up to the CMC Joint Operations Command Center, and there I would expect that they would have that expertise in how to use space and when to actually maybe use counter space measures. And so I think at that level you'll probably have a lot more expertise. And that would sort of coincide with They don't talk about it a lot, but there's been a couple references to engaging in counter space activities as a strategic level decision. You know, it's going to have to be something that Xi Jinping would order. Now, the one caveat to that is maybe more local.
If I can interrupt, do you think in general or only if it were to be used against the United States?
I would think in general. But the one caveat to that would be maybe more localized counter space. If there's GPS jammers, maybe some sort of satellite communication jammers that wouldn't be so technically complex and would be more of a operational or tactical level decision. And I know there was a second part to your question. About the I think the PLA has acquired a lot of new and advanced equipment. And when you see the criticisms of the PLA all the way up to Xi Jinping, it is about the human capital issue. So I think it's a serious problem for them. And it's one reason why I think that China is not prepared to go to war at this time. I think they will if they have to. But I think we see in their actions where they're trying to do everything possible short of war to get what they want, but they're absolutely not spoiling for a fight. And I think it's also important to remember that they have stated that by 2035 they want to have a modern military. Well, what does that mean? There's some indications that what that means is that they would like to be the level that the U.S. military is at now. But of course, we're going to keep marching ahead. So if by 2035 they're a 2019 U.S. military, they're still far behind. So that's why they go out to the mid-century. And if you look at any sort of reform effort in any military, usually it takes about a generation to get these reforms through, not only with the technology, but also to train those people up. And if you look at a generation, that would be about mid-century.
So, first, the space assets, if you divide it up between the satellites, the space assets themselves, launch, tracking, control, and then the application. The satellites themselves and the tracking and control, I think they're national level assets. Kind of hard to see theaters having much authority over these particular assets. But for the applications, my impression is that a lot of the information, the take from space systems, whether it's electro-optical satellites, that capture radar satellites, things like this, would feed into, and I'm sitting next to, what I consider the authority on this, feed into the Joint Command Platform, which would be sort of a common operational picture that would exist at the theater level and national level as well. But secondly, something a key issue to watch is I've talked about bases, basically core grade or core deputy leader grade organizations that exist within the PLA SSF. For each theater command, there's been established a new core or core deputy leader grade entity. It's not clear whether or not these are dedicated to, let's say, for example, technical reconnaissance, like their former 3rd Department or NSA-like organizations, or whether these entities are dedicated to support theater-level support. This isn't exactly clear yet. I'd also offer that theater commands have their own, it's not strategic support force, but they have their own organic ISR assets. Both Army, Navy, and Air Force, ECM, as well as radar, maritime surveillance, a whole range of other assets on their own. I would also highlight that it's possible that at the theater level, the key organization, you have command control, communications. The communications part of this at the theater level, linking theaters with the national level command authorities may now also be under strategic support force. Hadn't been completely confirmed yet, but that would be another element, I think, to watch.
Hard to add when you have to follow these guys. Nothing really to add on the SSF. I think that Kevin Mark covered it, and that's one of the reasons why I think it'd be great to keep monitoring as developments continue. We have gotten great eyes on a lot of organizational issues at the front end, and now the question is how are they going to use it? But getting to the vulnerability question, I think those are the right questions to be asking, because if you make them 10 foot tall in everything, then you're kind of psyching yourself out. So how do you get more nuanced assessment? And some sources that have been helpful from our shop have been looking at how they describe different military exercises in the different service newspapers. There is an emphasis on there was an emphasis on making things less scripted and more real, and they really emphasize realistic in those scenarios. And it's watching developments like Red was allowed to lose and allowed to learn. Those are the kind of transitions that we would monitor on how they think about their own vulnerabilities. And then on joint ops, I think that, they're still in the formative phases. And when you look at something like the SSF, that's going to be a real testing grounds to see how these different things come together and how they permeate through the system. But a lot of those things are things that I'll be looking at for the next 5 years, and I think you'll have a lot more hearings on those same topics.
If I could just add one thing, I think the Chinese assessment of the PLA's weaknesses is also good news for us in the sense that the sky is not falling right now. And we have a window of opportunity, however long, 10, 15 years, 20 years, I don't know, that, as the U.S. military transitions from fighting counterinsurgencies over to great power competition, we don't have to do this tomorrow, but we can't wait. The clock is ticking. We got to continue moving on. And so this does give us an opportunity, but we have to be quick about it.
So just to confirm, you all would agree with the assessment that the top-level Chinese political leadership is deeply concerned about what they see as the operational incapabilities of the PLA?
I would agree with that.
I would add political concerns as well.
About the loyalty and that sort of, okay. Those are two different things, and I really wanted to make, because we had that testimony earlier, I was skeptical, but you all agree that this is a major factor in their thinking and planning and strategizing, particularly vis-a-vis the United States.
Commissioner Cleveland.
I'm interested in a fairly narrow issue, which it was prompted by Mr. Ray, your testimony, in which you talk about generative adversarial networks, which is an emerging artificial intelligence method for tricking computer programs into seeing objects in imagery that are not there. I'm interested if you could talk a little bit more about what that actually means. But I'm interested in the question of how commercial or civilian applications are supporting any asymmetric advantage the Chinese may have. And I don't know if this artificial intelligence was developed commercially or in the civilian sector, but what prompts this is the fact that there was an article in January about how Baidu's navigation satellite system may be providing an advantage to Chinese missile accuracy and lethality. So what I'm trying to understand is the role of civilian and commercial capabilities and how that's supporting this Chinese advantage or lack thereof. And then in particular, this example you offered, Mr. Ray, of GANs. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm glad it makes sense to you. On GANs, I'll get to the big picture items because I am not a technical expert. I washed out of calculus and studied squiggly lines in military doctrine.
Okay.
But the fundamental point there is that all of these data collection platforms are great, but if the data itself is being poisoned and you can't trust it, then what good are they? And that is, to me, that's what causes me concern about GANs, is that if they can trick AI-based methods of recognizing patterns into seeing something they don't, then all of a sudden you can't necessarily trust your data. So I think the example in the article that they give is if a GAN method understands how to trick a sensor or, an algorithm into thinking that there are bridges where there aren't actually bridges, well, all of a sudden a planner has an additional targets to consider. And I think that's a simplistic example, but the bottom line is that you have to have data fidelity in order for all of this to make any sort of difference. And if you can poison the well, per se, of what the AI is using, then that becomes a big problem. And that's to me, based on my understanding of GANs, that's what they are fundamentally designed to do, is to be adversarial and continually trick the algorithms that you use in your own AI capabilities. Continue on AI, that is a textbook example of how military-civilian fusion supports an emerging technology like AI that can support both military and civilian applications. And AI is something that we looked at in our 2016 report on robotics for the Commission. And a couple takeaways there are just that when you look at the research being conducted, it's often when you look at the authors and their affiliations and the different institutes that are involved, you see a lot of funding that supports military and civilian applications. You see institutes with very deep military ties, and they're very deeply integrated into the military-industrial complex. They're participating in those exercises. And then finally, one of the big disadvantages that we have is that in our system, Google can say, we don't want to support DoD efforts on something. In their system, I would love to see Baidu refuse that, because they can't. And that to me is a fundamental difference in the way that our systems are structured. I think that our system is correct, and I don't think that their system is the right way to do business, or a lot of things for that matter. But it does provide them with some advantages, like advanced technology companies being unable to say no and having to cooperate and turn over whatever technological breakthroughs they work on.
Okay, thank you. Are there other, go ahead, Mr. Stokes.
You said, in other words, whether or not commercial or civilian applications, if they could be applied for military purposes. I would say, short answer would be sure, yes. There may be some exceptions, but say, for example, the lunar program. Lunar program, if I'm not mistaken, at least at one point, it was managed by the China National Space Administration, CNSA. The director of CNSA is dual-hatted as one of the deputy directors of this, the State Administration for Science, Technology, and National Industry for National Defense. The word national defense should be important here. There's a reason, SASTN, National Defense. Anything in which you have a SASTN oversight role or some degree of policy guidance, there's certainly going to be a PLA aspect to it.
All right. The more we learn, the more troubling it all is. I have what is probably going to sound like an ignorant question. In cyber attacks, one of the difficulty, of course, is attribution. As China is expanding its global footprint in telecommunications and satellites, working with other countries, would we necessarily know if one of our we would know if one of our C4ISR critical satellites was taken down? Would we know who took it down? For all of you, any of you. Because if we don't, we're crippled in responding, aren't we?
Right. I don't know, but I would suspect that it may be difficult to determine that since the forensics, some sort of forensic analysis would have to be done, and I'm not sure how long that would take. I know that General Hyten has said that in the past, when a satellite had a problem, it was always assumed that it was some sort of mechanical issue and they just have to work through it, and there wasn't a sense of urgency. And so, you know, his mantra was, we got to get into the mindset of this could be a threat, this could be an attack, not just a malfunction. So changing of the mindsets also is probably key to this issue as well, which I think is happening in the U.S. Air Force right now. But it all depends, I think, on that forensics analysis and how well that can be done, you know, with a satellite in space.
Anybody else?
Same issues that Kevin highlighted, and you can imagine why that's such an appealing aspect of conducting cyber attacks, is that your adversary won't know if it's a malfunction or if it's an actual attack or if it's a prelude to an attack. And that's why when we talk about the information domain writ large, I think one of the topics that needs to be included is what are the strategic signals you want to send an adversary? What is a red line? What is the last straw when it comes to soft kill methods? If all of your birds are experiencing interference at the same time, then you need to, I think it would be good to be clear on how, what the plan is for a response. And getting to what Kevin has, a forensics problem, yeah, that's a big problem because you don't always, it's hard to determine not just who's doing it, but also what's causing it. Is it cyber attack on a computer at a ground station? Is it interference and jamming from other means? Those are really hard questions. And so whenever I read smarter people than me talking about how to build resilience into the system, a big part of that is understanding the threats that you experience, how to diagnose them, and how to respond to them. And those are the questions I would be asking anybody from DoD, because there is there's an obsession, or not an obsession, there's a tendency to think offensively, but not always defensively, and attribution is a big part of defense, in my opinion.
Thanks. Mark?
I was just going to add, just to reinforce the notion that it's not just cyber in terms of attribution problem, but when you do have satellite jamming, sometimes it can be difficult to attribute that as well. And there have been cases, I think, in the past, maybe 10 years ago, of jamming of I forgot, it was a Voice of America or one particular transponder that was receiving interference, transmitting into China. I don't think they were able to determine exactly where that came from.
That makes it all very difficult to respond, doesn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Just
Go
follow
ahead,
on. It went. Just wanted clarification on your point. When you talk about jamming, is it a sustained, like, day-long thing, or is it something that's disruptive and compromises the system in a way that it can't get back up and operational?
Well, it can be any of the above. Normally, it'd be for a relatively short period. It helps if you are monitoring what's coming off a particular transponder in a satellite, but it's to be able to inject noise or some sort of interference, or you could even, there's other even more exotic things one can do. But normally, it'd be a somewhat shorter duration, but it could be extended.
Kevin?
I just want to make the point on the other side of the coin for attribution is something like a kinetic kill vehicle test, which I think people ask, why are they developing these weapons? They create debris. One reason may be that it's easy to try and deter or coerce your opponent. Blow up a satellite, it creates a debris. The other side knows exactly what you did and that you're serious about it. Also, in a time when China's probably space situational awareness capabilities may be limited, it also gives them confidence that they have actually achieved their objective.
That's true, but Kevin, debris is not selective. I mean, to me, if they are destroying a satellite, don't they run the risk that it will affect their satellites too, or pull in third parties?
Absolutely, but these are some of the concerns that I have over China's counter space program, that they're developing these capabilities, yet most likely for a reason. So I have to assume that they're, for some reason, are taking that into account and going ahead anyway.
And I'm going to, since we have some time, I want to introduce quantum into all of this. They seem to be making some strides in quantum that I'm not sure that we are making. And how is that going to affect sort of the vulnerability of their C4ISR systems? Do we know that? Maybe it doesn't.
Well, the promise of quantum communications is that you have an unbreakable communication system. So the extent that that is an accurate statement, it would really complicate issues for us, I think, in collecting intelligence on China. An unbreakable system would be an extreme hurdle to get over.
All right. Anybody else? Jonathan?
Banking off of that, for intelligence collection, I think it does pose a problem. So in steady state, I think you'll see greater impact. But if anything, if there's a crisis or conflict and people start taking more actions against space-based assets, like they write in different books, antennas are still exposed, they're still open, and they're still frail. So I think that if you point a very high-powered laser at just about any kind of antenna on a satellite, it's going to be disruptive. So that's the only solace that I take, that just because the satellite is quantum enabled does not necessarily mean that it's
That it's safe.
That's
There's
yeah, that's
protection.
safe, right?
Yeah, okay, thanks. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you very much. You've given us a lot to think about. Kevin, I'd like to ask you a question. You said before that China does not want to go to war with us because, in relation to his question, maybe they're not really confident they could win such a war. You said they will go to war if they have to. As you see it, and each of you, what is it that they would have to do? What kind of events would occur in which you would see that they would say, we have to go to war? And the second part of that is, can a war be limited to only cyber war? I mean, wouldn't the whole concept of mass destruction, mutual mass destruction, be something that they would think about before they would start any kind of a war with us, either over Taiwan or destroying our satellites?
So I think for China to go to war with the U.S. would be a difficult, very difficult decision for them, and I think they are well aware of the risk that that would entail. But
The escalation of it.
correct, yes. I think though that there are circumstances where they would feel compelled to go to war.
Give us examples.
I think if over some sort of Taiwan independence issue, I think if there was some conflict on the Korean Peninsula, they could possibly get involved with that. If there was some escalation, let's say a South China Sea issue, that somehow there was some accident and there was a crisis that escalated, certainly we could see a conflict over that. But I think what they would also, they face the same decision, Mao faced the same decision with getting into going against the United States during the Korean War. And many of his advisors actually cautioned him against going up against the United States, but Mao decided it would be better, to fight that battle. So, these are difficult decisions that they've made in the past. And if they believe their legitimacy as a party is on the line, I think they would probably make do with what they had and they would go to war. But I'm not saying that they're itching for a fight right now.
What are your views on that?
Sorry, the first point I'd make is the Chinese Communist Party is at war with us every minute of every day. So war should be viewed as sort of a continuum and not necessarily sort of black or white or in binary terms. What would trigger an extreme use of force, for example, an amphibious invasion of Taiwan or some sort of annihilative scenario? It probably a confluence of events. If they're an immediate trigger in a Taiwan scenario, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to conceive of anything that would trigger a full-scale amphibious invasion of Taiwan, simply because of the cost that the Communist Party would bring upon itself. I'm not sure if they would survive such a venture. In terms of more limited scenarios, North Korea certainly, border and coastal defense scenarios to include South China Sea. Let's say if there's an incursion across one of their borders, whether it's in Xinjiang or whether it's pretty much in any location, I think you could see use of force in that scenario. But there's a whole range of factors that would go in. What else is going on in the world? What's a domestic situation inside China? There are projecting of political instability inside China and projecting that outwards. There's a whole range of things that could actually trigger a major conflict.
They've already highlighted the issues.
Excuse me?
So Kevin and Mark have already highlighted the issues that would trigger a forceful response in my mind. And one thing to point out, or that I want to emphasize too, is that the CCP is actively at war with us at any given point. I agree with that assessment because they're constantly trying to undermine U.S. interests. And that is one reason why in my testimony I used the term steady state and not peace, because steady state, subkinetic, but you're still competing with each other, and we're in a competitive state. or as Andrew Erickson recently coined, competitive coexistence. That could be a useful way of thinking about it. One point to note is that when you talk about regime survival of the CCP and those stakes being involved, I think that's what makes them both reluctant and aggressive in their strategy. They're reluctant to put all the chips on the table on any given situation, and if they do, they're going to have to be really aggressive, because if they lose something like a Taiwan scenario, then they fear for their own survival. And that's why the stakes, to me, are so high, and that's why that leads to reluctance to engage, but also an aggressive military strategy. On the cyber question in particular, I think they would love to, I think traditionally they would have loved to keep it in the cyber domain, because the traditional assumption has been that the United States is more dependent on the network domain and on cyber writ large. But that's changing. When you look at how at e-commerce in China, there's a lot of civilians are skipping credit cards. Those aren't really a thing. People pay with their phones. So if all of a sudden you don't have a stack of cash and you're relying on a smartphone to pay for basic services, that's a vulnerability. And so far, I have not seen military sources describe that kind of vulnerability, and I have not seen them really think seriously about how modernization is great, but there are some costs that come with it, such as dependency on space and dependency on the cyber or network domain. Bottom line, traditional assumption is yes, they would like to keep it contained, but in the future, I think that they're going to be, maybe they'll be a little more self-aware of their own dependencies.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDevitt.
Kevin, I want to return to you on a question I had here. You, if my note's correct, you indicated that you didn't think China understood space deterrence. And so what don't they understand, I guess is my question. Or how could they understand it, which could be more difficult. And then for all of you, this may be something that is at a very high level of classification, if anybody in the country knows, is how good are their satellite systems? In other words, their surveillance satellites and what have you, is the quality terrific? In other words, are these really good, or are they average, below average? And in other words, we know they have a lot of stuff on orbit, but is it doing the job?
So I think that China has a basic understanding of deterrence and space deterrence. My comment was that it could be evolving. They could be, as they hash these things out, think more about it, that what they were assessing before, or coming to conclusions before, may change in the future. So therefore, we shouldn't say, hey, this is the end-all be-all of what China is thinking about deterrence. And I think some of those assumptions or sort of mischaracterizations of space warfare or that they're making now, maybe they'll put more effort into understanding those. And maybe they're discussing those in closed doors in Beijing somewhere, and we're just not seeing it in Chinese writings. So my caution there was simply, hey, this could be a moving target. We shouldn't we shouldn't base all our conclusions on what they're writing right now, because a lot of Chinese writings on deterrence, and including space deterrence, is really from it really parallels what we see in Western writings on deterrence. Getting to your question about how good Chinese satellites are, I would say if you look at what's sort of what they're publishing, is they are catching up, but still maybe not as good as we are. So I think they publicized their most accurate remote sensing satellite. I think has like 0.5 meter resolution. Commercial space imagery is better than that. They have a military system called the Yaogan, which they never really talk about, that could have better resolutions. The Beidou system is similar to GPS, is catching up, but so far it does not have as good as accuracy as GPS, and usually it can only get really good accuracy if it's backed up by a ground augmentation system. One thing it does have that GPS doesn't is a communication system, so a Twitter-like account, 120 characters that you can communicate with other people on the system. So I think they're catching up, but they're not quite there yet. And even in regards to, we've commented about the number of satellites that China is launching, but part of that, at least in the past, was because their satellites did not have the service life that U.S. satellites had. So our satellites routinely have a service life of up to 15 years. And a few years back, their satellites were going for 3 to 5 years. So if you have those satellites, ending their service life, you have to replace them. To turn a frown upside down, for the Chinese at least, what that did give them was the ability to continually to send up increasingly capable satellites. Now they do have the DFH-4 satellite bus is now advertised as having a 15-year service life, so maybe they've sort of rectified that situation. I think a lot of that maybe had to do with battery life. They simply didn't have as good as batteries, and also radiation-hardened chips that could survive the space environment. Because if you do read I believe some export control cases where China, illegally imported some radiation-hardened chips, which may indicate that was also one of the vulnerabilities.
In terms of specifics, how good they are, I'm not exactly sure. But I would point out that they're certainly getting better and have been getting better. Their first communications satellite launch, I think, was 1984, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think 1980s, maybe early 1990s, the first electro-optical, I think in the 80s, first recoverable electro-optical satellite. They've successive generations of synthetic aperture radar satellites. Their space tracking system, again, since their first space launch in the 1980s, certainly is getting better. I think I recall one in terms of being able, their space debris monitoring. I mean, when I hear the word space debris, automatically I think, pretty interesting for counter space capabilities, but down to I think a 5 centimeter radar cross section or something like that in terms of being able to track stuff. They've long had a program on developing a space-based space debris tracking capability. So they're getting better. I mean, as an American, I'd like to think that we're still pretty far ahead, but I think they're getting better.
I agree with that, and the only two takeaways I would like to add are, one is that we underestimate quality at our peril. I think leading up to World War II, the underestimates of Japanese aviation is an instructive example of what could happen if you do that. And then the second point is that in my opinion, looking at these issues, there is a certain quality to quantity. So I'd be tracking numbers of satellites because I'll take a resilient 80% solution than a vulnerable 110% solution just about any day. So I'm not going to wade into the technical debate. Again, Chinese linguist, not a technical guy. But I think that numbers of satellites and capability-based assessments are more instructive than how good the technical parameters are or the resolution.
All right, Commissioner Wessel? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I would also just, my ossified brain, I'm always slow on the uptake here. So, but it's also may not be a question of are they on par with the United States, but just is it good enough to get what they need to get done? And if that's the case, then they don't automatically need to keep on par with us.
To me, the good enough issue would be, can they target a moving ship?
Right.
And keep a track on it so that in fact they have a chance to hit it with a missile that flies 1,500 miles.
Right. And they're developing a satellite constellation that by 2030 will have a revisit rate of every 10 minutes. So they're developing those capabilities now.
All right,
Yeah, Mark.
Just one quick intervention on the being able to track, provide queuing quality and tracking quality data to be able to put fire on a a ship. I would also point out that it's not just space, outer space assets, but it's also what's called near space assets, which I'm not even sure if we're in the game. It's those assets that provide near qualities, capabilities that are similar to, for example, remote sensing satellites in low Earth orbit, but remain under, within 100 kilometers, investing significant resources in this area.
All right, I think for the final question, Commissioner Wessel.
And since I'm keeping people from after a long day, let me, hopefully some quick answers. China has a ground station operating in Argentina. What should we think about that? Are they looking at other ground stations? How does that magnify their capabilities, and what should we be doing? I'm sorry? Norway is where they took one of ours down. I don't think it was a Chinese station. But please.
Yeah, I think the main concern about the station in Argentina is that we don't know exactly what they're doing there, because it's, there's virtually no transparency. I think its links to the Strategic Support Force, would give us cause to worry that that station will be used in a military conflict, especially since there seems to be little oversight on the part of the Argentinian government over this. I think that gives them a window into looking at satellites in the western and southern hemispheres, which they did not have. Potentially, I guess, since it's been used to in support of the lunar exploration program when they landed a rover on the far side of the moon. It gives them that capability to go out to geosynchronous orbit, to monitor spacecraft out to geosynchronous orbit and even further out to the moon. So it may give them an expanded surveillance capability in an area of space which maybe they didn't have great coverage before. So it's all part of a step-by-step program to increase their capabilities.
Any other comments?
They've had parts of their space tracking and control system over other countries since the 1990s. I think Kiribati was one of them. I think it's Sweden may be the one where they have some kind of a ground station. I think Kiruna up in the very north part. It seems to be affiliated with remote sensing.
And potentially polar
Yes.
station soon. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. You've been terrific witnesses. It's been a long but really excellent day of testimony. Again, I want to thank our staff, Alex, for the terrific job that he did, and we look forward to further contact with you all. Thanks.
Thank you very much.